Chapter 739. Out so soon? Lin Fei did not stay long in the treasure pavilion to choose the treasures. He spent some time in choosing the absolute arts, but it was not as troublesome as before. Lin Fei could choose easily. A set of immortal swords. Lin Fei was good at using swords. He chose a set of immortal swords, a total of 720 of them. They were all top-quality heavenly swords. When activated, they could sweep through everything and kill the enemy. You have good eyesight. This is a set of immortal swords called Sun-Moon Sword. Once used, even heaven and earth cannot stop it. The birth of the sun and moon. When choosing immortal swords, Lin Fei always wanted to be domineering. 720 immortal swords were just enough for him to control. Senior Black Demon, can you tell me about the Great Emperor's treasure vault now? So that I can be prepared. Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei was very interested in the Great Emperor's treasure vault. All along, Lin Fei thought that the Great Emperor's treasure vault would definitely be in the Great Emperor's senfu. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It was too surprising. Your strength is not enough. Wait until you can fight against a golden immortal, then you can come again. Black Demon waved his hand, and a force surged, sending Lin Fei out. Damn! Lin Fei shouted. He was sent out just like that. He wanted to go in, but the Great Emperor's senfu was sealed. With his strength, he could not tear open the seal. It's just a golden immortal. It's not like I can't reach it. Lin Fei was not angry. From Black Demon, he could see that Black Demon was worried about him. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. The eternal Great Emperor's treasure vault should not be so easy to get. Lin Fei thought. Looks like I need to quickly increase my strength. Even if it was not for the Great Emperor's treasure vault, I would have to deal with Purgatory sect first. Lin Fei held grudges. No matter what orders they received, since they dared to attack him, he had to take revenge. He could use them as leveling tools. After leaving the Great Emperor senfu, Lin Fei spent the entire night refining the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword so that he could control it at will. The next day as the sun rose, purple clouds rose from the east. Lin Fei had already stopped the blood bonding. After a night, he had already completed the blood bonding of the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword. Coupled with the total annihilation, its power was extraordinary. I'm going to get a powerful sword array. Total annihilation was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, Lin Fei felt that there was something lacking in it that could not satisfy his cultivation needs. It was more important to cultivate a new sword formation. After breakfast, Lin Fei proposed to take a walk around Immortal Field City to get used to life in the Heaven Realm. Xiao Shan, go with Xiao Lin. Cheng Fei arranged for Xue Shan and then said to Lin Fei, Xiao Shan is very familiar with Immortal Field City. If you want to go anywhere, just tell him. Immortal Field City was huge. It was several times bigger than an imperial capital in the lower realm. In Xue Shan's words, Immortal Field City was considered small in the north region. Those huge cities were the truly terrifying ones. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? After walking for a while, Xue Shan asked. Lin Fei thought for a while, bring me to the place that sells cultivation techniques. This place has the most. Xue Shan said, in our Immortal Field City, the most famous merchant association is Xianxia Merchant Association. This place is just one of their branches. There are countless branches like this in every region. It's truly a huge merchant association. That powerful? Lin Fei was shocked. Brother Lin, if you want to buy sword arrays, Xianxia Merchant Association has the most. However, the price there is also expensive. Normal people can't afford it there. Xue Shan talked about Xianxia Merchant Association as they walked. When they arrived, Lin Fei already had a certain understanding of Xianxia Merchant Association. What a grand aura! Just as they arrived at Xianxia Merchant Association's entrance, a stairway to heaven appeared. It was grand as if it separated the mortal world from the heavenly realm. On the left and right sides of the stairway, there were two huge stone sculptures of immortal beasts. They were like clouds that looked down on the world. Lin Fei had only taken one look and he could already feel the boundless power coming from the World Chamber of Commerce. Beside him, Xue Shan had already become cautious and cautious. "Brother Lin, when we go in later, it's best not to provoke anyone. Those who can come to Xianxia Merchant Association all have backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them," Xue Shan said in a low voice. He was afraid that he would misunderstand, so he added, "I'm not talking about Brother Lin. It's just that there are often young masters deliberately looking for trouble." Lin Fei laughed, "Don't worry. I'm not someone who looks for trouble." Xue Shan saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry, so he was relieved. After going up the stairway, Lin Fei felt a sense of superiority. He was afraid of Xianxia Merchant Association. On the stairway, 4 tall men in black stood casually. It was as if there was a wild beast hidden in their body that would pounce out and devour people at any time. The strength of these 4 people is at least at Xian Immortal level. Lin Fei didn't say anything and looked at them. When they entered, 4 pairs of eyes looked at them as if they wanted to see through them. Walking into Xianxia Merchant Association, they were greeted with a luxurious aura that made them feel like they were walking into a palace. "Brother Lin, I heard from Captain that everything we see, including the things under our feet, is priceless. I didn't believe it before, but now I do." Xue Shan was shocked. Lin Fei was curious, "Is this your first time here?" The interior of Xianxia Merchant Association was decorated luxuriously. Everywhere was filled with a superior and luxurious aura. But to Lin Fei, there was no difference and he wasn't affected at all. Xue Shan smiled embarrassedly, "You can even see through this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This place doesn't eat people." Lin Fei found that Xue Shan was a little timid. "Let's go and see the sword formation." The hall of Xianxia Merchant Association was endless. The people who appeared here were just as Xue Shan had said. They were either rich or noble. Those with backgrounds were all accompanied by beautiful women. "Brother Lin, the things here are so expensive." Xue Shan pointed at the items on sale not far away. Lin Fei took a look and realized that they were pills. They were all pills that heaven immortals consumed. They were easily worth thousands of immortal stones. Those with good effects cost at least 10,000 immortal stones. In a place like Heaven Realm, the common currency was immortal stones. These pills were all low-grade immortal stones. Even so, the price was very expensive. It's indeed quite expensive. Lin Fei didn't care about immortal pills. He didn't rely on immortal pills to cultivate. From Xue Shan, he knew that it would take a long time to earn a few hundred low-grade immortal stones. Buying immortal pills was a big burden for them. In the Heaven Realm, pills were extremely important. That was why they formed a team to hunt immortal beasts and obtain immortal stones. "Do you have sword formation manuals here?" Lin Fei came to a counter and said directly. The attendants here were all beautiful female immortals. Their bodies emitted a light aura and their voices were gentle. "Fellow immortal, what level of sword formation do you need? It's best if it can be cultivated to the Xian Immortal level," Lin Fei said. At present, the Xian Immortal level was just right for him to use. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to erupt with the power of the Xian Immortal level. "Please wait a moment. Brother Lin, you're not really planning to buy it, are you?" Xue Shan asked quietly. "This will cost a lot of immortal stones." Lin Fei laughed. "I didn't say I was going to buy it. It's fine if I look at it first." Having just ascended to the Heaven Realm, Lin Fei was very clear. How could he have any immortal stones to buy a sword formation? It was just to see the price. In his opinion, immortal stones were not a problem, someone had already prepared it. This is the sword formation we chose for fellow immortal. The fairy from before came back and placed pieces of jade on the table. She took out one of them. This is the heaven-breaking sword formation. It can activate up to 360 immortal swords. This is a jade scroll. You can check it with your divine sense. Shui Shan said. Lin Fei saw that these jade stones were extraordinary. Only then did he know that they were jade scrolls. They were the most popular existence in the heaven realm. They could be used to record cultivation techniques and were quite common. According to what was said, Lin Fei used his divine sense to look and found that it was a sword formation. After a glance, he stopped looking. It was not suitable for him. Its power was not enough. It could not be compared to the annihilation of 1,000 armies sword formation. This is not suitable. This is the innate sword formation. The fairy attendant introduced them one by one. Her face did not show any annoyance. Lin Fei was looking forward to the World Merchant Guild. In the end, the sword formations that were taken out looked good, but to him, they were not considered much. This is not suitable either. Lin Fei put the jade scroll back. Is there a more powerful one? Please wait a moment. When she came back again, there was a jade scroll in her hand. Her expression was not as enthusiastic as before. This is the slaughter sword formation. It needs to be activated with 720 immortal swords. The higher the grade, the stronger the power. It is best if it is a set of immortal swords, the materials are exactly the same. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This suits him. He did not take the fairy's expression seriously. Let me see. His divine sense entered the jade scroll to check. After checking, Lin Fei was immediately happy. This was really a sword formation prepared for him. The higher the slaughter, the stronger the sword formation. In the end, he could even summon the Slaughter Emperor. Why do I feel like something is missing? After reading, Lin Fei was puzzled. This is the first level of the Slaughter Sword formation. The next few levels have been lost. Saying this, the fairy did not continue. The price is 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Shui Shan was shocked. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. My God, I might not be able to earn this amount even in 10 years. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. The first level of the Slaughter Sword formation was 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Wouldn't the full set be even more expensive? Ha ha ha, if you don't have money, don't come to World Merchant Guild. This is not a place where you unaffiliated can come. Chapter 740. 1 million low-grade celestial stones was indeed a huge sum to Lin Fei. At least for now. A sudden voice sounded. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was in a bad mood. That barking dog didn't even close the door properly. Turning his head, Lin Fei said this. He was the typical fearless person. Who asked Lin Fei's personality to be like this, to swallow his anger? That depended on who it was. Moreover, he could see that no one dared to make a move in the World Commerce Association. The guards outside weren't to be trifled with. They wouldn't mind throwing you out. Shui Shan also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, his expression changed. Brat, do you know what you're saying? If we were somewhere else, I'd slap you to death. Not far away, a few young people walked over. The one in the lead had a fairy in his arms. He walked over surrounded by people, looking imposing. Do you know those people? Lin Fei asked through divine sense. Everyone could see Shui Shan's change. The skinny one next to him is our archenemy, Immortal Wan Shan. Shui Shan said. The person they're surrounding is their master, Ying Tianhen. He's not a good person. This place doesn't belong to you. We came willingly. Can't we? Shui Shan retorted. He didn't want to lose face, especially when the other side was his archenemy. Young master, a place like the World Commerce Association should have a rule long ago. Loose cultivators aren't allowed to enter. That way, we wouldn't have worked for nothing. Immortal Wanshan said respectfully. Myriad Mountain's Immortal had an adventurer group under him, and they had suffered a loss at Cheng Fei's hands in the past. Ever since then, they had always held a grudge against each other. The conflict between the two of them had started from that moment until now. Just now, when he was accompanying his master and young master, he inadvertently saw Cheng Fei's subordinates. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. This sentence made many loose cultivators' expressions turn ugly. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Well said. The World Commerce Association should do this. Ing Wuhan hugged the woman. They can't even afford something that costs 1 million low-grade celestial stones. Don't they feel ashamed? That's why they're going to be like this for the rest of their lives. They'll never be able to stand out. That guy is too arrogant. The World Chamber of Commerce did not prohibit outsiders from entering. Usually, many individual cultivators would come to the World Chamber of Commerce to buy items. Even if they couldn't buy, it was good to take a look and be prepared. Who knows, they might need it in the future. Ing Wuhan's words were like a slap to their faces. She didn't take them seriously at all. That's enough. Ing Wuhan is ruthless and merciless. He kills people like scything flax. Don't make trouble for yourself. Ha ha ha. Ing Wuhan laughed out loud as she held the woman in her arms and walked upstairs. Wan Shan felt that it was a pity that Cheng Fei wasn't around. Otherwise, it would have been more fun to humiliate Lin Fan. However, he could only bully one or two of them. If I were you, I'd scram as far as I could. Ha ha ha. Wan Shan laughed and followed his master with a proud look on his face. There's no need to get angry with this kind of person. Lin Fei said calmly. Who knows when trouble will come from the mouth and you'll bring trouble to yourself. Kid, what did you say? Wan Shan, who had just taken a few steps, glared at Lin Fan coldly. Ha, it's a pity that you didn't hear me. Lin Fei shook his head. Wan Shan was furious. Kid, remember this. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Another person who uses his connections to intimidate others. Lin Fei laughed. Shui Shan didn't have Lin Fei's mental fortitude. Brother Lin, let's go. Just as he was about to talk to Lin Fei, it seemed that he couldn't afford 1 million low-grade celestial stones. He was still very interested in the slaughter sword formation. Its power was just what he wanted. Ding! System update complete. So fast? Lin Fei was quite surprised. Thinking about it carefully, the system update should have started not long after he arrived in the Heaven Realm. There should have been a notification then, but he was unconscious and couldn't hear it. Ding! Discovered incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation. Do you want to repair it? Damn, there's such a good thing. Lin Fei was shocked. Repair. Ding. Incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation, is being repaired. Estimated time is half an hour. 1 million points will be spent. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Shui Shan asked. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Nothing. Let's go. With this function in the system, Lin Fei didn't have to spend 1 million low-grade celestial stones to buy a slaughter sword formation of 1 level. Only a fool would spend such a sum of money. Humph, don't pretend if you don't have money. Young Master Ing is right. Loose demons are all poor. When Lin Fei left, the fairy started to complain. World Commerce Hall, 2nd floor. The first floor belonged to the World Commerce Hall. There were no restrictions. If one wanted to go up to the next floor, one would need to be qualified. Wan Shan, your vision is too narrow. It's just a few loose demons. If you don't like them, just kill them. Ing Wuhan said casually. How's the situation over there? Young master is right. Wan Shan said respectfully, it's almost done, but for some reason, the purgatory sects people have sealed off that area. On the surface, they say they're here to capture a serious criminal. I think they must have heard something. Do you want to change the time? No. Ing Wuhan's eyes were cold. I've taken a fancy to that thing. I won't allow anyone to take it away. Even if it's purgatory sect. Keep a close eye on it. There can't be any accidents. I'll let them know later. Wan Shan nodded. After leaving the World Commerce Hall, Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went back home. The system update was complete. Nothing was more important than this. With the system update completed, Lin Fei could finally vent his anger and give them a big gift. After returning, Lin Fei said a few words to Xue Shan before returning to his room. I didn't expect to get a sword formation from this trip. It should be enough for me to use for a while. He opened the system. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei opened the system. Whoosh! This time, when the system was opened, the interface was different from before. His personal data was reset to 0. Player, Lin Fei. Realm, Heaven Celestial Stage. 1 billion experience points to the next stage, Mysterious Celestial Stage. Shop System, activate. Pet System, activate. Repair System, activate. Divine Powers, Celestial Demonic Body, First Transformation, /9th Transformation. Lucky Draw activated. Do you want to start the lucky draw now? Chapter 741. As soon as the interface changed, Lin Fei knew that there was a change. Most importantly, the sword techniques and cultivation techniques that he had cultivated previously had disappeared and were not included in the statistics. Only the God-Fiend Body First Transformation was a new addition. Lin Fei knew that the cultivation techniques of the lower realm were no longer suitable for the heavenly realm. The system had automatically blocked them. He needed new cultivation techniques in the heavenly realm, and the God-Fiend Body he had chosen previously was one of them. If a God-Fiend Body at the first God-Fiend stage is already so impressive, wouldn't it be extremely impressive at the 9th God-Fiend stage? Lin Fei almost drooled. A God-Fiend Body was definitely more terrifying than a Sky Immortal Body. The cultivation techniques of the lower realm disappeared, but Lin Fei's mood did not change. Lin Fei was very interested in a new repair system. This was something that had never existed in the lower realm. It seemed that his divine sword could be repaired. It was a divine-grade sword after all. With the lottery notification, Lin Fei was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this lottery for a long time. He did not know what kind of cultivation techniques the system would give him after the upgrade. Activate lottery. In the next second, Lin Fei was in a space that had not been there before. In the empty space, a big red disc suddenly appeared. It was like the lower realm, the only additional space. Ding! Player Lin Fei can draw 3 rewards in a row. The system sent a notification. 3 chances. I must draw something good. Lin Fei was elated. Begin the first round of lottery. Ding! System notification. You can choose to draw a lottery. Increase the chances of drawing a lottery. The system sent another notification. This time, Lin Fei was shocked. There was such a good thing. In the past, the lottery was random. After the system update in the upper realm, this option appeared. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei saw the lottery area on the disc. Divine Weapon, Immortal Armor and Robe, Divine Pills and Miraculous Medicines, Peerless Divine Technique. Lin Fei's eyes almost fell to the ground. I like this update. All this while, Lin Fei had been rather unhappy with the random draw. He had missed the opportunity every single time. Let me think. I should choose the first one. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. As for the immortal sword, I already have a set of Sun Moon swords. I also have a divine grade divine sword. I just need to repair it and it can be used. For the first draw, I'll choose the peerless divine art. Who asked Lin Fei to have so few techniques right now? One eternal god fist wasn't enough, and he needed another. Lin Fei subconsciously clicked on the Peerless Godly Arts section. The large disc in front of him changed, and a series of cultivation techniques appeared, dazzling him. Drawl. Lin Fei watched for a moment and did not continue. There were simply too many. The first lottery draw begins. This time, Lin Fei was not as nervous as before. He was already used to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Celestial Martial Art 6 Swift Sword Styles. Sword art, I like it. Up until now, what Lin Fei wanted the most was a sword art. With the invincible sword intent, he would have an invisible advantage, and at the same time, it would be a martial art on the surface. Ding! Learned 6 Swift Sword Styles. Lin Fei had never worried about learning new techniques. The profound meaning was fused into his memory. What a fast sword art! Lin Fei laughed heartily. He had always been dissatisfied with his sword art, and that was its speed. The essence of this 6 Swift Sword Styles was the word fast. It adhered to the saying that speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in all martial arts. The moment you made a move, the opponent would have already killed you. This was fast, the supreme truth. It could be said that there was nothing more satisfying than this sword art in his first lottery draw for Lin Fei. Let's continue. This time, Lin Fei still chose a martial art. Only then did he find out that he could choose one of them. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Movement art, draw. Let's hope to get a good movement art. Lin Fei thought. A movement art paired with a sword art. With my strength, this would definitely be the best way to attack. In the lower realm, Sword God had escaped, and Lin Fei had remembered the flaws of his movement technique. He would definitely not forget movement arts in this lottery draw. Out of the 3 lottery draws, Lin Fei would rather use 2 of them on martial arts. If he wanted to win in battle, he would need something that others didn't have. Sword art was Lin Fei's advantage. Then there was nothing more suitable than the previous sword art. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Heaven-grade movement art Wind Cloud Shift. Lin Fei already knew that at his cultivation level, the movement art he drew would be suppressed to the Heaven grade. Unless he raised his cultivation level, he would have to kill a powerful being and steal a martial art. Done. Lin Fei learned the Wind Cloud Shift. This movement art was derived from the wind and clouds, coming and going without a trace. It was a movement art that surpassed the Sky Immortal level. That's great. After looking at the technique, Lin Fei knew that this movement art was very suitable for him. With my strength, I'm afraid that even a mystic immortal expert might not be able to catch up to me. The 6 quick sword styles and the Wind Cloud Shift greatly increased Lin Fei's strength. This is the last chance. I think it's better to give it to the battle armor. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Although my God-fiend body is strong, it should be able to withstand a Sky Immortal expert. Once I meet a mystic immortal, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. It's better to get an immortal armor just in case. When he ascended, the mighty figure had only used 1% of his strength. That was why the God-fiend body was able to withstand it. Even so, he had been seriously injured. I'll choose the armor. Lin Fei made his final decision. The wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the Immortal Armor, 9 Dragons Armor. There was one more Immortal Armor in the system's storage. Lin Fei immediately took out the immortal armor and the system sent him the refining method. It turned out that the immortal armor could be refined and kept in the body. Once there was danger, it could be automatically worn. So this immortal armor of mine can summon the 9 dragons to protect me. Lin Fei was shocked after seeing it. The items given by the system are truly amazing. Lottery complete. The next lottery draw will be at the Mystic Immortal Realm. Player Lin Fei, keep up the good work. Lin Fei was teleported out and appeared in the room. Cultivation technique, immortal armor, I have it. The system has returned to normal. Looks like I can vent my anger. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. You attacked me while I ascended. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're so great. Even if you're the sky, I'll still stab you to pieces. Lin Fei took out the 9 dragons' immortal armor, sat down and started refining it. You're going out? 2 days later, Cheng Fei was not surprised to hear Lin Fei's words. I've been in the heaven realm for a while. Sorry for troubling you. Lin Fei said with a smile. We're all ascenders, there's no need for trouble. Cheng Fei said, be careful outside. The heaven realm is different from the lower realm. The people from Purgatory sect are still looking for you. It's best for you to change places. Go to a big city or join a big sect. With your talent, you should be able to do it. Lin Fei nodded, I will. Even though he had not stayed for long, Lin Fei knew that Cheng Fei's words were all sincere. The heaven realm was a place that worshipped power more than the lower realm. Thus, the competition for resources was more terrifying. Captain, why didn't you stop him? After Lin Fei left, Shui Shan could not help but ask. Cheng Fei looked at the sky. Men should be like this. You really have to learn from Lin Fei on this point. Shui Shan opened his mouth but did not say anything. Captain, will Lin Fei be in danger if he goes like this? Another team member said, recently, the Purgatory sect has become the hottest topic in the Immortal Wild City. Everyone is talking about them. Lin Fei is not as hot-blooded and impulsive as you think. Let's just sit and watch the show. Cheng Fei revealed a smile. This is really exciting. Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe as he walked in the Immortal Wild City and went straight out of the city. Take revenge on them, take revenge on them. If the other party openly attacked him, Lin Fei would definitely not be angry. What was hateful was that as a supreme expert, they actually used such a method. They were really shameless. Even supreme experts were shameless, so of course Lin Fei did not need to be shameless. It was a good opportunity to use your Purgatory sect as an example. I want you to know that the person you are talking about can give you an unforgettable memory. They are also leaving the city? At the city gate, Lin Fei looked forward and saw a few figures sitting in a carriage. The carriage was pulled by a flood dragon, a total of 8 flood dragon horses. These flood dragon horses were said to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. Even though it was very thin, one day, they could still transform into a supreme flood dragon. They were extremely fast and had always been the best mounts for going out. A flood dragon horse with a low-grade bloodline was worth hundreds of millions of low-grade celestial stones. It could be said that a flood dragon horse was a symbol of status and not everyone could have one. Ing Wuhan's 8 flood dragon horses were really not ordinary. The surrounding people all stayed far away, so Lin Fei could see them and recognize them at a glance. I wonder where they are going. Don't let me see them, otherwise, I will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at them disappearing into the sky. He still remembered Shui Shan's words. He naturally did not have a good impression of Ing Wuhan and the others. Were they not human? After leaving the Immortal Wild City, Lin Fei headed towards the mountain range. He had already figured it out these days. Wind and cloud transformation. When he reached a place with fewer people, Lin Fei used the wind and cloud transformation movement technique. His entire body seemed to become blurry and he disappeared just like that. What a powerful movement technique. When he came out again, Lin Fei was already 1,000,000 miles away. In the past, Lin Fei could at most fly 340,000 miles at a time. That was already his limit, but now that he used his movement technique, his speed had increased by more than 3 times. Chapter 742. Green Wild Mountain Range. This mountain range, which had always been very popular, was now sealed off by someone, preventing anyone from entering. Groups of black-clothed disciples with overwhelming murderous auras stood guard at the exit of the mountain range like death gods. It was as if a huge formation had been set up above the mountain range, sealing it off completely. In fact, the wild green mountain range was not sealed. The Purgatory sect was arrogant, but that didn't mean they had the guts to seal off this mountain range. From the moment they sealed the area, the first to bear the brunt of the pressure was Celestial Wild City. As the closest city, its benefits were affected. It could be said that the Purgatory sect had endured until now. If they still couldn't find the criminals, it would be impossible for them to continue. At one of the exits in the mountain range, there were many immortals gathered here in groups. Some were adventurers, while others were spies from various places. The Purgatory sect's actions were simply too strange. Since when did a serious criminal warrant the Purgatory sect mobilizing so many people and even sending experts to resist the pressure of so many factions? There must be something strange about this. What are the people of the Purgatory sect trying to do? Sigh, who knows? Perhaps some incredible treasure has appeared in the mountain range, and they're doing this on purpose to keep everyone out. It's been so many days. What exactly is the Purgatory sect thinking? Even if there's a serious criminal, he's probably already escaped. How could it be the Purgatory sect's turn to capture him? Let's wait a little longer. The Purgatory gate won't be able to seal the mountain range for long. Outside the mountain range, there were many people gathered, waiting for the mountain range to reopen so that they could go in and hunt their immortal beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purgatory sect had a powerful background, they would have already charged in. Why would they care about being sealed? On a towering tree in the distance, someone was standing on it. Humph, I didn't expect that after so many days, your Purgatory sect is still looking for me. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't let me go. A cold light flashed in someone's eyes. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter you all. The person standing on the towering tree was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. He had been worried that the Purgatory gate had left. That would have been a wasted trip. At the exit of the mountain range, the people from Purgatory sect were still there. Lin Fei knew that it was time to give them a gift. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he escaped into the divine flame space. A good show was about to begin. In the middle of the mountain range, at the top of a towering mountain, looking down, it was extremely cold. At this moment, there were a few people gathered on the mountain peak. All of them had powerful auras that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. They were all Xian immortal experts. Could that person have already left? The remaining eye of a one-eyed immortal flashed with a fierce light. We've sealed the area for so many days. If he's injured, he shouldn't be gone. He can't possibly fly into the sky or burrow into the ground, right? I think Elder Dulong is right. Those guys in Immortal Wild City are already prepared to watch us make a fool of ourselves. There's only 1 day left. That person should be gone. Deacon Leng Yun said with a sullen face. As Purgatory Gate's outer court elders, they had been ordered to come out and capture a serious criminal. But even after so many days had passed, they still hadn't seen a single trace of the other party. They almost doubted whether the orders from above were correct. Everyone's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. He was the person in charge of this event, Elder Ao Tian, the only inner sect elder. Even if it's the last day, we must find him. Elder Ao Tian said in a deep voice. We've spent a lot of manpower and resources to find him no matter what. We can't be labeled as incompetent. Do you understand? A label of incompetent. The outer court elder's eyes twitched. Continue to expand the area. Take down any suspicious people first. Lin Fei entered the Green Wild Mountain Range without any obstructions. He released his divine sense to search for Purgatory Gate's disciples and began to take revenge on Purgatory Gate. Found them. Lin Fei's divine sense was powerful, but he didn't cover the entire area. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the experts. After a few breaths, he found the first search team. There were a total of 7 people in this search team. All of them were Heaven Immortals. The team leader was a perfected Heaven Immortal. Damn it! Who could be in this mountain range? Didn't we come here for nothing? What are the higher-ups doing? If we have the time, we might as well find a woman to sleep with and have some fun. Their team had been searching for several days. They were as tired as dogs. In the end, they didn't see a single person. Instead, they were attacked by immortal beasts several times. All of them were injured. At this time, they had a bellyful of anger that they couldn't vent. They couldn't help but blame the higher-ups for sending them here. The search team leader snorted. One more day, and we can leave this damned place. Now, all of you, buck up. You have no chance. It was as if the voice of the Grim Reaper had suddenly appeared in their ears. A black sword light appeared in front of them. It was so fast that they couldn't react. They watched helplessly as it passed through their necks. Immediately, their heads flew and blood splattered. Run! Too strong. The 7 primordial spirits flew out. They were so scared that they didn't know where to run. Hua Hua, the sword light came and crushed the 7 primordial spirits. Before they died, they saw a blurry figure appear. What a fast sword! Lin Fei appeared. He had just used the 7 styles of quick sword. He wanted to injure them and defeat them one by one. Unexpectedly, the sword technique's power was so shocking that the 7 sky immortals couldn't withstand it and killed them. Lin Fei was very surprised. Even a perfected sky immortal was killed so easily. It seems like Purgatory sect is going to pay a heavy price. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the storage rings on the ground. He found that they were all immortal stones and elixirs. They weren't rich. As for the immortal sword in his hand, they were all scrap metal. They weren't worth much. Hairball, hurry up and eat. Lin Fei released Hairball. She had been holding it in. The moment she came out, she flew up and swallowed the corpses, revealing an intoxicated look. Foodie. The first battle was so easy. He killed them. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei turned and left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Fei ran into the Purgatory sect's search team again. They were all assigned to Heaven Immortals. On second thought, he was at the Heaven Immortal realm, so it was normal for Heaven Immortals to deal with him. Whoosh, 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 as the sword light flashed, a head flew into the air. In the beginning, Lin Fei's mastery of the sword didn't really change. But as he killed more and more people, he could crush the Sky Immortal's primordial spirit and kill them with one strike. Not bad, another 5 Sky Immortals. Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and collected the spoils out of habit. As for Hairball, she became a professional at destroying evidence. Chapter 743. Under the Night Sky. A group of people were gathered around a bonfire, and an immortal beast was being roasted on top of it. It had already been roasted to a golden color, and with the addition of spices, the aroma wafted through the air. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take a bite. Old 7 and the others, why aren't they back yet? This was a temporary resting spot for Purgatory Gate. They had searched for an entire day without any results. At night, they chose to hunt an immortal beast to reward themselves. Who knows? The dozen or so celestial immortals sitting around were all focused on the barbecue. They didn't care about where they had gone. They couldn't wait to come back so they could have a good meal. They're back. Suddenly, a celestial immortal turned his head and saw someone appear. Damn, these bastards. They knew to wait until the food was cooked before coming back. When the person walked out of the darkness, they realized that he wasn't from Purgatory Gate. Their expressions changed, and they all stood up. This person was very young, and on his shoulder was a round little fellow. But for some reason, this young man made them feel a sense of danger, as though he was extremely dangerous. Halt! A celestial immortal said harshly. That person stopped and said, "This thing is roasted pretty well. I happen to be hungry. I now announce that this thing is mine." The people of Purgatory Gate were used to being arrogant. Since when did someone snatch something from them? Shameless boasting. Kill him. Whoosh whoosh, the two celestial immortals laughed viciously and attacked with their swords. Pft, pft, the two celestial immortals had just charged out when their heads flew into the air and fell to the ground with a thud. That young man walked forward step by step, as though he had just done something insignificant. More importantly, they hadn't seen how he had done it. How dare you kill people of Purgatory Gate? I'll let you know what regret is. Brothers, kill him. The captain was enraged. Daring to kill people of Purgatory Gate in front of them, he must be tired of living. Kill. Kill this guy. The celestial immortals of Purgatory Gate swarmed forward, unleashing all sorts of attacks, trapping the opponent in a storm. Too slow. More than 10 people attacked, but their attacks missed. That person shook his head and walked over step by step. He was moving very slowly, but in the end, he appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal and slashed down. Just as the Heaven Immortal was about to raise his hand, his head flew off. Blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. The team leader was in a state of shock. Since when was a heavenly immortal so strong? But in that moment of hesitation, more than 10 of his subordinates were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were no longer breathing. Even their primordial spirits had been destroyed. You're dead. Our people will definitely kill you. The team leader's full-circle heavenly immortal strength had already scared the sh*t out of him. He threatened the other party fiercely while running towards the forest, losing the confidence to make a move. More than 10 celestial immortals had been slaughtered just like that. My body. Not long after, the captain turned around and saw that his body had stopped. His vision went black, and he knew that he had died. So fast. Lin Fei sat down and enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat. Hairball continuously swallowed the corpses on the ground, and she was not afraid that her stomach would explode. This meat tastes good. As expected of someone who grew up in the heavenly realm. His body contained celestial qi. Lin Fei took a bite. The texture was very good. The barbecued meat also contained celestial qi, which was not available in the lower realm. The signal has been sent. I wonder how many people will come. Lin Fei took another bite. I hope I can kill to my heart's content. Since entering the mountain range, Lin Fei had killed wave after wave. With his movement technique and sword technique, celestial immortals could only be killed. Could they resist? They couldn't resist at all. Lin Fei was very glad that he had chosen a powerful sword technique. Just like what was said, in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. The fifth team seems to be in trouble. The huge energy wave just now was like a beam of light in the night sky. It was impossible not to notice it. Let's go and take a look. In the past few days, they had been searching for the felons of the Purgatory sect. There were very few battles. The Purgatory sect was famous, and no one dared to offend them. Now that there were fighting waves, they immediately rushed over to see what was going on. Many are here. I can finally kill to my heart's content. Lin Fei continued to eat the barbecued meat, not worried at all. There were a total of 7 or 8 search teams nearby. There were a total of 40 to 50 people, and they surrounded this location. The thick smell of blood wafted over. They knew that something had happened. When they saw a young man sitting there eating barbecued meat, and the people of the Purgatory sect had disappeared without a trace. It's that felon. It must be him. Only he would dare to kill our people so openly. Someone reacted immediately. That's right. I am the person you want to capture. Lin Fei spat out a bone and admitted it. It was only interesting this way. Capture him and you will be heavily rewarded. The few team leaders' eyes were filled with excitement. It was like a man seeing a woman. How could they not be excited? So the people of the Purgatory sect were excited. Capturing this guy was equivalent to making a great contribution. Wouldn't they rise in the Purgatory sect? At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't escape from their eyes. He was destined to be captured by them. Killing sword formation. Lin Fei snorted. 720 celestial swords flew out. Cold light shone in all directions as they shot out. Damn, 720 celestial swords, killing sword formation, displayed its might. Every celestial sword that flew out would take a life. Pu many heaven immortals fell to the ground. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Heaven immortals were killed just like that. Once a heaven immortal died, killing intent would appear on the 720 celestial swords. A black light appeared on the swords. They are all dead. The remaining captains retreated in fright, their faces all revealing horrified expressions. They had truly been provoked. Let's work together to take him down. The few team leaders were unwilling. Moreover, they were all at the full stage of heaven immortal realm and had thick celestial power. They weren't afraid that they couldn't suppress him. Kill. For the sake of their future, they attacked. Lin Fei activated the killing sword formation once more. The giant sword turned into a disc and blocked all their attacks. The celestial swords flew out. Every celestial sword contains supreme power. Pu, the killing sword formation is really amazing. Lin Fei retracted the killing sword formation. Every person I kill will increase the killing sword formation strength. In the later stages, the killing sword formation strength will only increase. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the killing sword formation. Especially the attacks it used. The stronger one was, the stronger the attack would be. Lin Fei sat for a while longer. He ate the barbecued meat and let Hairball eat the rest. Only then did he stand up and leave something for them. He slowly left. The show was about to begin. 200 of our Purgatory sect's disciples died. The Purgatory sect disciples would contact each other once in a while to report the situation. When some couldn't be contacted, they didn't care too much. But when there were more people, they realized that something was wrong. Something had happened. The team leader who came to report was scared witless. He didn't dare to raise his head at all. It was as if he could already see the elders' gloomy faces. The 3 outer sect elders blew their beards and glared. They couldn't believe it. They had lost 200 disciples in such a short time. How could they report to the higher-ups? Do you know who did it? Elder Poisonous Dragon's face was cold. This is a provocation to our Purgatory sect. There were many disciples in Purgatory sect. Losing 200 disciples was nothing. But to them, this was a big matter. They didn't catch the culprit and instead lost 200 disciples. It was really a big hat of incompetence. How could they endure this? They had to find the culprit. Report, we found clues of a serious criminal. Just when this team leader didn't know how to reply, another team leader came up to report the situation. Where is he? Leng Yun was the most concerned. He ran away. The team leader was uneasy. He left something behind. Hurry up and bring us over. Leng Yuan and the other outer sect elders and deacons were more concerned than anyone else when they found traces of the culprit. Preposterous. When they arrived at the scene, the bonfire was still burning. The smell of blood filled the air. It was clear that a massacre had happened not long ago. The least hateful thing wasn't this. It was the tree trunk in front of them. There were a few blood-colored words on it. The massacre has just begun. Kill until your purgatory sect is afraid. This is a provocation. Deacon Leng Yun furiously sent a palm strike at the tree trunk, shattering it into pieces. Even so, he was still unable to suppress the rage in his heart. This was a declaration of war against Purgatory sect. No one had ever been so bold to do such a thing to them. After killing more than 200 disciples, he made such a declaration. He was going to fight to the end. The outer sect elders usually had self-restraint. But no matter how much self-restraint they had, they still couldn't hide it. Elders, there's no need to worry. This person won't amount to much. Elder Outyan said. Immediately give the order. Gather the teams together. Doesn't he like sneak attacks? Let's see how he does it. Other than that, this person must have an accomplice. From now on, if you see any outsiders in the mountain range, kill them without mercy. I'd rather kill one by mistake than let one go. Seeing that the inner sect elders didn't say anything, Elder Outyan said. After giving the order, Elder Poisonous Dragon and the others blushed. Inner sect elders were inner sect elders. They weren't affected by the outside world at all. The few of you, each take a team. That person can't be that strong. Once you find traces of him, take him down. Elder Outyan ordered again. As the order was given, the scattered Purgatory sect disciples in the mountain range began to gather again. As they gathered, another piece of news came. They didn't just lose 200 disciples, but 300 people. A total of 300 heaven immortals. Chapter 744. For the sake of capturing Purgatory sect's felons, Purgatory sect had arranged for over 1,000 heavenly immortals. It could be said that they had mustered up a large force. To capture a heavenly immortal felon, 1,000 heavenly immortals was enough. Initially, they thought that they would be able to capture the other party and bring him back to the Purgatory Gate with their many celestial immortals. Who could have thought that this would be the outcome? Before they could even catch a glimpse of the other party, they had already lost 300 heavenly immortals. This was a heavy slap to Purgatory sect's face. Inner Sanctum Elder Immortal Ao Tian gave the order, and all the Purgatory sect disciples sprang into action. They gathered the remaining heavenly immortals together, not giving the enemy any chance to launch a sneak attack. The people of Purgatory sect truly didn't care about a mere heavenly immortal. At this very moment, the heavenly immortal in their eyes had taught them a profound lesson. They had lost a total of 300 heavenly immortals. Quick, quick, quick! A series of piercing sounds could be heard as they approached a certain place. Bastard! Deacon Leng Yun led his disciples to a place. The scene before Administrator Leng Yun caused his veins to bulge. Everyone could feel the overwhelming rage coming from Administrator Leng Yun's body. It turned out that a moment ago, one of the search parties had sent news over, and Leng Yun had immediately rushed over with his men. However, when he arrived, all he saw was a ground littered with corpses and a few words written on a section of a tree. You guys are too slow. Deacon Leng Yun seemed to be able to visualize the scene of someone killing a Purgatory sect disciple, erecting this sign, and then leaving unhurriedly. In order to prevent themselves from being ambushed, the remaining heavenly immortals had formed a large team of 50 to 60 people. Among them, there were 8 to 9 perfected heavenly immortals. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would be able to hold their ground for a period of time and hold them back. However, the scene before them told the Purgatory sect that this fellow who had provoked the entire Purgatory sect had extraordinary battle prowess. Killed with one strike, a sword expert. Deacon Leng Yun forced himself to calm down and check the injuries of the dead disciple. His brows furrowed once more when he saw that there was a sharp sword chi left on his throat, killing him on the spot along with his Yuan spirit. Deacon Leng Yun could not help but suck in a cold breath. The dead disciple's face was filled with disbelief. Since when did such a swift sword expert appear in the heavenly immortal stage? To think that the disciples from Purgatory sect would not be able to defend themselves in time and were killed by him. Deacon Leng Yun's doubts deepened. Ah, screams could be heard from the night sky again. Not good, something happened again. Deacon Leng Yun was the first to fly away. As expected. By the time Deacon Leng Yun arrived, the ground was littered with corpses as well. From the moment the order was given until now, Purgatory sect had lost more than 200 disciples. Out of the 1,000 heaven immortals, they had lost more than 500 people. Such a huge loss caused them to be unable to remain calm. A sword technique that kills with one strike. A cold light flashed in Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes as he also saw the injuries on his disciple. It's too fast. We rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion. The other party has already left. Attendant Leng Yun shook his head. A mission that was almost in the bag ended up like this. It was not something they could have expected. They had lost more than half of their celestial immortals. They felt ashamed of this mission. You cowardly bastard, come out here. Even though Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer elder, those who could become an elder were no pushovers. However, after being slapped in the face repeatedly and failing to even touch the shadow of the other party, his suppressed rage finally burst forth. If you have the guts, let's have a good fight. Elder Poisonous Dragon's words reverberated above the entire mountain range. Something happened in the mountain range? The adventurer groups outside the mountain range pricked up their ears, their faces filled with doubt. What exactly happened inside? This seems to be the voice of a Purgatory sect elder. Someone exclaimed. Ha ha ha, you have more than 1,000 heaven immortals trying to capture me, but I killed 500 of them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Aren't you ashamed? Tonight, I will kill all of you until blood flows like a river. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a cold voice came from above the mountain range again. That cold killing intent inadvertently sent a chill down everyone's spine. What? Killed 500 heaven immortals? Who is so powerful? F***CK, don't tell me it's a felon captured by Purgatory sect. This is too powerful. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had seen Purgatory sect's heaven immortals being slaughtered. They understood why the Purgatory sect elder roared at the sky. 500 heaven immortals. Out of 1,000 heaven immortals, 500 were lost. This was a deep lesson. More importantly, heaven immortals were all famous existences of Purgatory sect in the northern region. Now, someone had killed 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect in one move. No matter who it was, the immortals who had been kept outside were in a good mood after killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect. Purgatory sect, aren't you awesome? Aren't you being killed now? Serves you right. Just you wait. This elder will definitely make you pay the price. Elder Poisonous Dragon's expression turned even uglier. There was an oppressive aura around him. He absolutely did not expect that the other party would reply and even say that 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect had been killed. He believed that before long, those who had been watching the show would definitely point fingers at Purgatory sect. This time, Purgatory sect had lost face. Chase. Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes burst with killing intent as he went straight in one direction. Ha ha ha, sorry, I killed another 100 heaven immortals. 2 hours later, laughter rang out in the night sky again. What, Purgatory sect lost another 100 heaven immortals? The people outside were stunned once again. Killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect was already amazing. Now, another 100 heaven immortals were killed. When did heaven immortals become like cabbages? This was too terrifying. Purgatory sect has lost face this time. Yeah, I really don't know who Purgatory sect has offended. I wonder if Purgatory sect will continue. 1,000 heaven immortals are probably not enough for them to kill. This is the craziest thing I have ever seen. I'm afraid that the news will spread throughout the entire immortal wild city by tomorrow morning. In a forest, a figure flashed past. It was so fast that it could not be captured by divine sense. Finally, it stopped on a towering tree. Purgatory sect sent 1,000 heaven immortals this time. I killed more than 600 of them. The remaining should be more than 300 heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought, I'm afraid they have gone completely crazy now. But this is not enough. If I kill one of their Xian immortals, I think they will go completely crazy. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill the powerful ones. Chapter 745. The night was as silent as water. However, this was destined to be a restless night in the immortal wild mountain range. There were more than 600 Purgatory sect disciples, and they were all heaven immortals. Blood flowed like a river. How humiliating was that? Hua, hua, hua. In a forest, Deacon Leng Yun was searching with his men. A total of 100 heavenly immortal disciples spread out their divine sense and swept through the place in an attempt to find the enemy. Deacon Leng Yun was personally overseeing the situation. He did not believe that the enemy would dare to launch a sneak attack. If that was really the case, he would let the enemy know what true regret was. Did he run away? Deacon Leng Yun was confused. He searched many places, but he could not find the enemy. The divine senses of more than 100 heaven immortals intertwined. It was like an inescapable net. Once the enemy exposed his divine sense, he would not be able to escape. The immortal wild mountain range was not small. Under the coverage of their divine senses, they kept pushing forward. In addition, everyone was moving in one direction, preventing the enemy from escaping. However, the enemy had disappeared. Leng Yun could not help but worry. Did the enemy not fall for the trap and knew that he was hiding? Search carefully. Don't let him escape. Leng Yun thought to himself. His expression did not change. He did not forget to remind his men to search every corner. No accidents were allowed. Hua, hua, hua. In the night, the trees moved. Leaves fell like snowflakes. Pu, piu, piu. As the leaves fell, they shot out sharp sword chi, killing the person on the spot. Someone launched a sneak attack. Where is he? Kill him. Many people died in the attack of the falling leaves. Blood seeped into the ground and dyed a large area red. All the Purgatory sect disciples were furious. They waved the immortal swords in their hands and attacked the surroundings. The enemy had left a shadow in their hearts. He's finally here. Leng Yun's eyes flashed coldly. His murderous intent soared into the sky. His powerful divine sense turned into a vast ocean, searching for the attacker. Pu, piu, piu. The Purgatory sect disciples kept dying. The person was like a ghost in the dark, harvesting their lives. They did not even see him clearly before he died. Spread out. Leng Yun's face darkened. He had never been this moved before. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so fast? Even my divine sense can't catch it. Someone was attacking, but Leng Yun could not tell who it was. Helplessness rose in his heart. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one. Get out here. In less than a dozen breaths, Leng Yun's face was already gloomy. It was too fast. Leng Yun had never thought that one could kill people so quickly. Over 100 celestial immortals died just like that. You guys from the Purgatory sect are really weak. A person walked out of the forest. He was ridiculously young and had a lazy voice, as if he had done something insignificant. Leng Yun nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Purgatory sect's heavenly immortal disciples were all elites. In the outside world, they would be considered minor experts. Many people would flee upon hearing their names. Unable to withstand being killed? It's because you're too strong. Die. Leng Yun's killing intent flashed. A sky full of black shadows flew out, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds. The corpses lying on the ground exploded one by one, turning into black water that was extremely poisonous. This was a hidden weapon of immortal Leng Yun, the soul-destroying nail. It was extremely poisonous and killed people without a trace. Once the physical body touched it, the body would turn into black water and die. It was a famous poisonous immortal weapon in the heavenly domain. Ha ha ha, that's all. When Leng Yun saw the other party fall, he was finally in high spirits. If it was during the day, Leng Yun was worried that it would not succeed and it would be easy to dodge. But at night, the soul-destroying nail was a vicious hidden weapon that could deceive one's divine sense. It was a top-notch item for killing people. Leng Yun was not worried that the other party would be able to dodge this sudden attack. He had a total of 360 soul-destroying nails. As long as one was struck, the other party's physical body would not be able to withstand it, and he would die in agony. To think that I, Leng Yun, would have a day where I would make such a great contribution. Leng Yun walked up with large strides. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to survive my soul-destroying nail. As a mystic immortal, Leng Yun let down his guard when he used his full strength. Especially when he saw the other party lying on the ground with soul-destroying nails all over his body, who could block it? That might not be the case. The person lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Leng Yun was shocked. He saw a large patch of black light flying towards him and entering his body. Why aren't you dead? Looking at the soul-destroying nail on his body, Leng Yun kept retreating until he hit a large tree. He revealed a look of despair. He really did not expect that his soul-destroying nail would not be able to kill the other party. Instead, he was tricked. He did not even make a few grunts before his physical body began to rot into black water. Even his primordial spirit could not escape and was corroded in the void. Damn it, I wonder how many people such a vicious hidden weapon has harmed. What a scourge. Lin Fei walked over and kept the soul-destroying nail with a wave of his hand. It was a good item for scamming people. It was not surprising that the storage ring was also a lot richer than that of the heavenly immortal disciples. Fortunately, the god-fiend body is mighty and impenetrable. Lin Fei thought to himself. After I destroy the people from Purgatory sect, I must find a chance to cultivate the last few transformations of the god-fiend body. Although the god-fiend body blocked the attack easily, Lin Fei did not have it easy and suffered a lot. The full power of a mystic immortal's attack was extraordinary. Purgatory sect dogs, listen up. Your deacon Leng Yun has been killed by me. Ha 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 ha. In the night, Lin Fei's voice spread in all directions. Killing a heavenly immortal was nothing, but once the number of heavenly immortals he killed increased, it was not an ordinary matter. Now that another mystic immortal disciple had been killed, and he even said such words in public, it was no less than a slap to Purgatory sect's face. Damn! Who is this person? He's so mighty. Deacon Leng Yun, that's an early-stage mystic immortal expert. How did he get killed? Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. The immortals outside were originally unhappy that they were blocked by Purgatory sect, but with the changes in the mountain range, their mood improved. They were not in a hurry to enter the mountain range. If they had the time to watch a good show, they might as well watch it first. Daring to attack a Purgatory sect disciple, this person was extraordinarily courageous. Deacon Leng is also dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon almost blacked out. He could not believe it was true. A heavenly immortal brat killed Deacon Leng Yun, a mystic immortal expert. No, I can't go down alone. Elder Poisonous Dragon stopped and no longer searched. He sent a message to Elder Outyan. After a while, Elder Outyan brought people over. Elder Outyan's face was gloomy. Leng Yun is too outrageous. He discovered the other party's tracks and didn't tell us. Instead, he tried to take them down. He deserved to die. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder. At this moment, he did not dare to speak up for Deacon Leng. To be honest, if Elder Poisonous Dragon encountered them himself, he would definitely not tell them. Instead, he would take them down in the shortest time possible and make a great contribution. But at this moment, Elder Poisonous Dragon was very clear about Elder Outyan's temper. He was obviously angry. It was better not to say anything to avoid being scolded. There's no need to search. Elder Outyan did not expect things to develop in this direction. We had 1,000 heavenly immortals, and now there are only about 200 left. If this continues, we might be completely annihilated. Let's personally take charge and see if he dares to come. What about Celestial Sect? Elder Poisonous Dragon asked carefully. If we don't see him appear before dawn, we will inform the higher-ups and let them arrange for disciples to come and take over. Elder Outyan was exhausted at this moment. Originally, he wanted to make a contribution. It was not as simple as capturing a seriously injured guy. But in the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. This joke made him unable to talk about it. All of this was because of the culprit. If not for him, tonight's scene would not have happened. Even if they killed him, Celestial Sect would lose face because of them. They would not have a good time when they returned. They would just have to live with their tails between their legs. Elder Outyan did not dare to continue. If he really continued, the remaining disciples would be completely annihilated. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Either wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack or wait for the other party to leave. As Xian Immortal experts, this was the first time they felt powerless. Every time there was an energy fluctuation, they would rush over immediately. But in the end, there was nothing. Brat, you dare to kill Deacon Leng Yun. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Elder Outyan roared. A loud rumbling sound like muffled thunder exploded in the sky. God knows how many birds were affected and killed on the spot. Gathering together has saved me a lot of time. Lin Fei did not leave just like that. He had killed all the Purgatory Sect disciples. If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all and teach them a painful lesson. 2 Xian Immortals. Lin Fei was really nothing. Pu, the few heads of the Purgatory Sect disciples that were gathered together suddenly exploded, leaving behind sharp sword energy. He is here. Elder Poisonous Dragon licked his lips and his killing intent surged into the sky. This fellow was too bold. He really dared to come and kill them. Since you are here, why don't you come out? Elder Outyan laughed coldly. His divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings. The Purgatory Sect disciples all had solemn expressions. When they looked closely, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. He did not care about Purgatory Sect at all and casually slaughtered them. There was no one else like him. Since you want to see me so sincerely, then I will fulfill your wish. In the darkness of the night, Lin Fei walked out of the forest leisurely and openly appeared in front of them. Lin Fei's body was not considered strong. Instead, he was the skinny type. He had an unrestrained smile on his face. It was hard to imagine that after killing so many people from Purgatory Sect, he would be so ordinary. Kill him. Chapter 746. The people of Purgatory Sect were emboldened all of a sudden. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal guy was, how strong could he be? They guessed that he must have a helper. They had a profound immortal behind them and they would be able to suppress him. This was their chance to make a great contribution. This was exactly what the Purgatory Sect disciples were thinking. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal was, it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of sky immortals. They attacked even more crazily, as if they wanted to vent their anger on the other party. Facing the hundreds of sky immortals, Lin Fei's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Die! Lin Fei stepped forward and faced the hundreds of sky immortals. Rumble! The sky immortals attacked in total. Their attacks were ferocious and bottomless ravines appeared on the ground. They were all blasted out by the sky immortals. But such a ferocious attack was like a storm, completely useless. It could not stop Lin Fei at all. Pft, pft. Lin Fei's sword fell and 2 or 3 sky immortals died at the same time. The expressions left on their faces were the best proof of that. The word fast surpassed the sky immortal level. No one could stop him or avoid him. At this moment, Lin Fei showed off his abilities. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Lin Fei walked over like the Grim Reaper. None of the Purgatory sect disciples could block his sword. He's too strong. I don't want to die. Run! The Purgatory sect disciples who had rushed forward like a swarm of bees were all scared out of their wits. The newcomer's sword technique was too fast. Their heads fell to the ground the moment they attacked. They couldn't see the direction of the opponent's attack at all. In addition to the people who had been killed earlier, they completely collapsed in defeat and scattered in a hubbub. The Purgatory sect disciples weren't unafraid of death. It was just that this person was too strong. Now that they were scattered, Lin Fei became even more unstoppable. He killed with abandon, leaving behind countless corpses, as well as unreconciled eyes. Damn it! Elder Poisonous Dragon was about to vomit blood when he saw this. A Heaven Immortal brat could sweep over and defeat the remaining Heaven Immortals. Now, he finally understood why his subordinates were dying one after another. This brat didn't have any accomplices at all. Everything was done by himself. A sword technique that surpassed the speed of a celestial immortal was incomparably sharp, sweeping through thousands of people. Clang! Elder Poisonous Dragon used a long spear. The long spear was like a dragon as it whizzed forward and clamped onto the sword. Only then was it able to stop the other party's massacre. If the killing continued, the entire army would really be wiped out. What formidable strength! As expected of a mysterious immortal. Lin Fei's spear was blocked. His body flashed as he charged towards the collapsing heavenly immortal. He didn't want to fight against a Xian immortal. Pu, Piu, Piu, the moment he executed the wind cloud transformation, Lin Fei continued to reap the lives of Purgatory sect disciples like a ghost. Stop! Young Master Poisonous Dragon, who was behind, was always a beat slower. He almost vomited blood. Rumble! Every spear strike could split mountains, and its power was unparalleled. But such a spear art was always a beat slower. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly immortal disciples were slaughtered. Silence now. Lin Fei's final sword strike killed the last Purgatory sect heaven immortal disciple. The huge area was filled with corpses. Damn it, you're dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon attacked once again. He had already listed Yi Futian as his #1 enemy. At the same time, he was shocked. His early-stage Xian immortal strength and his long spear were unable to suppress a heavenly immortal. Yi Futian was like a slippery fish. He didn't know how to deal with him. Lin Fei moved around, dodging spear after spear. In the eyes of others, this spear might be fast, but to Lin Fei, it was too slow. He could dodge it himself. Now it's my turn. After dodging another spear strike, Lin Fei executed the 7 quick sword styles. Sword light was left everywhere, trapping the opponent within. I'll take it. I'll take it. Lin Fei's sword art inherited the word fast, and it was unparalleled. It was even faster than a Xian immortal's attack speed. How can there be such a sword art? Elder Poisonous Dragon blocked continuously, but Yi Futian's sword art was too fast. Wounds were left on his body, dyeing his immortal armor red. He was shocked once more. A heavenly immortal was suppressing a Xian immortal. What was going on? Elder Poisonous Dragon suspected that he had seen wrongly. Elder Outyan, why aren't you attacking? Elder Poisonous Dragon knew that in a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Futian. This fellow was too monstrous. Such a fast sword art had become like a nightmare, and there was no way to break it. Go! Elder Outyan was also shocked. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder, and he was an elder. Together with his early-stage Xian immortal strength, it shouldn't be hard to capture Yi Futian. But once he attacked, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Then, it would be meaningless. Moreover, that kid's sword art was unparalleled. Even among Xian immortals, there were few who had such sword arts. That thick immortal power and sword energy filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was truly difficult to deal with. If he didn't attack now, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to take him down at all. Binding Immortal Artifact. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After a feint, he slashed at the immortal artifact and sent it flying. He cultivated the god-demon body, and what he hated the most was binding immortal artifacts. Once he was restricted, it would be very bad. Elder Poisonous Dragon felt the pressure lessen. This kid's sword art was too amazing. Kill. Elder Outyan also attacked. He didn't watch anymore. If this continued, the situation wouldn't be good. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Fei fought the two alone. With his powerful movement technique and sword art, he circled around them. Xian immortals were Xian immortals. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Elder Outyan and Elder Poisonous Dragon used their techniques together. If it was a Xian immortal of the same level, they probably wouldn't feel good. However, the opponent was a Sky Immortal kid, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Immortal Art, Binding Art. Elder Proud Heaven unleashed an immortal technique, causing vines to fill the sky and cover the earth, forming a huge cage. After fighting for an hour, they realized that the celestial immortal fleshly body was a flaw. If they wanted to defeat Yi Futian, they had to heavily injure him and destroy his defense. Only then could they win and capture him. They want to trap me and restrict my range of movement. Lin Fei thought, two Xian immortals are quite a lot of pressure. I have to kill one of them. This is an opportunity. Heaven-shaking spear. Young Master Poisonous Dragon shouted. Wherever the spear pointed, the void seemed to collapse. The momentum was shocking and terrifying. Pfft! Lin Fei was injured by this spear. The space was restricted. The vines kept lashing as if they were alive. Each attack was no weaker than a Sky Immortal. The densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. Ha ha ha, I thought you wouldn't be injured. Young Master Poisonous Dragon finally put down his worries after this move. He was afraid that Yi Futian wouldn't be injured. As long as there was a weakness, they didn't have to worry. Sword formation, kill. Lin Fei sent out 720 flying swords. One of them chopped down, and the vines in the sky shattered. After shattering, the vines recovered, covering the sky and covering the sun, looking boundless. Ha, you finally used your killer move. Elder Poisonous Dragon laughed. His spear swayed and turned into a huge circle. It was vigorous and actually blocked the powerful sword formation. Buzz, just when Elder Poisonous Dragon thought he had blocked the opponent, the 720 immortal swords burst out with bright light. One immortal sword flew out and broke everything. Dodge, it's dangerous. Elder Outyan reminded loudly. Even he felt a sense of danger from that sword. Unfortunately, this sword was deliberately prepared by Lin Fei. It wasn't that easy to block. This was one of the killer moves against Elder Poisonous Dragon. Swoosh! This sword was like a divine dragon that shocked the world. Elder Poisonous Dragon's immortal armor shattered into pieces. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. The dragon of the divine sword arrived and the Sky Immortal's body was torn apart like a piece of paper. Divine Great Immortal Sword. Elder Aotion sucked in a breath of cold air, and an unprecedented look of greed appeared in his eyes. Even he, as an inner sect elder, didn't have much power in the inner sect. The immortal weapons in his hands were at most superior heaven grade. He didn't even dare to think about divine grade immortal weapons. Good eyes. Lin Fei took back the divine sword. It was the repaired sword that contained a trace of divinity. When it was used, it was invincible. What a pity, I'm going to use this sword to send you to hell. Slaughter Sword Formation. Lin Fei activated the Slaughter Sword Formation again. Hundreds of immortal swords gathered together and slashed down again. The sword light shot out and the terrifying power shattered all the vines. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Aotion had seen it used before. The power was ordinary and he didn't think much of it. But when the Slaughter Sword Formation arrived, it exploded with dazzling light and its power increased. Swoosh! The sword formation slashed down and Elder Aotion was sent flying. The immortal armor on his body was completely shattered and he became a naked immortal. You've been hiding something. Elder Aotion flew out from the crater and vomited blood. He showed rare fear. The power just now in this set of immortal swords had increased infinitely. He was injured on the spot. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand and a sky full of black light shot out. Elder Aotion was no longer as high-spirited as before. The moment he saw the opponent attack, he didn't care about anything else and dodged. He was too afraid of this guy. You've been tricked. As soon as Elder Proud Heaven dodged to the side, he realized that he had been duped. A divine sword appeared in front of him, pulsing with an aura of death as it stabbed into his chest. Purgatory sect will chase you to the ends of the earth. Lin Fei excelled in speed. Elder Aotion knew that he had been tricked the moment he dodged. The opponent was so fast that he couldn't react at all. You won't live to see that day. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, sucking him into the heaven and earth furnace and turning it into immortal energy to replenish his losses. Finally wiped them out. Chapter 747. Killing people is still the best. Atop a tall mountain, Lin Fei was sorting out the loot he had obtained this time. Setting aside the experience points he had gained, just the immortal stones he had obtained amounted to 30 million low-grade immortal stones. Others might be shocked by such a humongous figure. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these fellas were just paupers. After killing more than 1,000 heavenly immortals, 20 million low-grade immortal stones was nothing at all. Other than that, there were some celestial techniques that were useless to Lin Fei. He didn't need to learn them, it would be useless to learn too much. Recycle all of them in exchange for a large number of points. 30 million low-grade celestial stones and 10,000 mid-grade celestial stones. That should be enough. Lin Fei put away the items. Oh right, there are still these materials. I wonder if they are useful to me. After putting away the useful things, there were still a lot of materials of all shapes and sizes. For Lin Fei, who didn't forge weapons, they were really useless. Ding! Testing in progress. After the system update, there were many new functions, and the testing system was one of them. This system could save Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Ding! Discovered top-grade material, Star Stone, material for the second transformation of the God-Fiend body. Lin Fei was very surprised. He had planned to check on the God-Fiend body later, he didn't expect it to appear so soon. Top-grade material, Star Stone. According to the system's classification, Lin Fei quickly found the top-grade material and placed it on his palm. It was a blue stone with a warm aura, the size of a fingernail. If not for the system's notification, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that it was there. Lin Fei immediately went to check on the God-fiend body. After the system rated it as the first transformation, Lin Fei remembered it clearly. The 9th transformation was something he shouldn't have, especially when he was fighting against mystic immortals tonight. Even though they were all at the early stage mystic immortal stage, their celestial force was thick, and their celestial weapons were very powerful. The power of the spear was enough to kill a few celestial immortals. So the God-fiend body has a total of 9 transformations. Each transformation requires all kinds of materials and pills to continuously improve the body until the 9th transformation, the true God-fiend body. Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. The first transformation of the God-fiend body could fight against an early-stage mystic immortal. What would happen after the God-fiend body reached the 9th transformation? At that time, even immortal emperors would be left in the dust. To advance from the first transformation of the God-fiend body to the second transformation, I need 5 kilograms of star stone and 50 kilograms of heaven stone. Lin Fei was speechless when he saw the list of items required for his advancement. 5 gene of star stone. Such a small piece could already be seen as precious. 10 gene of star stone. Lin Fei didn't even know what it was. This was the item required for him to advance to the second job transition. What about the rest? I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God-fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God-fiend body. I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God-fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God-fiend body. The first transformation of the God-fiend body was already so awesome. Then the second transformation should be even more terrifying. If he encountered a divine-grade immortal artifact, he would be able to resist it. Ding! The system has detected that a genius treasure has appeared nearby. Lin Fei was still searching for resources when the system sent a notification. A genius treasure? As mentioned before, after the system update, there was an additional function. When Lin Fei started, the system automatically searched for it. I have to go take a look. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had heard that the heaven realm's heavenly treasures were the real heavenly treasures. Every one of them had divine effects. Now that he had come across one, it would be a pity if he didn't take a look. Search the general location. In the lower realm, this system couldn't be activated. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei was like a fish in water. Even though he hadn't seen the treasure yet, he already treated it as his own. It's quiet inside. Is it over? The people outside the mountain range were all paying attention to the situation inside. After a long time, there was still no movement. This situation lasted until dawn. Who wants to go in and take a look? There were already people who were prepared to go in and take a look. There had been no movement for a long time, and it made their hearts itch. They wanted to see what exactly was going on, and whether the Great Purgatory sect had really suffered a loss. We have to go in and take a look. There were many people gathered outside. Coupled with the news from last night, many forces had sent spies over. Their goal was simple, to observe the whole process. Charge in. The Purgatory sect disciples at the entrance of the mountain range were also restless. Coupled with the people outside rushing in, they didn't dare to stop them and let them out. Look, there are traces of battle here. Here too. These people formed groups and searched everywhere. Soon, they saw traces of battle everywhere. What a terrifying sword chi. It's still lingering even now. A powerful sword expert. Every time they looked, they would be shocked. They were truly stunned by the opponent's sword skills. The remnant sword chi intertwined like a natural barrier that couldn't be crossed. Everyone, come quickly. After an unknown period of time, urgent voices echoed in the sky. When they arrived and saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a breath. Not far from them, there was a small forest, but now it didn't look like a forest anymore. What replaced it was a mountain of corpses, as well as the heads of those who died unwillingly. Isn't that the leader, Elder Outyan? Suddenly, someone pointed at the head at the top of the corpses. His expression was filled with unwillingness. That's Elder Poisonous Dragon. Such a mountain of corpses hadn't appeared in many years. More importantly, this was a disciple of Purgatory sect. Look, there's another sentence here. Beside the mountain of corpses, there were a few words left on a huge tree trunk. Revenge has just begun. These few simple words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Who dared to take revenge against the Purgatory sect? Just who was this tyrannical? Not only did he kill people, he even piled up the corpses into a mountain. Get out! A loud rumbling sound descended from the sky like muffled thunder. The spectating immortals were all blasted away, coughing up blood. Not a single person was left standing, all of them were sent flying. If it weren't for the fact that the one who attacked had restrained himself, all of the spectators would have been killed. Golden Immortal. Chapter 748. Run! The expert from Purgatory sect is here. The people who had been sent flying weren't too badly injured and didn't affect their ability to leave. They crawled up from the ground in a panic as if they had seen a demon king and left in a hurry. Or rather, they ran in a panic. The person who had attacked them just now was a Golden Immortal expert. Each of them was an expert and had a certain amount of power in their sect. They hadn't expected that a small matter would attract the attention of a Golden Immortal expert from Purgatory sect. After a while, there was no one left except for the people from Purgatory sect. Those people had all run away. They were running as far as they could. They didn't even think about it. They couldn't wait to watch the show. It was normal for them to end up like this. How dare you kill people from Purgatory sect? The person who had come was dressed in a brocade robe. He wasn't old and just standing there seemed to cause the world to revolve around him. A terrifying aura flowed around his body and no one dared to get close. Rumble, the surroundings exploded and the ground sank. It wasn't hard to tell that this expert from Purgatory sect was furious. What had happened in Immortal Wild Mountain Range couldn't be hidden. Those people ran back from the mountain range and immediately reported the news to the various factions. Thousands of heaven immortals from Purgatory sect. All of them, including the outer sect elders, were killed. They couldn't believe this news. Since when had someone dared to attack Purgatory sect? Very few people in the northern region dared to do so. Heaven Immortal? What kind of joke was this? The first was an accident, but the second was a complete shock. All the major forces were dumbfounded. They thought that it was a powerful expert who could kill so many heaven immortals. That was understandable. But now, it was a heaven immortal kid who appeared out of nowhere. Was this a joke? If they hadn't seen the strength of Purgatory sect's heaven immortals, they would have thought that they were a bunch of trash. Before the various factions could digest the news, another piece of news came. A Golden Immortal expert from Purgatory sect had come down. Everyone was shocked. Purgatory sect had even sent a Golden Immortal expert. What had this heaven immortal kid done to deserve such anger from Purgatory sect? Then, a Golden Immortal expert personally took charge and withdrew a supreme immortal artifact to chase after the heavenly immortal kid. Everywhere he went, he killed the people in the mountain range. It was a cruel and bloody scene. He wanted to find the other party and wouldn't give up. Suddenly, the immortal wilderness mountain range became the focus of attention. Many people were trying to find out who the heaven immortal kid was and why he was worth the experts of the Purgatory sect. Some people said that he was a powerful swordsman with superb sword skills. There were others who said that this person had an exceptional immortal artifact on him and was targeted by the Purgatory sect. All kinds of gossip kept spreading. No one knew which one was real and which one was fake. Nonsense, they are all talking nonsense. In a courtyard, Xueshan's face was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect Brother Lin to be so King awesome to be able to kill so many people in one move. When he found out about the gossip that was spreading outside, he demoted them to the point where they had nothing to do. If they wanted to know the situation, then it must be them. Xiao Shan, don't ever say such things outside. Cheng Fei knew that Lin Fei wasn't simple, but he didn't expect him to do such a big thing. A Heaven Immortal killed thousands of Heaven Immortals and Xian Immortal experts. Xueshan nodded, I know, but what about them? Cheng Fei smiled, it's fine. When the time comes, I will bring you guys out to complete the mission. Out of sight, out of mind. This isn't something we can meddle in. Cheng Fei couldn't stay calm when he saw Lin Fei do such a big thing. He was actually very impressed. From the first time he saw him, he knew that he was extraordinary. How many people could face the Purgatory sect alone? For safety's sake, it was better to complete the mission outside so that he wouldn't get involved. The Purgatory sect was one of the top immortal sects in the North region. That sentence of revenge has just begun made everyone know that the Purgatory sect had done something stupid. If they didn't kill him, there would be a good show. In the continuous mountain range, the dragon horse was like the wind, flying across the sky quickly. They dodged all of the giant existences that occupied the place. This was the depths of the mountain range. It wasn't the immortal wilderness mountain range anymore, but another mountain range that was many times larger than the immortal wilderness mountain range. Countless powerful existences lived here. There were even some ancient existences. They rarely showed themselves, but once they did, they were all powerful existences. Even immortals had to avoid them. Therefore, the deeper the mountain range was, the less people dared to enter. Once a powerful existence died in the mountain range, it was a common occurrence. But now, the people on the dragon horse could avoid the powerful existences and go deeper. If people saw them, they would definitely be shocked. This group of people moved very quickly, especially the flood dragon horses, which were top-notch mounts for speed. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan Immortal pointed to a place ahead. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan, if we can get the treasure this time, I will bring you with me to Xingtian Academy. Ing Tianhen smiled, his face full of pride. Wanshan was so excited that he almost knelt down. Thank you, Master. Xingtian Academy was the most influential existence in the North region. Countless people wanted to be a member. After becoming a member, they could do whatever they wanted in the North region. Even though Wanshan had established an adventurer group, it was actually nothing much. However, if he could become a study attendant of the Holy Heaven Academy, his status would be different. If he was lucky and learned a profound immortal art, he could graduate from being a study attendant and become an outer court disciple. At that time, even a city lord would have to treat him with respect. As long as you work for me sincerely, you will be rewarded. Ing Tianhen was in high spirits. Becoming a disciple of Xingtian Academy was something to be proud of. F***CK, why are there so many powerful existences in this mountain range? Each one is more shocking than the last. This is a scam. It's all the damn system's fault. In the mountain range, Lin Fei hid in the divine fire space. He followed the system's guidance and went straight to the place where the treasure was. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not doubt the system's guidance. But after entering another mountain range, he ran into big trouble. During this period, immortal beasts kept coming out. At first, he thought it was normal, but as they got stronger and stronger, Lin Fei did not dare to make a move. The immortal beasts were too strong. Even his first transformation god-fiend body was defeated. If he did not run fast enough, who knew what would have happened? From that moment on, Lin Fei remembered to never take the system's guidance seriously. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Hence, this scene. How can there be treasures in the depths of this mountain range? Lin Fei carefully controlled the divine fire space. Even if there are treasures, the powerful existences living here should have sensed it long ago. How can it be my turn? Lin Fei could not figure out this problem. But since the system had already said so, it must be true. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei pushed the divine fire space to the limit. During this time, a few powerful existences tried to snatch the divine fire space. They seemed to treat it as a treasure, giving them quite a fright. Fortunately, they later learned to be obedient. They walked between the two territories, not worrying about encountering powerful existences. Flood dragon horses? In the divine flame space, near a valley, Lin Fei actually saw flood dragon horses. There were a total of 8 flood dragon horses. My luck can't be that good, right? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. These flood dragon horses were good stuff. As a mount, he would gain a lot of face. There seems to be someone here. After looking carefully, the scene at the city gate appeared in Lin Fei's mind for some reason. Damn, it can't be them, right? Lin Fei counted the flood dragon horses and matched their numbers. He seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that they are also here for the treasures? Although he did not know how they came here and avoided the powerful immortal beasts along the way, there was one thing that could not be changed. They were here for treasures, not for sightseeing. Damn, how dare you steal my things? I'll show you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's steal the flood dragon horses first. Let's see how you'll return. Even now, Lin Fei was still afraid of the horrors along the way. Lin Fei first observed the surroundings for a while, not daring to release his divine sense. Not seeing anyone, he suspected that they had gone into the valley. As for why they left the flood dragon horses at the entrance of the valley, that was a question. Who cares why they left them here? If I run into them, the flood dragon horses are mine. Controlling the divine flame space, he headed for the flood dragon horses. The flood dragon horses that had been chewing suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, startling Lin Fei. It turns out that the flood dragon horse is very sensitive. The moment there is any movement, it will be able to detect it. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were used as sentries. Those who did not know might really fall for it. Unfortunately, this trick is useless against me. The flood dragon horses reacted quickly, but unfortunately, Lin Fei's divine flame space specialized in dealing with them. He quietly came to the side and released a huge whirlpool, swallowing the flood dragon horse. After succeeding with one, Lin Fei knew that these flood dragon horses were just to guard against the outside world. As for the other flood dragon horses, he was not worried at all. The remaining 7 flood dragon horses were all taken down by Lin Fei. Awesome, 8 flood dragon horses. Within the divine flame space, the 8 flood dragon horses were sealed by the divine flame. As if they knew the power of the flame, they became extremely obedient. Lin Fei took away the 8 flood dragon horses just like that. Only Lin Fei could make them so quiet in a short period of time. They should all be inside. I'll take care of them all at once. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Chapter 749. Just as Lin Fei was about to go in to see what was going on, the sound of something tearing through the air interrupted his thoughts. Someone came here? Lin Fei was puzzled. Could it be that the person was also here for the treasure? Otherwise, who would appear here? Let me take a look first. He had relied on the god-fiend body and the divine fire space to get here. If outsiders could come, their strength would not be simple. It was best to be careful. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei controlled the divine fire space and attached it to the rocks. The other party arrived quietly. What a powerful aura! The moment they descended, they were like two super helicopters. Their powerful auras transformed into saber beams that whistled through the air. The surrounding trees and rocks danced in the air like snowflakes falling. It was incomparably dazzling. Lin Fei saw two young men. They looked young, but their eyes were full of spirit. A glance from them could shock the world. So far, these two were the strongest people Lin Fei had seen. They were many times stronger than the three mystic immortals he had killed before. I wonder where these two came from. What a powerful foundation. Just their auras are so condensed that they can kill heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, I kept the flood dragon horse just now. Otherwise, they would have benefited. Senior brother, this treasure is useful. We actually made it here safely. One of the short young men took out a golden skeleton and sighed in amazement. The person who was addressed as senior brother was very proud. Humph, of course. This is the skeleton of the white tiger, one of the four divine beasts. No, it should be the supremacy white tiger. It advanced from the four divine beasts to the supremacy white tiger. Its entire body contains the might of a supremacy. Any powerful existence will subconsciously be suppressed by the supremacy's might. Supremacy white tiger? Good stuff. Lin Fei drooled. He wished he could snatch it from their hands. He had worked hard all the way here, but they easily came here with the skeleton of a divine beast like the supremacy white tiger. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Senior brother is mighty. The short junior brother flattered. The supreme white tiger's skeleton is nothing. That person continued, what can our Elysium Academy not have? Right now, we are outer court disciples. Once we become inner court disciples, we will be able to enjoy even greater authority. Senior brother, let me tell you, only by continuously increasing our strength, becoming inner court disciples is our goal. Senior brother Zhao, junior brother has learned something. The short junior brother seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and was immediately filled with fighting spirit. Alright, let's go in now. There's a divine soul grass here. If it hasn't been taken, it should still be here. Zhao Long said proudly. Congratulations, senior brother. It's said that the god soul grass can strengthen one's spiritual consciousness. It's a pity that the legendary god soul grass is missing in this world. The short Feng Tian said regretfully. God spirit grass is just something from the legends. Don't believe it so easily. Zhao Long said nonchalantly. Let's go in. In a flash, the two of them entered a valley not far away and disappeared. God soul grass, God soul grass? Lin Fei pondered, could it be that the two are one? Lin Fei had consumed the god soul grass before, strengthening his spiritual consciousness and entering the heaven immortal realm. How could he not be surprised when he heard about the god soul grass, especially when it was related to the god soul grass? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I have consumed the god soul grass before, so I must get my hands on the god soul grass no matter where you are from. Lin Fei was afraid of this Elysium Academy. The two outer court disciples were only Xian immortal realm cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were like war gods descending from the heavens. When they were all in and Lin Fei was about to enter, the two of them came back. Senior brother, other than us, no one will come here. Feng Tian said disapprovingly. Zhao Long's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through everyone. God soul grass is very useful to me. There's nothing wrong with being careful. This place once had the remnant aura of the flood dragon horse. It's better to be careful. This be asterisk starred. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had not rushed in immediately. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard and exposed himself. After a while, when no one came out, Lin Fei believed that they had really entered. He then controlled the god flame space to enter the valley. The two from Elysium Academy had accumulated a lot of experience. It wasn't something Leng Yun and the rest could compare to. Lin Fei felt that it was better to be careful in case he was discovered. If he hadn't discovered the God Soul Grass before, Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. However, the words just now reminded him that the God Soul Grass and God Soul Grass had extraordinary effects. Especially when the two were linked together, the effects would be even better. Even though it sounded like a legend, Lin Fei was willing to give it a try. If he was lucky, he might get a huge opportunity. It wouldn't be worth it not to try. There are sounds of fighting. After entering the valley, there were rocks everywhere. The place was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. Lin Fei reacted subconsciously. Don't kill me. This young master is also a disciple of Elysium Academy. Lin Fei approached carefully. After passing through a pile of rocks, he appeared at the end of the valley. It turned out that the valley wasn't big. At the end of the valley, there was a small lake in the forest. The lake water was pitch black and gloomy. In the forest beside the lake, there were a few corpses. One of the corpses was injured on the ground. His chest was heaving up and down as he struggled. You're from Elysium Academy? Zhao Long stopped and asked. When they arrived, they saw that someone had beaten them to it. So, they made a move on the spot. With their strength, they swept through the area, leaving corpses on the ground. As expected, it's that young master Ng Tianhen. I didn't expect him to come for the God Soul Grass. Lin Fei was quite surprised. When he saw the flood dragon horse, he had some doubts in his heart. But when he saw Ng Tianhen on the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, I'm going to Elysium Academy in a month. Ng Tianhen explained. The two of them were simply too strong. With just one attack, they had killed off his subordinates and wounded him as well. That's right. That's right. Humph, anyone can say that they're a disciple of Elysium Academy. Do you have any proof? Feng Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He took out an item and waved it in front of Ng Tianhen. We're from Elysium Academy. Ng Tianhen's eyes flashed with joy. Senior brothers, we're from the same academy. This is my proof. He took out a token from his storage ring. The words Elysium were engraved on the front. It was as if a saint had come into being. Whoosh, the token landed in Feng Tian's hand. Senior brother, this token is indeed from our Elysium Academy. He should be a new batch of outer disciples. He hasn't sent in his origin divine sense and merged with the Elysium token, Feng Tian said, clearly relieved. Zhao Long's smile disappeared and turned into a cold sneer. The God Soul Grass that I'm interested in isn't something that you mortals can covet. Ng Tianhen wasn't an idiot. He said in a panic, you can't kill me. My aunt is an inner disciple of Elysium Academy. If you dare to make a move, you'll definitely die. Chapter 750. You're just an outer disciple who hasn't even entered the school yet. Who will know if I kill you? Feng Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. If you were an official outer disciple, we wouldn't be able to touch you with the Elysium token protecting you. But now, Zhao Long took a step forward, unleashing an immortal art. Immortal energy and runes filled the sky, interweaving together. The injured Ng Tianhen's eyes widened as his fleshly body collapsed, killed on the spot. The immortal art of a Xian immortal stage immortal was extremely powerful. It was not something the injured Ng Tianhen could defend against. You dare to covet my soul grass? You're courting death. Zhao Long sneered. Ever since he found the soul grass, he'd treated it as his own. How could he allow an outsider to steal it? Just as he said, if the other party was an official outer disciple of the Elysium Academy, they wouldn't dare to attack. The Academy didn't allow internal strife, so they left an immortal's power on the Elysium token. Once they attacked, they'd leave their aura on the body. PFFF, Zhao Long let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed into the walls of the valley, and a large number of rocks fell down. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Feng Tian, how dare you attack me? Zhao Long struggled out of the rubble. His face was filled with rage as he pulled out a needle from his back. Soul-trapping nail. Feng Tian smiled crazily. Dear senior brother, you didn't think I would attack you, did you? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was also shocked. To think that something like this would actually happen. It really was a good show. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Long didn't expect that his most trusted junior brother would make a move against him and even use the insidious soul-extinguishing nail. Zhao Long wanted to kill him. Kill me? Haha, how are you going to kill me? Feng Tian laughed. You've been hit by the soul-destroying nail and your body will melt. So will your primordial spirit. Who asked you to bring me here to find the soul grass? Only the fated can obtain such a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, you're not fated to get it. PFFF. Zhao Long spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body started to melt. The soul-destroying nail's power started. Die. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to survive, Zhao Hu took out the supreme white tiger skeleton and activated it. A ferocious light soared into the sky, and a supreme white tiger appeared. Roar, the supreme white tiger was in charge of slaughter. It released a long roar and swooped down. At both sides of the valley, mountain rocks flew everywhere and the great earth split apart. Gunmetal aura filled the skies. Bang! Feng Tian was sent flying, crashing into the valley. He had been injured in just one move. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Feng Tian struggled to stand up. You have a treasure, junior brother also has a treasure. This is a top-grade armor, otherwise, we would really be at a disadvantage. Unknowingly, a silver-white armor had appeared on Feng Tian's body. At this moment, the armor was dented, and his face was pale. Clearly, he hadn't been able to withstand that attack. That supreme white tiger just now was really terrifying. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. A piece of skeleton already possesses such might. If the white tiger sovereign was truly here, I wonder how terrifying it would be. This Elysium Academy's disciple is truly wealthy. You really hit it well. Zhao Long's aura was getting weaker and weaker. The soul destruction nail had almost melted. It's a pity that you can't use the supreme white tiger sovereign anymore. Feng Tian walked over with greed in his eyes. The god's soul grass will belong to me alone. With this god's soul grass, I will definitely be able to stand out in the outer sect. No one will be able to stop me. After using the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton once, Feng Tian was no longer worried. Primordial spirit ignition. Zhao Long, who was about to die, opened his eyes. His primordial spirit flew out and supreme power descended. He used the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton for the last time and attacked Feng Tian. Let's die together. At this moment, Zhao Long's primordial spirit completely ignited and he used a powerful killing move. Bang! The supreme white tiger sovereign arrived. Crack, crack. That top-grade armor was shattered into pieces. The supreme white tiger sovereign's gunmetal aura swept down like sword chi and interweaved. Ha ha ha, I'm still not dead. Feng Tian crawled out from the rubble. His armor was already broken. He took out an immortal pill and swallowed it to recover from his injuries. The god's soul grass is mine. No one can take it away from me. Being able to become a disciple of the Holy Heavens Academy, which one of them didn't have any ambitions? Senior brother, your mistake is that you shouldn't have told me that humans have ambitions. For the sake of standing out, what's the harm in killing you? Everyone looks out for themselves. You are too stupid. Feng Tian had followed Zhao Long for a long time and was always treated as a little brother. Ever since he found out about the god's soul grass, he had the idea to buy a sinister immortal weapon like the soul destruction nail. The Elysium token was the least guarded against such a sinister immortal weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a person walked out from the quiet valley and appeared in front of Feng Tian. I didn't expect to see such a good show in a place like this. Lin Fei walked up to the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton and reached out to grab it. Feng Tian stared at the powerful immortal weapon falling into Lin Fei's hand with a hideous expression. A heaven immortal dares to take advantage of me? You're courting death. Feng Tian's body emitted several immortal force runes. The sky was filled with dazzling lights like the stars in the night sky. Roar! Another supreme being white tiger slaughtered its way over. It released a tremendous roar, immediately shattering the immortal force symbols that filled the sky. To be able to be called a supreme being, how could it be ordinary? It slaughtered its way towards Feng Tian. Bang, 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 the heavily injured Feng Tian's body exploded. The supreme white tiger's attack was too ferocious, crushing everything in its path. In this one-sided situation, immortal light descended from Feng Tian's body as the Elysium token was activated. Enter. Lin Fei had expected this. When the immortal light descended, a wave of energy descended and hid in the divine fire space. The trembling energy traveled through the air and an immortal appeared. He had a dignified expression and could determine life and death with a glance. Once this immortal appeared, even Lin Fei, who was in the divine fire space, felt his soul being suppressed. It was incomparably terrifying. After a few short breaths, which felt like a century, the immortal dissipated. How terrifying! If Lin Fei hadn't been hiding at the side and heard their conversation, he would have been heavily injured by this supreme immortal's attack. I'm safe now. After a full hour, the valley was silent. Other than the stench of blood, there was nothing else. Standing in the valley, Lin Fei put away the supreme white tiger's skeleton. After activating it 3 times in a row, the skeleton was covered in cracks and looked like it would collapse at any moment. What a pity. If I activate it one more time, it will probably shatter. Lin Fei had a supreme treasure refining technique that could refine thousands of treasures. This supreme white tiger's skeleton wasn't refined by anyone. It could be said that anyone could activate it. The reason why Lin Fei came out so quickly was because he didn't want his opponent to get his hands on the skeleton. He activated it too quickly and it could be said that no matter how many people came, he would be able to kill them all. The supreme grade armor was amazing, but it was still torn apart by the supreme white tiger. Lin Fei didn't want to go through the same thing again. He would rather take the risk and attack. Everything went as he imagined. Zhao Long's senior brother heavily injured his opponent. Adding on the fact that he had lost his armor, he was fated to be crushed. After putting away the supreme white tiger's skeleton, Xiao Chun found a few storage rings. Unfortunately, the quality of the storage rings was not high. Under the attack of the supreme white tiger's gung metal blade, they were all trash. Not a single one was intact. As for the things inside, needless to say, they were all shattered. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Fei cared about the most was a sacred heaven token. A blank sacred heaven token. On the surface of the token, there were 2 words sacred heaven and the back was blank. They found a complete sacred heaven token at the scene with the words Zhao Long on the back. As for the other token, it was completely broken, but the words heaven ceiling could still be seen. When I go out, I will ask around about the Sacred Heaven Academy. If they are powerful, it will be much easier to find a backer. If an outer disciple can obtain a powerful immortal artifact like the Supreme White Tiger, then wouldn't it be even better for an inner disciple? Lin Fei thought, if I want to advance my god-fiend physique, I will need a large amount of supreme-grade materials and immortal pills. The Sacred Heaven Academy might be a good place to go. Whether to go to the Sacred Heaven Academy or not, Lin Fei hadn't decided yet. Therefore, he kept the 2 Sacred Heaven tokens. The only thing he had to do now was to get the Divine Soul Grass. The battle at the scene didn't affect the area. There was a piece of pure land in the middle of the lake. There was an immortal herb glowing with a silvery white light. It looked like a bright moon, and it made people feel relaxed and happy. Ing Tianhen and the rest arrived a long time ago, but they didn't go to collect it. It shouldn't be ripe yet. Lin Fei guessed. Since they came at this time, it shouldn't be far from ripening. Thinking of this, Lin Fei calmed down. The ripening day should be at night, and it wouldn't be too late. For safety and the ripening of the heavenly treasure, Lin Fei took out the array formation of the Sacred Heaven Academy's disciples from his storage ring. They seemed to have expected the change and specially brought the array formation. At this moment, it had become a free tool in Lin Fei's hands. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei felt at ease. The power of the array formation from the Sacred Heaven Academy shouldn't be simple. It shouldn't be a problem to isolate the changes brought about by the ripening of the divine soul grass. Therefore, Lin Fei began to wait just like that. The moon was high in the sky. Lin Fei waited until midnight. The bright moonlight shone down, and the temperature of the valley continued to drop. Frost appeared in the surroundings. This lake is also emitting a cold aura. Ordinary immortal herbs won't be able to survive. Lin Fei stared at the divine soul grass in the middle of the lake. Even though the cold aura was dense, it couldn't invade the divine soul grass. Whoosh in the quiet valley, the black lake began to move. Like a wave, it began to sway unceasingly. Lin Fei frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. The lake water rolled, and a giant snake about 100 zhang long rushed out of the lake. Its black scales flashed coldly under the night sky, and a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Hiss! The giant snake came out of the water, and its sinister eyes stared at Lin Fei. Chapter 751. What a scam! While hiding in the valley, Lin Fei attempted to investigate, but there was nothing in the lake. To his surprise, the flood serpent hiding at the bottom of the lake came out just as the divine soul grass was about to mature. It had the ability to fool one's divine perception. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flood serpent treated Lin Fei as a potential enemy. The black water that filled the sky shot down like arrows, instantly corroding the void. The vast void was in an incomplete state. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei didn't dare block the flood serpent's attack with his god-fiend body. The spot where he was originally at was in a mess. At the same time, there were still remnants of the corrosive aura. This flood serpent's venom is truly terrifying. Even a mystic immortal would be poisoned if they were caught off guard, right? Lin Fei constantly dodged the attacks as he guessed. The divine soul grass in the middle of the lake was about to mature. It emitted a resplendent glow that made the night seem like day. I can't continue. Otherwise, the divine soul grass will really not be fated with me. Lin Fei drew his divine sword. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use a divine-grade immortal sword. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei's sword art flew out like a wave, landing on the flood serpent's body. Such a fast sword art only left white marks on the flood serpent's body. A divine-grade immortal sword coupled with a sword art could kill even mystic immortals. However, it was useless against the flood serpent. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed. He used his movement technique and dashed over. He wanted to be the first to obtain the god soul grass. After a short attack, Lin Fei had already realized that the flood serpent was definitely extraordinary. If he could snatch it, a peak mystic immortal would temporarily be unable to break through its defenses. The flood serpent seemed to be very smart. With a flash of its massive body, the black water that filled the sky enveloped Lin Fei like a sky curtain. It wanted to block Lin Fei outside and prevent him from snatching it. Lin Fei had seen the power of the black water. It was extraordinary. Even with his god-fiend body, he couldn't withstand it. Damn it! Don't tell me I'm going to miss this opportunity just like that. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give up. The black water canopy had blocked his way. Was he really going to miss the treasure and the great opportunity that belonged to him? Whoosh! Lin Fei's primordial spirit suddenly flew out, uncontrollably. Whoosh! His essence soul rushed through the sky and strangely landed on the flood serpent's body. The flood serpent, which tried to take the divine soul grass, stopped moving. Good chance. Lin Fei activated the divine sword and tore open the sky curtain, charging over. Losing control, the sky curtain lost its power. Return. He grabbed it with his big hand, but the mellow treasure light bounced back. This was the first time he didn't catch it, which surprised Lin Fei. The god's soul grass had a spirit. Lin Fei used all his strength to uproot the godly soul grass. The moment it left the ground, a godly spirit appeared and disappeared in a flash, shocking everyone. I've finally got it. Lin Fei saw the changes in the godly soul grass. Then, he thought of the divine spirit grass that he had consumed before. It seemed to be extremely similar to this scene. The godly soul grass and divine spirit grass belonged to the same body. It wasn't unreasonable, but it was a pity that these two types were extremely rare. After obtaining the godly soul grass, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the flood serpent in the black water again. It was motionless as if it was dead. It's the problem after my primordial spirit fused with the Holy Mother again. Ever since he self-detonated, there was a certain problem with his primordial spirit fusing with the Holy Mother. It wasn't too obvious when he was in the lower realm, but after coming up, Lin Fei saw the difference, but he couldn't do anything about it. If his primordial spirit hadn't come out and stopped the flood serpent, the godly soul grass definitely wouldn't have belonged to Lin Fei. He would probably have been able to watch helplessly. My primordial spirit is absorbing the power of the flood serpent? Lin Fei was shocked. The powerful flood serpent's power was constantly weakening, and it was no longer as powerful as before. White cocoons of light kept appearing beside it. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by the white cocoon. Back in the Holy Mother's space, it was this white cocoon. Could it be that my primordial spirit is about to hatch a species? Lin Fei was secretly alarmed. It had really become nondescript. This process didn't take long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the flood serpent turned into a pile of bones. Who would have thought that the flood serpent would turn into a pile of white bones in such a short time? His primordial spirit transmitted news that the white cocoon would hatch into a powerful species in less than 10 days. Lin Fei put away the white cocoon, and his primordial spirit returned to his sea of consciousness. He didn't feel any discomfort. The flood serpent's skin should be quite valuable. Lin Fei put away the flood serpent's skin. It was definitely an extraordinary item to be able to block the attack of a divine-grade immortal sword. It was definitely the right choice to take care of it. With the godly soul grass in hand, Lin Fei planned to change locations and consume the immortal grass to see what the results would be. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound followed. A raised hand slapped down from the sky and smashed into the valley. The entire valley was instantly razed to the ground. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth for killing someone from my purgatory sect. A powerful existence appeared in the sky above the mountain. He was the one who had slammed down that huge mountain valley. The huge mountain valley had been turned into flat ground. It was a scene of devastation. It was no longer the same as before. This person was the golden immortal expert who had been chasing after him. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei rushed out from the ruins. He was injured by the palm and his god-fiend body cracked. He targeted a spot and instantly flew out. He's not dead. The golden immortal expert was shocked. A heaven immortal kid didn't die from his palm. He was really lucky. 10,000 Li capture. The golden immortal expert reached out and grabbed. His arm extended infinitely. The Jingguang was resplendent, illuminating the night sky as it grabbed towards the heaven immortal kid. Lin Fei cursed. He could still catch up to him in such a place. F***ck, was the Purgatory sect a dog to be able to find him here? This was deep in the mountain range, and there were no traces left behind. He couldn't help but admire the Purgatory sect's tracking ability. Not simple. Slash. Lin Fei slashed out. Sword intent slashed onto the long hand. With his full strength, he slashed the huge hand apart. Divine-grade immortal sword. The golden immortal expert's expression turned ugly. He had failed twice in a row. If word got out, he would be a joke. You can't escape. The golden immortal expert had a thought. His broken arm grew back and he chased, wanting to capture Lin Fan. Lin Fei raised his speed to the maximum. However, the golden immortal behind him was still unhurried. The distance between him and the golden immortal continued to close. It wouldn't be long before he lost the advantage. The speed of a golden immortal expert is really terrifying. My speed is still not enough. Lin Fei felt the pressure. As time goes on, he will definitely catch up. I have to think of a way to shake him off. The distance between them continued to close. It wasn't a good thing for Lin Fei. His eyes moved and an idea came to him. Old thing behind me, you can just eat my dust. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei activated it once more and his movement technique increased once more. Sharp-tongued fellow. When I catch you, I will definitely let you have a taste of all my methods. Chapter 752. Rumble, in the dark night, rays of light shone as bright as day. A tyrannical force rushed over. No matter what it was hit. Dust fell from the sky, fluttering everywhere. You're pissing me off. The golden immortal expert who had been chasing after Lin Fan said angrily. It had been an hour since the chase started. That heaven immortal kid's mouth had not been clean, and he kept spewing vulgarities that were hard to hear. When had a dignified golden immortal expert ever received such treatment? Everyone was respectful to him and wanted to suck up to him, afraid of offending him. But right now, a stinking brat was speaking viciously to him, and his curses were as vile as they could be. It caused this golden immortal realm expert's rage to shoot into the sky, yet he had nowhere to vent it. Brat, you can't escape from me. The golden immortal expert had attacked countless times. The tyrannical force tore through the void. If it was anyone else, they would have been torn to pieces and died countless times. Yet, this brat had persisted. He seemed to have cultivated a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. He had held on all the way and was just a small step away from taking down his opponent. Ha ha ha, old thing, I've heard your words so many times. Can't you change to someone else? Lin Fei coughed out blood as he fled. His first god-fiend body was covered in wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Fei looked relaxed, but in reality, he was under immense pressure. A golden immortal expert was indeed a golden immortal expert. They were extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that his immortal power was dense and he was constantly channeling it, he would have been caught long ago. A first refinement god-fiend felt powerless against a golden immortal expert's attack. If he was a second refinement god-fiend, he definitely wouldn't be so heavily injured. Lin Fei had expected Purgatory sect to pursue him. The only thing he didn't expect was to kill a few human immortals and heaven immortals. At most, they would have sent immortals at the mystic immortal level to deal with him. Lin Fei had never expected Purgatory sect to take him so seriously. Wrong, it should be the higher-ups who took him seriously and arranged for a golden immortal expert to hunt him down. A golden immortal expert against a heaven immortal was bullying the weak. It would be a joke if word got out. Soon. Just hold on a little longer. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. I can't spit out my blood in vain. It's important to have something in return. The golden immortal expert, Wuxian, was furious. He attacked from afar, causing the other party to cough up blood continuously. Every time he tried to catch up, the other party would explode with immortal power and widen the distance again, maintaining a distance of a few thousand kilometers. This old man doesn't believe that you're made of iron and can persevere for so long. Wuxian kept activating his immortal power, not giving his opponent any chance to heal himself. He's running towards the swamp. You want to shake me off? Don't even think about it. Seeing that the other party was running downwards, it seemed like he was about to enter a swamp filled with trees. Meteor fire rain. The meteors danced in the sky like a fireball, smashing towards the swamp. Wuxian had checked earlier. There were no powerful immortal beasts below, so there was no need to worry about waking them up. Boom boom boom, as the meteor fire rain fell, a pitch-black swamp was revealed, as well as the battered sky immortal kid below. Lin Fei snickered. You dared to use an area of effect immortal art like meteor fire rain. You're asking for it. Sigh. Your attacks are too strong. You are about to kill me. Lin Fei laughed out loudly and dashed into a dense forest. Ha! Wuxian had always had a bad temper, especially when his superiors arranged for him to hunt down a sky immortal kid. This made him very unhappy. Plus, he had been provoked several times, so he completely exploded. Boom boom, Wuxian kept activating immortal arts, trying to injure his opponent. Seeing that his opponent was about to enter the forest, Wuxian raised his palm. Dark clouds covered the sky. He wanted to slap his opponent half to death. Roar! With this slap, a wave of evil energy shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge ferocious beast, boundless and endless. Damn it, there's a powerful ferocious beast below. Wuxian's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated. In this mountain range, there were many powerful beings that were terrifying. If he was not careful, he could be decapitated. This was no laughing matter. On his way here, Wuxian had been very careful. Coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, he did not encounter any huge beasts. Whoosh, 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 the huge swamp moved and countless tentacles flew out from the bottom. Even though Wuxian was a golden immortal expert, under the attack of the giant beast, half of his body was destroyed on the spot. The tentacles were invincible in battle. Brat, I won't let you go. A Jingguang shot out and disappeared into the night. This powerful ferocious beast had not even attacked yet, but Wuxian, a golden immortal, was already panicking. He began to flee. What a pity, I didn't kill him. Below the swamp, Lin Fei did not dare to move. He watched the golden immortal escape, feeling regretful. The ferocious beast below was a darkness tentacle beast. It liked to live in the swamp. Last time, it had passed by this place and almost became its prey. Lin Fei remembered this place. Along the way, Lin Fei used the supreme white tiger to stun the other party. The people from Holy Heaven Academy all said that it was effective. Lin Fei bit the bullet and gave it a try. As expected, he succeeded. Cursing was just to provoke the other party and make them not calm down and pay attention to the surroundings. I should be safe for now. Lin Fei did not dare to stay here for long. If the supreme white tiger lost its effect, it would be very bad. Lin Fei chose to leave in the opposite direction. He did not want to bump into that golden immortal. Even if he were to be severely injured, that golden immortal was still stronger than him. It was better not to take that risk. After all, it was not worth it at all. Lin Fei traveled thousands of miles before he found an inconspicuous place and hid in the divine fire space. Since the golden immortal could find him, he must have left something on him. He had to be careful. The divine fire space was isolated from everything, so there was no need to worry. Lin Fei took out the god soul grass and planned to consume it. He remembered the legend. If it was true, it would be a huge opportunity. I should look for clues before I eat it. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei flipped through the storage rings and started to search for relevant information. It would be a huge loss to consume such a holy grass carelessly. It was not worth it. Lin Fei really found it. He found a jade scroll in Tianhan storage ring that recorded information about the god's soul grass. So, I can consume the god's soul grass directly. With this, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He took out the god's soul grass again and Lin Fei swallowed it just like that. The moment he bit it, the fragrance of the medicine filled the air and it melted in his mouth. He was immersed in a mysterious feeling. This was a feeling that Lin Fei had never experienced before. As he ate the entire god's soul grass, that mysterious feeling surged up. He closed his eyes to rest and immersed himself in that mysterious feeling. On the other side, damn brat, you actually tricked me. At the foot of a tall mountain, Wuxian was in a sorry state. The divine grade immortal armor on him had been broken just like that. If not for the divine grade immortal armor protecting him, he would not have just been injured. Wuxian took out the immortal pill and ate it. Thinking about how he was almost killed, he cursed his opponent countless times. He blamed himself for falling for it. Haha, Wuxian, how did you end up like this? Wuxian had just eaten the immortal pill when a mocking voice sounded. Then, a figure landed. He was not far from Wuxian, sizing him up with interest. It was not easy for him to escape. Wuxian did not tidy himself up. Hearing this voice, he knew that things were bad. Feng Xingzi, will you die if you don't tell me? Wuxian activated the medicine and changed into another immortal armor so that he would not be in such a sorry state. The immortal who came was also a golden immortal from the Purgatory sect. The only difference was that there was enmity between them. Feng Xingzi would always mock Wuxian. "Ha, who let me see you in such a sorry state? You are a golden immortal expert." Feng Xingzi laughed out loud and didn't seem to have restrained himself. This kind of thing is really rare. Did you fight with a huge beast? Ha ha ha. Wuxian wanted nothing more than to slap this guy to death. His mouth was as stinky as that brat's. They were equally annoying. However, at this moment, even if Wuxian attacked, he would not be a match for him. Why are you here? Wuxian changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. The higher-ups have given the order for you to capture him quickly. Right now, our Purgatory sect's reputation is very bad. We've become a joke in the northern region. Feng Xingzi chuckled out, I requested to come here on my own accord. That's why I saw this scene. This is really interesting. If you're so capable, try chasing after that heaven immortal. Wuxian scoffed. Ha ha ha, it can't be. Feng Xingzi was surprised, you couldn't have been tricked, right? That's really interesting. That brat is in this mountain range. You can go and find him yourself. Wuxian closed his eyes to rest and began to heal his injuries. He didn't want to waste any more words. It was really a sad thing. This place is full of powerful immortal beasts. Let's go together. We can take care of each other. Feng Xingzi had always been shrewd and cunning. Wuxian's strength was slightly stronger than his, but he still ended up like this. Naturally, he didn't dare to act alone. Feng Xingzi didn't believe that Wuxian was tricked by that brat. How could a heaven immortal brat be so powerful? Wuxian must have encountered a powerful immortal beast. How could he fool me? Feng Xingzi guessed arrogantly. When Wuxian heard this, he didn't say anything. That brat was too cunning. He was as slippery as a loach. Two people would be better than one person to deal with him. Even if that brat had a bad breath. His strength was still acceptable. If a golden immortal expert said that he couldn't catch the brat, he would probably be laughed at to death. Naturally, Wuxian wouldn't say that. When Feng Xingzi said this, he scoffed, whatever. Anyway, I alone am enough to catch that brat. Chapter 753. Whoosh inside the divine fire space. Lin Fei awoke from the mysterious feeling and took a deep breath. A bright light flashed in his eyes as if he had comprehended something. There seemed to be a mysterious feeling at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining a huge opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to player for advancing to the second revolution of the God-fiend body. Lin Fei was still digesting the news when he heard the system's joyful voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. I've advanced to the second revolution just like that? It was a surprise. It was just too surprising. Lin Fei tried to sense it. The demonic aura around him was several times stronger than before. It was a sign of the advancement of the God-fiend body. Second revolution God-fiend body. Isn't that a little too fast? Lin Fei wasn't prepared for his God-fiend body to reach the second God-fiend transformation. Consuming the divine soul grass would bring him such a huge opportunity. Just as the system had said, he had really obtained a huge opportunity. His God-fiend body had advanced from the first revolution to the second revolution, and his defense had reached an important level. Lin Fei had always believed that it would take a long time for his God-fiend body to reach the second revolution. It would take at least half a year, but it had been brought forward by so much. It should be the help of the divine soul grass. The dreamlike existence surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. Divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass are a natural match. They contain the spirit of a god. Lin Fei thought to himself, unfortunately, divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass usually aren't together. It's rare for the two to combine. I'm one of the lucky ones. Whoosh! 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 A massive divine sense surged out. A supreme giant stood in the divine fire space. Radiant godhood enveloped his massive body, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. My god-fiend body has advanced to the second revolution, and my divine sense has reached the golden immortal level. It's indeed heaven-defying. Lin Fei opened his mouth. My divine sense contains godhood. It's equivalent to the divine might of a paragon. It's the same for my body. Whoosh! Lin Fei's body trembled as godhood covered his entire body. A divine might appeared, covering the sky and earth. The swaying divine fire stopped moving. What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! Lin Fei laughed. For Lin Fei, he didn't have to worry about golden immortal experts with his second refinement god-fiend body. At the very least, he could ignore early-stage golden immortal attacks for the time being. When a spirit consciousness that contained godhood broke through to the golden immortal realm, it was countless times stronger than ordinary spirit consciousnesses. It could be said that Lin Fei had a lot of benefits. The fusion of the divine soul grass and the divine spirit grass is indeed a great opportunity. Lin Fei was glad that he had consumed divine spirit herbs in the lower realms. His body contained godhood. Furthermore, my god-fiend body seems to contain a body. My defense seems to be stronger. Lin Fei could feel that the divine radiance wandering around his body could even stop the divine fire. If I ever meet that golden immortal again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Even though he was still no match for the other party in terms of strength, just his second refinement god-fiend body alone was more than enough to leave the other party staring at him helplessly. As for his golden immortal spiritual perception, there was no need to even mention it. Go! The golden immortal's enormous spiritual perception rushed out of the divine fire space, rampaging and extending outwards. Damn it, that kid must be nearby. Wu Shan's complexion had recovered significantly. He held an immortal artifact in his hand and was heading in their direction. Worried that he would not be able to catch up, Wu Shan immediately chased after him after recovering from his injuries. He did not want the other party to escape from him. Feng Xingzi did not believe that the kid would dare to stop. Are you sure? That kid is only at the heaven immortal realm. How dare he stay in a place like this? Doesn't he know that he's courting death? Wu Shan ignored Feng Xingzi. If it was necessary, he would not travel with Feng Xingzi. Whoosh leaves danced in the air as a shocking spiritual perception rushed over. The divine radiance was like that of a god descending to the lower realms. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were both shocked. Such a powerful spiritual perception shocked them. Facing such a spiritual perception, they had the urge to kneel down and worship it. The two knew that they had encountered an expert. Such a spiritual perception was most likely a peak expert at the late-stage golden immortal realm or above. The two quickly stopped and tried to retract their spiritual perception. The godlike spiritual perception was extremely strong and forceful. It forcefully shattered their spiritual perception. Pft, pft, Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood. It was not easy to recover from an injured spiritual perception. It was not like physical injuries that could be recovered with immortal elixirs. Senior, we are from the Purgatory sect. The first wave of spiritual perception had injured them. Their expressions changed drastically. If the spiritual perception really attacked, they would be killed. They quickly took out the immortal door behind them and tried to suppress the other party. The spiritual perception stopped and turned into a golden armored giant. The overwhelming divine aura made it hard for them to breathe. Wu Shan regretted speaking. What was going on? He was tricked when he was chasing after a heaven immortal kid. Now, he encountered a golden immortal expert. Was he too unlucky? The people from the Purgatory sect should die. The cold voice shook their minds as if they had been sentenced to death. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi's expressions changed again. Senior, please calm down, Feng Xingzi said hurriedly. This spiritual perception naturally belonged to Lin Fei. They could not recognize him after the transformation. They felt great. So my spiritual perception contains divinity and produces divine aura. It can suppress the opponent's spiritual perception. Lin Fei immediately understood that they had treated him as a senior. Humph. You intruded into my territory and disturbed my cultivation. You must be tired of living. Lin Fei changed his voice slightly. He sounded like an angry senior who was cultivating in seclusion. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood again. They were just looking for someone. Who knew that there would be someone cultivating in seclusion in such a place? Their luck was too bad. Senior, we really did not mean it. Feng Xingzi was terrified. We are willing to compensate you. Please forgive us. His spiritual perception was already so strong that no one could resist it. If his real body appeared, wouldn't he be able to destroy them? Compensate? Can you afford it? Lin Fei was straightforward. First, they were chasing after him. Now, it was his turn. I was refining immortal elixirs here and failed. How are you going to compensate me? The two were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The heaven realm and hell were huge. Just the north region alone was huge and boundless. Some immortals who refined immortal elixirs liked to be in the wilderness. These people hated to be disturbed. Once they messed things up, they would be furious and fight the person who disturbed them. This was a place where ferocious beasts gathered. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi almost vomited blood. They encountered such a thing. It was no wonder that the other party was so murderous. If things went wrong today, he might really die here. Escape? They were both golden immortals. They could not escape at all. Senior, please don't kill us. For the sake of the Purgatory sect, we will compensate you. Wu Shan struggled and begged. Chapter 754. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were filled with hope. They wanted to capture the kid who gave the order so that they could make a huge contribution and raise their status and power in the sect. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing midway? Just the spiritual sense pressure alone was enough to make them suffer, and they gave up the thought of resisting. As golden immortal experts, they knew very well that those old and abnormal existences amongst the golden immortal experts would strike like a bolt of lightning every single time they attacked, and they were capable of sweeping through all the experts of this cultivation realm. Not to mention the two of them, they were too weak to even be cannon fodder. They suspected that the person in front of them was a top expert among the golden immortals. Once he attacked, they would have nowhere to run. It was obvious that they couldn't leave, so they might as well fight for him to show mercy and let them go. In the North region, Purgatory sect wasn't a small sect. He had to give them some face. As long as he didn't kill them, everything was fine. Lin Fei naturally saw what they were doing. He thought to himself, I didn't expect these two to be so cowardly. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Since I can't kill them, I might as well extort them. They must have some good stuff on them. Extorting golden immortals, just the thought of it was exciting. These two golden immortal experts had strong life force. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to kill them. If my medicinal pills were so easily compensated, why would I have come to this desolate wilderness? You people really think well. Even a clay bodhisattva has a bit of anger. The golden-armored giant laughed coldly. Rumbling sounds rang out as the void around him crumbled. The two of them weren't ordinary people. Seeing this, they knew that they had a chance of survival. Don't be fooled by their anger, they didn't attack. This was equivalent to saying that they were afraid of Purgatory sect. As long as they didn't attack, they had a chance of survival. Golden immortals had long lifespans. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. If they could live, they would definitely choose to live. In their hearts, they hated that heavenly immortal brat to death. If it wasn't for him, how could they have encountered such a powerful expert, causing them to tremble in fear? They definitely had to take revenge. Senior, this is all I have. Wu Shan took out a black storage ring that floated in the air. Senior, please take whatever you like. Feng Xingzi also took out his storage ring reluctantly. Both of them were golden immortal state beings with quite a number of treasures in their storage rings. And right now, for the sake of their survival, they were willing to take them out. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. Who in the world had ever seen a golden immortal state being willing to take out their storage rings on their own accord? Lin Fei stretched out his hand and the two storage rings fell into his hand. He did not look inside. Instead, he used his tyrannical divine sense to try and erase the divine sense on the storage rings. Pala Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood again. Their faces looked even worse than before. Senior. Lin Fei glared at him. What? Do you have any objections? They were counting on the other party to take away a few treasures. With their divine senses, they did not have to worry about their divine senses being snatched away. But just now, the spirit consciousness on the storage ring had been erased. The two of them were shocked. They had never heard of a golden immortal expert being able to erase a storage ring. Could it be a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven? The two of them looked at each other and revealed a rare look of fear. They were trembling. To be able to erase the spirit consciousness so quickly, only a zenith heaven golden immortal could do it. Thinking of the other party's thunderous power, the two of them were shocked. Could it be that their luck was so bad that they met such a mysterious expert? A bunch of rubbish. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He was also in a state of shock. The divinity divine sense crushed down and erased his divine sense. It was clean and swift, and it was incomparably powerful. This was too powerful. Looking into the storage rings, there were indeed a lot of good things. This was their entire fortune. It was not a good time to count them. This time, Lin Fei laughed. He actually blackmailed two golden immortals. This was so F***king exciting. A heaven immortal blackmailed a golden immortal. This was the first person in the heaven realm. However, seeing that you are sincere, this matter is not unforgivable. Lin Fei's tone relaxed and he pretended to be hesitant. Senior, if there is anything you need, please tell me. I will not refuse. Wu Shan was scared out of his wits. The only thought in his mind was to leave this damned mountain range. Catch a heaven immortal kid? Like hell. If there was another one along the way, he would not be able to live anymore. The storage rings that he gave out could not be taken back. Who could bear such a loss? His entire fortune was in there, and he had to force a smile in front of the other party. There was nothing more tragic in the world. The immortal armors on your bodies are not bad. They can barely make up for some money. Lin Fei's eyes were bright. The immortal armors on their bodies were valuable. Immortal armor? Wu Shan handed over the storage rings. He had already lost everything. Now the other party was eyeing his immortal armor. If this continued, he would really be penniless. Senior, I'll give. Feng Xingzi took off the immortal armor without hesitation. A layer of immortal armor appeared on his body, barely covering his body. He turned to Wu Shan and said, quickly take it off. Are you trying to get me killed? Wu Shan cursed Feng Xingzi for being a coward. He took off the immortal armor unwillingly. This was a divine-grade immortal armor. He spent a lot of money to buy it. He wanted to cry but had no tears. If you weren't from Purgatory sect, I would have killed the two of you on the spot. Your sect wouldn't have dared to make a sound. Lin Fei rolled up the immortal armor and snorted coldly. He thought to himself, good stuff. 2 divine-grade immortal armors. Much better than the 9 dragons' immortal armor. Feng Xingzi said flatteringly, Senior, we have done as you instructed. Can you let us leave now? If they could not leave after paying so much, it would be a huge loss. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were waiting anxiously. I wanted to kill the 2 of you to vent my anger. Lin Fei said with a deadpan expression. However, seeing that you all did it unintentionally, along with compensation, I can let you all leave. However, this old man's immortal pills are priceless. If I were to let you all leave just like that, I would be letting you all off too easily. However, if you are able to withstand a palm strike from this old man, you all may leave. Cold sweat covered their foreheads. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was going to kill them. Refuse? They would die even faster. They might as well fight to the death. At least they would have a chance. Go. A pitch-black object rushed towards them. It looked ordinary. The 2 panicked and thought it was an immortal artifact. They did not check it out. Boom, boom, the 2 quickly attacked. They attacked the immortal artifact with their strongest attacks, trying to block it. The joint attack of 2 golden immortals was earth-shattering. The night turned into day in an instant. Swoosh! Rays of light filled the sky. An immortal appeared out of thin air. The space collapsed. His eyes were like lightning as he swept across. You killed the disciples of my sagely Heaven Academy. You should be killed. The immortal slammed his palm down. Thunder rumbled. A vast and boundless aura was like an endless ocean. It lifted the veil and pressed down. Sagely Heaven Academy? Bang bang, the 2 turned pale. The immortal's attack crushed everything. They were crushed in the storm. The area within 10,000 li was leveled. Roar roar roar, countless ferocious beasts sensed this powerful force and woke up. They let out earth-shattering roars as if they wanted to shatter the sky. Hundreds of beasts prostrated in the huge mountain range, shivering and not daring to move. Terrifying auras interweaved. F***ck, do you have to be so fierce? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei revealed a look of disbelief. There were just too many vicious beasts hiding in this mountain range, right? They were all interweaving together, truly terrifying enough. If he encountered them, wouldn't he be chased to the end? He subconsciously shrank his neck. It was terrifying. At the last moment, Lin Fei tricked them and used the sagely heaven order. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The roar of the ferocious beasts lasted for an hour before it quieted down. The beasts fled in panic. I wonder if they're dead. Lin Fei did not come out of the divine fire space. These ferocious beasts were in a rage. Who knew if they would encounter them? The immortal of the sagely heaven order contained an attack at the level of a golden immortal. They lost their immortal armor, so it won't be easy for them to just rely on their bodies. If I could improve my strength, I would definitely kill them. They got lucky this time. Controlling the divine fire space, Lin Fei left the place. Somewhere far away, two disheveled immortals lay in the bushes. Not a single part of their bodies was unharmed. Their auras were weak. It was a tragic sight. Wu Shan, you're a jinx. Feng Xingzi cursed. After that, he coughed up blood and his chest heaved violently. His injuries were severe. You're the jinx. If not for you, we wouldn't have encountered a powerful being and ended up like this. Wu Shan said resentfully. They had barely blocked the attack from the immortal in the sagely heaven order, but they were also heavily injured. Without the divine immortal armor, their defense was not as good as before. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Wu Shan blamed everything on Feng Xingzi. This guy was a jinx. Trouble had come. Feng Xingzi glared. You're the jinx. You're the jinx. The two golden immortals kept arguing, insisting on proving that the other was the jinx. They only stopped when they coughed up blood. Do you think we're the scapegoats? Wu Shan coughed up blood. Probably. Feng Xingzi coughed up blood, deep in thought. They all saw the immortal that appeared in the end. It was an immortal from the Sagely Heaven Academy. They were in big trouble. Damn, we're in big trouble now. They all knew about the existence of the Elysium token. Within it was the will of an immortal that could unleash a powerful attack. Those who were struck by it would have their aura left behind. Not long after, the law enforcement team of the Elysium Academy would rush over. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi wanted to cry. They finally understood why that final attack was so ordinary. It turned out that it was to make them act so that they would be the scapegoats. If the Purgatory Gate knew, they would definitely kill them as an apology. Wu Shan, you attacked first, right? Feng Xingzi asked. You attacked first. Wu Shan would not admit it. Chapter 755. By Luo City. This city was under the control of the Purgatory sect. It only had a few million people and could only be considered a very small city. In the northern region, the Purgatory sect was quite powerful. They controlled cities of all sizes and supplied all kinds of resources to the Purgatory sect. Bai Luo City was a city in the outer area of the Purgatory sect. It was located in the wilderness and had never been valued. It was like a child raised by a stepmother. The grandmother didn't care about it and the grandfather didn't love it. It was very tragic. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The streets were crowded with people, and it was bustling. At the end of the street, a group of people in black appeared. Sand and pebbles flew, and a murderous aura swept over. The people on the street moved to the side. Many people frowned. Obviously, they knew this group of people in black. Whoosh, 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 this group of people was very fast. They whistled through the wind and appeared at the city gate not far away. In front of the notice board, they tore down the previous notice and pasted a new one. This person, Lin Fei, is a serious criminal of the Purgatory sect. Anyone who knows about this will be heavily rewarded. Anyone who hides this information will be punished severely. The middle-aged voice sounded like thunder, echoing in the hearts of the people. This group of people came and left quickly, leaving a trail of dust behind them. The people who were watching the show swarmed over and surrounded the area. They were full of curiosity. What was worth a reward? Does anyone know what this Lin Fei did to deserve a bounty from the Purgatory sect? Someone asked curiously. The Purgatory sect really suffered a great loss this time. I heard that tens of thousands of heaven immortals and hundreds of profound immortals died in the immortal wild city. It can't be. Is this kid that powerful? Are you stupid? If he wasn't powerful, why would the Purgatory sect put a bounty on him? He's just too powerful. F***ck, what do you know? I'm afraid you don't know that the Purgatory sect is in trouble now. I heard that when they were chasing after Lin Fei, they killed a disciple of the Elysium Academy. Right now, the law enforcement disciples of the Elysium Academy are at the headquarters of the Purgatory sect. The Purgatory sect is in trouble. They are going to suffer. They even dared to kill a disciple of the Elysium Academy. I can't help but admire them. Outside the crowd, a certain person wearing a black robe and a cloak silently withdrew his gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up in a pleased expression. This bro's profile picture has been made like this. That saves me quite a bit of trouble, lest I get remembered. But, isn't this gossip a little too ridiculous? This bro has only killed 1,000 heavenly immortals. When did it reach 10,000? This is ridiculous. The person who appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. In the mountain range, after impersonating a golden immortal and scamming them, Lin Fei left the mountain range and headed straight for the Holy Heaven Academy. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to head to the Holy Heaven Academy. He needed supreme-grade materials and immortal pills to advance his god-fiend body from the second transformation to the third transformation. He planned to head to the Holy Heaven Academy and sweep the autumn breeze. Falling Jade City wasn't the only way to the Holy Heaven Academy. Why did Lin Fei come here? He was here to understand the situation. If possible, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. I'm afraid the Holy Heaven Academy's law enforcement team is enough to make the Purgatory sect suffer. Lin Fei thought to himself, they won't find trouble with me during this period of time. I can finally relax. Lin Fei was a vengeful person. Even though 2 golden immortal experts had taken the blame, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. He changed his route midway and prepared to make a killing in Falling Jade City. There was really nothing for him to worry about in a border city like Falling Jade City. Coupled with his understanding along the way, the experts in Falling Jade City were only a few golden immortals. After the second transformation of the god-fiend body, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. He was prepared to give the Purgatory sect an unforgettable gift after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Make way, make way. Not long after Lin Fei left, another group of people rushed over and moved to the side. Isn't that Falling Jade City's deputy city lord, Xiao Tian? Even though the voice was weak, Lin Fei heard it all with his golden immortal spirit sense. A deputy city lord rushing out in such a hurry, could it be for something important? Lin Fei stopped in his tracks and pondered. Lin Fei's goal was to plunder, so he didn't take this matter to heart. However, when he was eating in a restaurant, he saw a group of 100 people rushing away. I don't know what's going on recently, but the people from the City Lord Manor have been acting all mysterious. I wonder what they're up to. Who said it wasn't? Did you see that? It was the guards who just passed by. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Could it be to arrest that Lin Fei? At the next table, 2 people were drinking and discussing. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine, put down the cup, and his eyes lit up. He called over the waiter, put down the immortal stone, and turned to go downstairs. Make the nearby area a forbidden area. Anyone who trespasses, no matter who, will be punished. There's no need to report. Kill them all. Tens of millions of miles away from Falling Jade City, near a mountain, a black mass of heads surged with killing intent. Xiao Tian had a grave expression on his face as he pointed to a mountain not far away and gave the order to the guards. Hua hua hua, the teams began to surround a mountain. Lord City Lord, our Jade Falls City's experts have all come out and gathered here. Xiao Tian tore open the void and appeared on a nearby mountain. We've already sealed this area and given the order to kill. At this moment, there were several dignified immortals gathered on the mountain. Each of them was as dazzling as the sun. What happened today must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster for our purgatory sect. City Lord Qin Guan was dressed like a scholar. His elegant face had a rare cold expression. City Lord, this mountain is ordinary. Why did the higher-ups want us to seal this area? Xiao Tian asked in a low voice. This question was the same question that the other immortals had. They subconsciously pricked up their ears. Qin Guan looked excited. There's an immortal beast living on this mountain. It's rare in the world, and there are less than 10 of it in the entire heaven realm. Now that our purgatory sect has offended the Elysium Academy, as long as we capture this beast, the Elysium Academy will not be able to do anything. Tonight, we must capture this beast. So important. At first, they were all kept in the dark and didn't know the importance of this beast. The Elysium Academy was incomparably powerful, but they didn't fear them with this beast. This made them impatient to see the true face of this beast. On the other hand, if they could capture this beast, they would definitely make a great contribution. If they were lucky, they might not have to stay here anymore. It was not impossible for them to go to the headquarters of the Purgatory sect. Little did they know, their words were all heard by Lin Fei. Chapter 756. Night fell, shrouding the vast land. At the same time, it enveloped the entire mountaintop in this area. I wonder what kind of immortal beast it is for them to be so moved. Lin Fei had been hiding in the divine fire space and had never come out. However, he could see that everyone was busy searching for something on the mountaintop. If not for Lin Fei's suspicions, he would have missed out on a great opportunity. How could Lin Fei not be tempted by a treasure that could be counted on one's fingers? The more Purgatory Gate wanted it, the more they wouldn't let them succeed. As long as the enforcer disciples of Divine Sky Academy were around, Purgatory Gate would have a headache and lose face. There was no way Lin Fei would let them get what they wanted. Since he had come across such a good thing, it would belong to him. Unknowingly, Lin Fei himself had become domineering. In reality, it was the Emperor's aura left behind by the Holy Mother that was constantly changing Lin Fei. An emperor saw the world as his own. Everything was an emperor, and others had no right to interfere. Lin Fei was completely unaware of his own changes. In his subconscious, he treated everything as his own. How could he let it fall into the hands of others? Hence, this scene. It's out. Quick, catch it. Don't let it escape. The mountain was brightly lit, and the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Look, stop it. Oh no, it's burrowing into the ground. Quick, chase it. Voices could be heard on the mountain. Those who didn't know what was going on might think that something had happened. On another mountain, 3 city lords, 1 in charge and 2 in charge, had grave expressions as they paid attention to the progress, wanting to catch the immortal beast. They didn't need to take action personally. They just had to watch over the situation to prevent any accidents from happening. This fellow is too cunning. It's running towards the east. All sorts of voices could be heard on the mountain. City Lord, there's no need to worry. We've already set up a formation to seal off this place. I believe that the immortal beast is very powerful. If it wants to leave, it will be extremely difficult. Sooner or later, it will fall into our hands. This was a meritorious deed for them. Although they were expressionless, they were actually very worried. They really couldn't stay in a small place like Biluo City. If they could do meritorious deeds, at least they wouldn't have to stay in this place. Tell them to speed up, lest any undue delay brings trouble. Qin Guan, on the other hand, was not so calm. This place was not far from Biluo City. If there were any experts passing by, it would definitely be troublesome. He had to seize the item as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would always be on tenterhooks. Damn, they're so careful and even set up a formation to seal the space. Initially, Lin Fei was prepared to take action at night. However, he did not expect them to be so cautious and set up a spatial sealing formation. Furthermore, it was augmented by 3 golden immortal experts. I can't go in personally. I won't have the time to catch the immortal beast. Lin Fei did not believe that a second god-fiend body could kill them. At most, they could not kill him. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. How could I have forgotten about this? Come out, Hairball. Hairball had been tortured badly by little Lolita in the lower realm, so she decisively went to the heavenly realm. These days, Hairball had been eating well. Her fur was bright and extraordinary. Lin Fei gave a simple explanation and asked Hairball to catch the immortal beast, causing the Purgatory sect to be busy for nothing. Hairball ignored the space sealing formation. Hairy Ball was getting smarter by the day. Appearing like a wisp of smoke, that space lock formation that could even stop a golden immortal expert just passed right through it as though it didn't exist. I didn't expect the formation set up by a golden immortal expert to be unable to stop Hairball. This foodie is finally capable. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. In the lower realm, Hairball ignored all array formations and often went out in search of delicious food. Lin Fei was not sure if the array formations of the upper realm could move freely. After eating so many heaven immortals, Hairball did not change much. Lin Fei could not help but wonder how much this bottomless pit would eat. Not good. Something has broken in. Chase it out. Soon, cries of alarm came from the mountain top in the night. What happened? Xiao Tian had been paying attention and naturally knew what was going on. Capture it. An unknown little immortal beast barged into the mountain top. It was filled with spirituality, so Xiao Tian ordered to capture it. On the mountain top, the chickens were flying and the eggs were smashed. It was a mess. Oh no, that fellow ate the immortal beast. With a scream, something unexpected happened. It should have happened right in front of his eyes. A rare immortal beast was eaten. The 3 city lords spat out a mouthful of blood. They had prepared for a long time for this immortal beast. It took them a long time just to gather information. They only made their move recently and were prepared to capture it by force. But now, a rare immortal beast was eaten? What? What was going on? There's a space sealing array here. We have to find that fellow even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Fortunately, someone reminded them, which made them heave a sigh of relief. That's right, they had a space sealing array here, so they were not worried that anything would happen. How could an immortal beast escape? What is Hairball doing? Why is she not back yet? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was a little worried that the glutton would be greedy again. The 3 golden immortal powerhouses were not cabbages. Once they made a move, it would be troublesome. Just as he was worrying, Hairball came out. Lin Fei took control of the divine flame space, sucked Furball in, and left in a flash. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Lin Fei's movements were very fast. Coupled with the fact that they were all focused on the mountain top, they ignored the sounds around them and did not notice him. Hairball, you are really amazing. Lin Fei praised Hairball first. Who asked him to know Hairball's character? This fellow loved to listen to praises. Once Lin Fei praised, Hairball squinted her eyes and had a look of enjoyment on her face. It made one wonder if this fellow was a human or a beast. Only after praising it did Furball spit out a ball of furry stuff. A mouse? No, it should be a golden mouse. Hairball's action told Lin Fei that this fellow was really cunning. There was nothing he couldn't do. He nearly let it escape. Squeak the golden mouse was the size of a fist and had shifty eyes. It scuttled out like a wisp of smoke. It was really daring. Hua Hua, the divine flame swept over and many of the golden mouse's fur were burned. A look of fear appeared in its eyes and it did not dare to take another step out. Hairball was angry. Good fellow, you were caught by me and you still dared to escape. She rushed up and beat the golden mouse until it did not dare to move. This mouse, why does it look so dirty? There are only a few of them in the heaven realm. Lin Fei wondered if Hairball caught the wrong one or if he had been tricked. Furball was adamant that the one they were chasing was this guy and that they had not captured the wrong person. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the system? I just need to scan it and I will know what it is. After the system was updated, there were many more functions. Lin Fei opened the system and scanned the golden mouse, waiting for the search result. Ding, congratulations player, discovered 1 in 10,000 treasure-seeking mouse. Ding, treasure-seeking mouse, born with treasures, will eat all treasures. It is cunning and timid, good at finding treasures. Lin Fei grabbed the treasure-seeking mouse. Treasure-seeking mouse? Is it true? The system gave the result. Lin Fei was still very surprised. In the entire heaven realm, there were only a few treasure-seeking mice? From the storage ring, Lin Fei took out 2 treasures. Come here and see which treasure is more valuable. As soon as Lin Fei let go, the treasure-seeking rat's eyes spun, and it rushed forward to grab one of the treasures. Crunching sounds could be heard as it gobbled up the treasures in front of Lin Fei. Then it raised its head and hugged its paws. Damn, it's still acting cute. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, Furball charged over and sent the treasure-seeking rat flying with a slap. Hairball was very smart. This fellow was her captive, but it still dared to show off in front of her master. She had no choice but to hit it. The number 1 pet belonged to Hairball. Lin Fei sweated. Hairball was really violent. Hey, this was spat out by the treasure-seeking mouse. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed it. When he saw the material it spat out, he couldn't help but be shocked, so fierce. As everyone knew, once the materials were refined and fused, it was very difficult to distinguish them. Although the treasure Lin Fei took out just now was not considered much, it was not easy to distinguish them. In the end, the treasure-seeking mouse did it. It seemed that it was the most expensive kind. How could he not be surprised? I'm rich. This time, I'm really rich. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He grabbed Hairball back. In the future, it will be your little brother. You can't bully it as you wish. On the top of the mountain. At this time, they were still searching for the whereabouts of the immortal beast. However, no matter how they searched, the immortal beast seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of it. In such a big mountain, they could not see its figure. The treasure-seeking mouse must be here. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find the treasure-seeking mouse. Qin Guan roared. Treasure-seeking mouse, oh my god. The remaining 2 city lords were shocked. The only thing they knew was that this immortal beast was extraordinary. In the heaven realm, there were only a few of them. However, they never thought that it would be the treasure-seeking mouse, such a heaven-defying existence. Qin Guan was already gritting his teeth. If the treasure-seeking mouse was lost in his hands, it would be impossible to find it again. The treasure-seeking mouse was naturally timid. Once it was in danger, the next time it appeared would be at least a few hundred years, or at most 1,000 years. The treasure-seeking mouse was precious not because of its ability to find treasures. After all, immortal beasts like the treasure-seeking mouse existed in the heaven realm. The only important thing about the treasure-seeking mouse was that it had an innate magical power that could restore the best quality materials. The best quality materials could be called the best quality. It was a pity that many of the best quality materials had all been refined and no longer existed. The treasure-seeking mouse could restore the best quality materials. Some ancient immortal weapons in secret realms contained the best quality materials. The treasure-seeking mouse became more and more important. In addition, the treasure-seeking mouse ate treasures. After eating immortal weapons and treasures for a long time, it could produce the best quality materials. Chapter 757. By Luo City, I'm back. Lin Fei snatched the treasure-seeking rat and ran all the way back. His eyes lit up when he saw the brightly lit Bai Luo City under the night sky. The great opportunity treasure-seeking rat fell into his hands and needed to be tamed for the time being. With the violent and foodie hairball around, Lin Fei was not worried about taming the treasure-seeking rat at all. By the way, Lin Fei had already named the treasure-seeking rat, Xiao Jin. Who asked it to be called other than Xiao Jin? Lin Fei had always given simple names. After snatching the treasure-seeking rat, Lin Fei did not intend to let them go so easily. He took it as interest. If they found out, they would probably vomit blood. All the major forces in the heavenly realm were tempted by the treasure-seeking rat. Perhaps only Lin Fei dared to treat it as interest. The three golden immortals are outside and Bai Luo City's defense is weak. Serves you right for making a fortune. Lin Fei's eyes flashed fiercely. He covered his face with a cloak and went straight to Bai Luo City. The three golden immortals were not there. How could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? Without the golden immortals, no one in Bai Luo City could stop him. Bai Luo City, City Lord Mansion. In order to successfully capture the treasure-seeking rat, Charles and the others had transferred the elites of Bai Luo City away. There were only a few guards left. Bai Luo City belonged to the Purgatory sect. Even if the defense was weak, no one dared to touch the Purgatory sect unless they were willing to be hunted to the ends of the earth. Tonight, the City Lord Mansion was destined to be weak. The three City Lords are all out. I wonder what happened. Two profound immortals were guarding the City Lord Mansion. To them, no one had ever dared to barge into the City Lord Mansion of Falling Jade City. It's none of our business. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful divine sense descended from the sky like a roaring ferocious beast. Hua, hua, hua. Whether it was the patrolling immortals or the guarding mysterious immortal experts, they were all stunned by the sudden powerful divine sense. Puff, puff, puff. The Sky Immortal Patrol member fainted on the spot. The invading divine sense was too strong. Just as they released their divine senses, they were crushed into pieces. Their divine senses were severely injured compared to their physical bodies, even more disastrous. Who are you? This is the Purgatory sect's Jade Fall City. The expressions of these Xian immortals changed drastically. The ferocious consciousness of a ferocious beast roared and suppressed them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. I really don't care what the Purgatory sect is. Lin Fei descended from the sky. His tyrannical divine sense crushed down, and his divinity oppressed them. Return, daring to swagger in like this, Lin Fei relied on his tyrannical divine sense to crush them. The heaven and earth smelt flew out and turned into a bottomless pit, sucking them in one by one, including the heaven immortal patrolling guards who had fainted. Just like that, Lin Fei killed his way in. Activating his powerful consciousness, he crushed everything in his way. The heaven and earth smelt sucked them in continuously. This was such a great resource, and he couldn't let it go. The defense of the City Lord residence was weak, and Lin Fei forced his way in. The Xian immortal experts guarding the place were almost all wiped out by Lin Fei, and all of them fell into the heaven and earth smelt, becoming resources to raise his strength. Finally found it. The City Lord residence wasn't big. Under Hairball's threat, Lin Fei found the treasury as he had wished. Lin Fei wasn't worried about such a door that was covered in seals. Hairball used devouring heaven and earth to enter the treasury, not leaving any traces behind. I've struck it rich. The treasury was huge, and there were mountains of resources. Lin Fei was drooling. To a guy like him, who didn't have much wealth, the treasury of Jade Falls City was a huge treasure trove, especially the cultivation resources inside. Anyone who saw it would be envious. Lin Fei didn't care what it was, and he kept it in the divine flame space. Hairball didn't stand on ceremony either. She used devouring heaven and earth, specifically targeting the good resources. This guy knew what was good and what wasn't. In addition, the treasure-seeking mouse, Little Gold, had a shifty-eyed look. When it saw such a huge treasure, it immediately hugged a glowing immortal sword on the spot and started to chew on it. Its appearance was extremely comical. Treasure-seeking mouse, Little Gold, had extraordinary teeth. The tough immortal sword was eaten in a few bites, and anyone who saw it would feel heartache. Did I bring back another glutton? Seeing that treasure-seeking mouse didn't look full, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel suspicious. Continue acting. Lin Fei used the divine flame space to keep the resources. The huge treasury quickly became empty. The two bandits were even scarier than a mouse. It's empty so quickly. After collecting everything, Lin Fei realized that the treasury was empty. There was nothing left to collect. Squeak, just as Lin Fei was about to leave, treasure-seeking mouse ran to a place in the treasury and used its teeth to make a hole. It turned out that there was another world inside the treasury. Damn, top-grade materials. After opening the small treasury, he saw that the space inside was very small, and the shelves were filled with top-grade materials. Haha, it didn't take much effort to get them. There are Godfiend Body 3rd Revolution materials here. The system immediately sent a notification. Lin Fei waved his hand and collected all the materials, leaving behind the treasure-seeking mouse Xiao Jin. After all, he was the one who found these things. As expected of a treasure-seeking mouse. It can even find it when it's hidden so well. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed treasure-seeking mouse, in case it slipped away while he wasn't paying attention. That would be too much of a pity. It wouldn't be easy to find it again. I've searched the entire treasury. I think you guys feel heartache. Lin Fei came out of the treasury and scanned the entire city lord mansion with his powerful divine sense. Suddenly, he frowned. There's a dungeon below. He didn't have a good impression of the Purgatory sect from the beginning. The discovery of the dungeon was definitely an enemy of the Purgatory sect. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Fei simply went down and released all the people in the dungeon, letting them wreak havoc. Finally, he set the place on fire and left. At this moment, the city lord mansion of Falling City had turned into a sea of fire. The situation could be seen from far away. Lin Fei didn't know that the prisoners he released were all fiendish people. As soon as they came out, they realized that there was no golden immortal presiding over the entire Falling City. Hence, a riot began, affecting the entire Falling City. As the main culprit, Lin Fei didn't know at all. His next target was the Holy Heaven Academy. He wouldn't pay attention to the matters of Falling City. At the same time, the three city lords, who were digging 3 feet into the ground to find the treasure-seeking mouse, frowned and paid attention to every movement below. City Lord, something bad has happened. Chapter 758. P.S. Thanks to Mingming44 for the tip. What happened? Why are you so flustered? What do you want everyone to think of our Purgatory sect? City Lord Qin Guan was already in a bad mood. It was not easy to find such a heaven-defying existence like the treasure-seeking mouse, but it disappeared without a trace. How could he not be angry? It could be said that Qin Guan was currently filled with anger and had no way to vent it. Seeing the Xian Immortal subordinates come, he immediately used them as a punching bag and scolded them. This Xian Immortal was from Jade Fall City and had come to inform the city lord of the situation. But this time, he was immediately scolded in the face. The Xian Immortal's heart was filled with bitterness. It was even more bitter than having to suffer in silence. He didn't dare to speak. The city lord was currently in a fit of anger. If he interfered, this Xian immortal was worried that he would be beaten to death or heavily injured. Most importantly, he didn't even have the chance to speak. Qin Guan's scolding lasted for an entire cup of tea's time before he finally stopped. Qiao Wufa didn't dare to speak when the city lord was angry, so he didn't want to be hated. Only when the scolding was over did he ask, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the city lord manor? Why did you have to come personally? Could it be that there's something you can't handle?" In truth, Qiao Wufa wasn't in a good mood either. He had been hoping to contribute greatly, and the city lord would eat the meat while they drank the soup. It was better than staying here. But now that the treasure-seeking mouse had disappeared, how could Qiao Wufa be in a good mood? Naturally, his tone wasn't good when he reprimanded this Xian immortal. The Xian immortal cried, "Lord, our city lord manor was attacked by a golden immortal expert. Not only did he kill us Xian immortals, he even captured everyone in the manor and released all the prisoners in the prison. The entire Jade Falls city is in chaos now. Pu. Qin Guan coughed out a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't even stand properly. How is this possible? Qin Guan couldn't believe it. Someone dared to attack Jade Falls city? It was like a slap to the face. This was the territory of the Purgatory sect. Qiao Wufa hurried over to support him. "Lord, we should go back now, especially the treasury. Nothing must happen." Hearing this, Qin Guan took a deep breath and said, "You stay here. I will go back personally." A riot in Jade Falls city wasn't scary at all. At the very most, they would be reprimanded by their superiors for failing their duties. However, if the top-tier materials they were preparing to hand over were snatched away, their days of darkness would surely arrive. Charles was unable to stay behind to take charge of this place. For some reason, he felt uneasy. A bad feeling appeared in his mind. Please don't be like that. Qin Guan was a golden immortal expert. He left behind his Xian immortal subordinates and rushed back alone. Kill them all. Show the Purgatory sect how powerful we are. That's right, rob them clean. When the brightly lit Jade Falls city appeared in their sights, in truth, the entire city was enveloped in a sea of flames, especially the city lord manor. Qin Guan, the city lord, almost fell from the sky. How could this be? The huge Jade Falls city, as a group of villains returned to freedom, they started a riot. More than half of Jade Falls city was in chaos, causing many people to join in. Qin Guan was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed those people back then. It seemed that after today, Jade Falls city's vitality would be greatly damaged. Treasury. Qin Guan turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the treasury of the city lord manor. If the treasury was lost, it would be a huge problem. Boom boom boom, wherever the fury of a golden immortal passed, the bodies of those who caused trouble would explode. They couldn't be more dead. The ground was littered with corpses, scattered everywhere. Everyone, run. The city lord is back. The voices stopped abruptly. Qin Guan killed his way over. No one below Golden Immortal was his match. When the villains heard that the city lord was back, they immediately scattered. Courting death. The city lord manor had long been reduced to ruins. The huge treasury was right in front of them. However, at this moment, there was a group of villains who broke through a large number of restrictions, trying to break into the treasury. Die! Qin Guan was furious. He slapped down, and the terrifying might crushed them all into pieces. The smell of blood was extremely thick. The treasury is not something you can touch. Seeing that the treasury was undamaged, Qin Guan finally let out a long sigh of relief. The restrictions of the treasury were set up by the city lord manor. They were all set up by the 3 city lords. Once they were broken, they would sense it. Fortunately, the treasury hadn't been destroyed yet. Pass down my order. Villains who took the opportunity to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. Not long after Qin Guan returned, a group of elites came back and gave the order without hesitation. In the huge Jade Fall city, there was another massacre. As the city lord, Qin Guan was in a bad mood and allowed them to do as they pleased. Treasure-seeking mouse could not be found, the city lord manor was burned down one after another, causing him to have a bad feeling in his heart. Usually, there would be one of the 3 city lords overseeing the city lord manor to prevent experts from coming. Tonight, they were killed, and they were resentful. The massacre only ended in the morning. In this massacre, who knew how many people were killed? The whole street was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were countless immortals who participated in the riot. City Lord, treasure-seeking mouse should have been taken away. Xiao Wufa returned with a dark face. The huge mountain was cleaned up countless times, but there was still no trace of treasure-seeking mouse. Hence, Xiao Wufa returned. The situation in Jade Fall City was even worse. Let them continue searching. Qin Guan believed that treasure-seeking mouse could not escape from the formation he had set up. Xiao Wufa sighed and passed down the order. City Lord, the people who came seized the opportunity while we were not here, and released the villains in the prison. I suggest that we check the treasury to avoid any losses. The burning of the City Lord Manor was a small matter, and so was the riot in the city. The supreme-grade materials in the treasure vault were the most important thing. They could not afford to make any mistakes, especially since the treasure-seeking mouse was shrouded in a shadow. If any of the supreme-grade materials in the treasure vault were lost, the 3 of them would really be finished. Qin Guan, the city lord, was shocked. Wufa, you are right, we should check. That way, everyone can be at ease. Layer by layer, the restrictions of the formation were opened. Crack the door of the treasury opened. The moment the door opened, a huge and empty treasury appeared in front of them. Pfft! Qin Guan, the golden immortal, spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed in. When he saw the big hole, he collapsed on the ground. Damn it, who did this? This day was destined to be a dark day for Jade Fall City. Lin Fei was completely unaware of what happened in Jade Fall City. At this moment, Lin Fei was riding on a dragon horse, leisurely on his way to Holy Heaven's Academy. The dragon horse that he took from others was now tamed by Lin Fei. With the help of godly fire, taming a dragon horse was extremely easy. After leaving Jade Fall City, Lin Fei returned to the right path. For him, Jade Fall City was a place to collect interest, and he was very satisfied with the interest. Whoosh! When it was almost noon, Lin Fei saw a large group of people flying in the sky. Squinting his eyes, he could clearly see that they were all disciples of Purgatory sect. Did you guys hear? Jade Fall City under Purgatory sect was robbed by experts. Not only did they destroy the City Lord Manor, they even stole the treasury. Purgatory sect is furious. This news spread early in the morning. I have a relative who does business in Jade Fall City. Last night, the City Lord Manor was targeted by a late golden immortal expert. The Great Purgatory sect, I really don't know what kind of bad luck they have recently. First, they caught a heavenly immortal brat and suffered a huge setback. Then, the Holy Heavens Academy's enforcement team came knocking on their door. Now, Jade Fall City is in trouble again. Do you guys think it's that heavenly immortal brat? You really think highly of him? He is a golden immortal expert. When they reached the next city, Lin Fei heard the discussions of the passers-by at the entrance. He couldn't help but be shocked, then he smiled. That group of villains is really something. They actually brought disaster to Jade Fall City. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Seems like after I went to Heaven Realm, I became a disaster. Even Purgatory sect was harmed to this extent. Ha ha ha! Hearing the discussions of the passers-by, Lin Fei was relieved. No matter what, they wouldn't suspect him. It was equivalent to removing one suspect. As for the same name, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. On Earth, there were countless people with the same name. In Heaven Realm, there were many people with the same name. He could really capture them one by one and interrogate them. 2 days later. Lin Fei was already far away from Purgatory Sect's Jade Fall City. He passed by many cities and wasn't in a hurry. And today, at noon, the sun shone brightly. Lin Fei noticed that the big white cocoon that had been motionless all this time was moving. It seemed like it was about to hatch. From the pipeline, he turned into the forest that covered the sky. Only when he reached a safe location did he stop and keep the flood dragon horse into the divine flame dimension. Back in the valley, when the flood dragon snake was sucked dry, this big white cocoon appeared. Lin Fei thought that it would take a long time to hatch. He didn't expect it to be so fast. At this moment, the big white cocoon was filled with boundless vitality. Obviously, if it could absorb the essence of the flood dragon snake, how could it be an ordinary existence? Walla walla, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the big white cocoon. Like a spider web, they spread all over the cocoon. Roar! The big white cocoon was torn into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere and instantly melted under the divine flame. In front of Lin Fei, a human-shaped beast appeared. It emitted a cold aura, as if he was facing a poisonous snake. It inherited the characteristics of the flood dragon snake. Chapter 759. P.S. Thank you to young Master Xia of Huaxia for your tip. My lord. Just as Lin Fei was digesting the information, the humanoid ferocious beast with a cold aura knelt down on one knee before Lin Fei. The ground cracked, and dust flew into the air as the ground split apart. A vast aura of faith flew out from the humanoid ferocious beast and landed on Lin Fei's body, completely absorbing it. Lin Fei was shocked. Although he knew long ago that he could breed a certain species by fusing with the essence of the Holy Mother, he never thought that he could breed such a powerful species. The humanoid beast in front of him was full of hostility and violence. It made people feel shocked and powerless. Without making a move, the violent aura alone could suppress a large number of people. Lin Fei was sure that this humanoid beast was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen, not counting the powerful beasts in the mountains. Do you have a name? Lin Fei calmed himself down. The humanoid beast in front of him, based on his intuition, could reach the level of a Xian immortal. My lord, my name is Snake Demon. After absorbing the Jiao snake, it really inherited everything of the Jiao snake. You inherited the abilities of the Jiao snake? Lin Fei asked. This was the strongest existence he had hatched, so he had to take it seriously. Since he ascended to the heaven realm, Lin Fei had never paid much attention to the mutated primordial spirit. He couldn't adapt to it. After experiencing some things these days, Lin Fei calmly accepted the mutated primordial spirit. In front of the humanoid beast, Lin Fei seemed to see a wide road for him to travel. When the time came, he could rely on this to stand in the heaven realm. My lord, I have all the abilities of the Jiao snake. At the same time, I have inherited the defensive ability of invulnerability. Even a golden immortal can't suppress me. Snake Demon said word by word. Its tone was full of disdain for golden immortals. The Jiao snake was very powerful. Lin Fei still remembered that Snake Demon had inherited everything of the Jiao snake. It was very surprising. One Snake Demon was already so powerful. If 10 of them came, wouldn't it be terrifying? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Let's go somewhere else. Lin Fei moved to another place. A mountain stronghold where villains gathered. The heaven realm was the same as the lower realm. There was no lack of such mountain strongholds. The only difference was that their strength was different. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the terrified voices coming from the stronghold. There weren't many people in this village, only a few hundred immortals. The strongest was at the Xian Immortal realm, while the rest were mostly at the Sky Immortal realm. Just like that, the devil snake slaughtered his way in. He had inherited the flood serpent's powerful defense and swept through the entire stronghold. Not even the heavenly immortals could last a single move against him. No wonder the insect queen is said to be the most powerful species in the universe. A snake demon that swallowed the essence of a flood dragon is already so powerful. Lin Fei watched as the demonic snake killed the chieftain of the mountain stronghold in 3 breaths of time. It devoured his flesh and blood, displaying an incomparably tyrannical display. A stronghold with a few hundred people was swept away just like that. Master, the flesh and blood of these Sky Immortals and Xian Immortals contain a large amount of life energy. It's a great supplement for me. The devil snake's fishy smell made people shudder. As long as I keep killing them, I can continue to improve my strength. Lin Fei was shocked. You can still improve your strength? The saintess of the lower realm could at most hatch a species with a certain combat strength. Lin Fei had never heard of them being able to improve their strength. If they really improved, the battlefield in the lower realm would not be as simple as before. It would definitely be a nightmare. I knew it. Devouring them can improve my strength. If I continue to improve, one day, I can evolve into a flood dragon. The devil snake thought for a moment. Lin Fei did not ask any more questions and turned to search his memory. It should be the union between me and the saintess. There should be a change. Lin Fei thought, this is good too. I can improve my subordinates. Maybe they can become an immortal lord or an immortal emperor in the future. Lin Fei was relieved and his interest was piqued. The water of the heavenly realm was too deep. It was not easy to mix in. My lord, my memories tell me that as long as my lord hatches another one of my brothers, in the future, we will be able to wield the supreme formation and sweep through the myriad worlds. The snake demon's cold eyes were bursting with a strong sense of aggression. Impudent, this is the heavenly realm. Put away your desires. Lin Fei said coldly. If he continued to speak and was heard by the Almighty, wouldn't he be unlucky? This subordinate deserves to die. The devil snake knelt on the ground again, his body trembling. Lin Fei was really afraid that this guy would become bold and do something he shouldn't do. He was very clear that the Almighty of the heavenly realm hated the insect queen. Once it appeared, it would definitely be obliterated in the cradle. From today onwards, find a place to recruit people and form your own force. Lin Fei was not prepared to keep the devil snake by his side. In the situation where I don't order you to, you can only expand your force and improve your strength. This was the only way Lin Fei could think of at the moment. Bringing the devil snake by his side was not a good thing, especially when he went to the Holy Heavens Academy. If he was discovered, it would definitely be bad. It would be better to leave him alone and create a force for himself. The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more he felt that he had done the right thing. Master, is it this kind of stronghold? The devil snake licked his lips. Yes. Lin Fei explained simply, you only have one goal, to constantly expand your force and accumulate strength. Yes. Lin Fei believed that the devil snake would not dare to go against his words. Starting as a bandit was undoubtedly the best choice. In the heavenly realm, there were no bandits in the heavenly realm. If he built a stronghold, who would care? The devil snake was sent away by Lin Fei just like that. Lin Fei did not know that he had released a sinful seed that took root in the heavenly realm and absorbed everything in it. The devil snake has inherited everything from the flood serpent. It is good at water magic and has strong fighting power. It should not be a problem unless it meets a powerful person. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. In the future, I will have to hatch a powerful species to cooperate with each other. He had just searched his memory. There were 11 seeds similar to the devil snake. Together, they were the 12 generals under the insect mother. The devil snake was one of the generals. Once it was hatched, it had the fighting power of a Xian immortal. Moreover, it could be promoted. Lin Fei finally understood why the Holy Mother wanted to kill her way into the heaven realm. With the 12 generals, she could take root in the heaven realm. Her strength would only become stronger and stronger. Once she matured, she would be the most terrifying. If the 12 immortal emperors appeared, wouldn't the entire heaven realm be scared witless? Chapter 760. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One of the 12 generals, the serpent demon, flew for God knows how far, passing by city after city. Humph, the serpent demon, was the first to come out of the 12 generals. I'll become the leader of the 12 generals and help my lord expand his territory. The serpent demon's eyes glinted coldly, thinking of an idea that only he knew. My lord wants me to find a stronghold to establish my first force, so I'll find a strong stronghold to start with. The serpent demon thought, with my innate magical powers as a flood serpent, who would mere immortals be afraid of? In the future, my lord will conquer everywhere. With this thought, the serpent demon confirmed his goal. Just like that, the serpent demon picked an ideal place to set up his base. Did you hear? The hurricane stronghold robbed a caravan not long ago. They're insufferably arrogant. 2 guards were chatting with a small merchant group on the official road. I heard that there are more than 1,000 people in the Hurricane Mountain Gang, and there are more than 30 Xian immortals. They know a battle formation, and when it is used, it is almost comparable to the strength of an early golden immortal. This time, after robbing a big chamber of commerce, many villains heard about it and are preparing to join the Hurricane Mountain Gang. A cold and gloomy aura suddenly appeared beside the 2 of them. It was so cold that their expressions changed drastically. Soon after, they were unable to move. Tell me about the hurricane stronghold. The serpent demon took them away, one in each hand, its violent aura suppressing them and immobilizing them. I'll talk. The 2 guards were scared out of their wits. They were mere sky immortals, so how could they withstand such an aura? It was already good enough that they weren't scared out of their wits. The serpent demon had been looking for a suitable stronghold, but none had caught his eye. Those that didn't catch his eye were razed to the ground and turned into food for the serpent demon. When it passed by the sky and heard the voice, the serpent demon took action. Someone who could fight against an early-stage golden immortal was instantly interested. Crack! After the 2 hurriedly finished speaking, the serpent demon sucked them dry, tossed them to the ground, and flew away. Hurricane Stronghold, it's you. Even though the Hurricane Stronghold didn't have many people, the serpent demon had taken a fancy to its potential. A golden immortal stronghold like that was naturally powerless, but a stronghold controlled by an profound immortal was no problem. Death Valley. The harsh climate and environment, coupled with the poisonous miasma that even immortals had to avoid, made this place a dangerous place. A forbidden land was naturally a barren land. To outsiders, Death Valley was a desolate place filled with poisonous miasma. Few people would come here. However, this place became Hurricane Mountain Stronghold's main camp. Formations were laid down to control the poisonous miasma, turning this place into a place of its own, a land of great flames. Hurricane Mountain Stronghold was currently celebrating. 2 days ago, they made a move and made a big deal. They plundered a chamber of commerce's resources and brought back many beauties. Thus, the 1,000 people of the Hurricane Mountain Stronghold were cheering wildly. Aside from the guards, the rest of the people were celebrating. The environment of Death Valley was very bad. Not only were there astral winds, but there was also a poisonous miasma. The people of the Hurricane Mountain Stronghold were not worried that someone would kill their way in. Everyone, let's have a toast. Hurricane Mountain Stronghold, in the middle of an open space, tables were arranged in a row. The fragrance of wine and roasted immortal beasts filled the air, causing one's appetite to whet. Cheers! Everyone picked up their bowls and finished the wine in one gulp. All of them were sky immortals. At a glance, it was a spectacular sight. In the center of the open space, on both sides, the Sky Immortal bandits looked at the seated Xian immortals with envy and jealousy. These two rows were the main force of the Hurricane Mountain stronghold. There were a total of 28 profound immortals, and every one of them had great authority in the stronghold. "Boss, we've really struck it rich this time. I didn't expect them to bring so many resources. Once we make a move, our Hurricane Mountain stronghold can immediately recruit troops and buy horses to increase our strength," and Profound Immortal shouted with a fierce expression. "Once we get troops, the first thing we'll do is kill those old fools from the Blackwind Mountain stronghold," another Profound Immortal said. "The Blackwind Mountain stronghold has ruined our plans time and again. This time, we'll destroy them no matter what." These Profound Immortals spoke one after another, all of them exterminating or killing people. Their bodies were filled with killing intent, and it was unknown how many people they had killed. Sitting in the middle was a bald man. His upper body was bare, and above his chest was a black wolf with its bloody mouth wide open. It was so lifelike that it looked as if it could pounce at anyone at any time. This was the boss of the Hurricane Mountain stronghold, an expert at the peak of the Profound Immortal realm, only a step away from the Golden Immortal realm. With his powerful strength, he suppressed all who disobeyed him. In the entire Hurricane Mountain stronghold, he was famous for his savagery, killing without a word. "Fuck that Blackwind Mountain stronghold. After this batch of goods, the first thing we'll do is destroy them." Hei Lang fiercely bit off a mouthful of roasted meat. The Blackwind Mountain stronghold was one of their opponents. The two strongholds were evenly matched, and neither could destroy the other. This time, they had obtained a large amount of resources. For the Hurricane Mountain stronghold, this was a chance to rise and destroy the Blackwind Mountain stronghold in one fell swoop. "After we destroy the Blackwind Mountain stronghold, our Hurricane Mountain stronghold will be the #1 stronghold. Cheers to the Hurricane Mountain stronghold." These people were all villains. When they heard that they would destroy the Blackwind Mountain stronghold and become the #1 stronghold, they all raised their bowls and drank with all their might. Boom! A giant metal door flew in from outside, smashing into a large group of immortals and sending dust flying. Shit! It must be the Blackwind Mountain stronghold. The group of people who had been drinking to their heart's content all stood up and rushed outside. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as they rushed out, a black shadow slammed into them and sent them flying. The scene was a mess, and only the 28 profound immortals continued drinking. Not bad, not bad. All the people of the Hurricane Mountain stronghold surrounded the man, but they didn't dare approach. Many of the 28 profound immortals were enraged. Within a radius of tens of millions of miles, their Hurricane Mountain stronghold was the #1 stronghold. Now someone was saying that the Hurricane Mountain stronghold was not bad? Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Die! One of the one-eyed profound immortals waved his hand and a large saber appeared in his hand. He swung the saber, and the saber aura whistled through the air, tearing the void apart and cracking the ground. It was an extremely vicious attack. This attack was meant to kill the cold and sinister man. Clang! The fierce saber attack of the profound immortal seemed to have hit a hard boulder. It didn't move at all, and it didn't hurt the opponent at all. Too weak. The snake demon shook his head and walked forward step by step, as if he wasn't interested in the attack. Heavens, how could he block the Sky Saber Immortal Saber? This guy must have cultivated an extremely powerful body tempering technique to be able to block the Sky Saber Immortal Saber. The Sky Immortals who were watching from the side screamed. The Sky Saber Immortal Saber technique was overbearing, and he would kill anyone below the Sky Immortal level with a single slash. He was extremely domineering, but he had lost today. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all the profound immortals present stood up, as if they couldn't believe that a profound immortal could block the Sky Saber Immortal Saber. His body tempering technique was unbelievably powerful, and all sorts of greed and desire followed. Kill! Kill him and take his body tempering technique. A dozen profound immortals attacked at the same time, and a violent aura enveloped the stronghold. No one believed that this person could survive. There had never been such a record. The snake demon's eyes were filled with disdain, and he opened his mouth and roared. Roar! The attacks of over 10 mysterious immortals instantly collapsed and ceased to exist, and it even blasted all of them flying. They all lost. Everyone was shocked. Black Wolf, the leader of the group, had a solemn expression as he looked at the other party. "You're someone invited by the Black Wind Mountain stronghold?" The snake demon flicked his fingernails. "What Black Wind Mountain stronghold? Not Black Wind. I'm here today because I'm interested in your stronghold. You're quite powerful, and you can be my little brother to fight for my master." Black Wolf's rage soared to the sky, and the surrounding decorations exploded, filling the sky with fragments. The Hurricane Mountain stronghold was single-handedly built by Black Wolf, and that was why it had such a scale today. Now, someone dared to come and steal his fruits of labor. It was unforgivable, and he even wanted to be his little brother. Boom! Black Wolf drew his saber, and his saber intent was sharp. He said sternly, "You want my stronghold? Kill me first if you have the guts, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Leader, kill him. Leader, take action and sweep everything away." Many sky immortals began to shout, and then their voices came to an abrupt stop. Their bodies exploded, and they were shot to death. The scene immediately quieted down. "If you don't, I'll send you to hell," the snake demon said sinisterly. Leader Black Wolf's strength was at the level of a perfect profound immortal. Suppressing profound immortals was as easy as drinking water, and the saber in his hand was of the divine grade. Profound immortals relied on their bodies to resist? They would still die. Whoosh! Everyone saw a black shadow flash in front of them, filled with an unimaginably dangerous aura that exceeded their limits. Plop! Before they could react, they saw their leader, Black Wolf, bleeding profusely. He fell to the ground, his head separated from his body. Instant kill. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. A perfect profound immortal was instantly killed in one move. It was too terrifying. The snake demon sat down and looked around. No one dared to respond, and they were all scared out of their wits. Killing their leader in one move, let alone them. "Welcome, leader." Whoosh! The 28 profound immortals all knelt on the ground. They weren't seriously injured, and they made their choice wisely. They knew very well that if this person wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to escape death, not to mention standing here. This person was magnanimous and didn't kill them. "Welcome, leader." The sky immortals all knelt down. Those trusted subordinates of Black Wolf didn't wait for them to react. Immediately, the sky immortals attacked and killed them. Their actions were extraordinarily fast. From today onwards, the Hurricane Mountain stronghold will be renamed to Demon Cave. Chapter 761. Heaven Realm, Northern Region. In the entire northern region, the Divine Sky Academy had the greatest influence. The Holy Heavens Academy was founded by the Holy Heavens Emperor who moved unhindered in the Heaven Realm. It was a place that specialized in nurturing geniuses. It could be said that every disciple of the Holy Heavens Academy, without exception, was a dragon among men, a proud son of the heavens, and an absolute tyrant. Speaking of the Divine Sky Academy, one had to mention this Divine Sky Emperor. This Divine Sky Emperor was a tyrannical immortal emperor from 1,000,000 years ago. He claimed to be on equal footing with the heavenly Tao, thus gaining the name of Divine Sky. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and his name shook the world. The heavenly Tao was a supreme existence that dared to claim to be on the same level as the heavenly Tao, causing many immortal emperors to be dissatisfied. After the heavenly Saint Emperor ascended to the immortal emperor realm, he called himself the Heavenly Saint Emperor and didn't give anyone time to prepare. He invited immortal emperors one after another and made a move that shook the heavens and the earth. Along the way, he was like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing all the old immortal emperors one by one. 100,000 years later, the Divine Sky Emperor became a peak immortal emperor and established his supreme position. This was a miracle in the heaven realm. 300,000 years later, when the Divine Sky Emperor's battle prowess was at its peak, he founded the Divine Sky Academy. From then on, the Divine Sky Academy rose to fame. It was only after the Divine Sky Emperor's disappearance that the Divine Sky Academy was suppressed and finally settled in the northern region. Even so, the Divine Sky Academy still became a pure land in the heaven realm. Its foundation was terrifying and no one could compare to it. Even the big sects didn't dare to look down on it. Many of the emperors and immortal monarchs of the heaven realm came from the Divine Sky Academy. With the passage of time, these people had long since become overlords of their own regions. They were existences who could stomp their feet with a stamp of their feet. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. The Divine Sky Academy was an invincible existence in the northern region. In the northern region, no matter which genius it was, they all hoped to become a disciple. Becoming an outer disciple would benefit the entire clan. Becoming an inner disciple would benefit the entire clan. Every time the Divine Sky Academy opened, countless geniuses would come from all directions. Their ultimate goal was to obtain the qualification to become a disciple of the Divine Sky Academy. Even so, the geniuses that came every time were the focus of the world. Everyone, come over and take a look. It's the latest walkthrough for the Elysium Academy. I guarantee that after reading it, the success rate will increase by 50%. Those who are passing by, don't miss it. The Sage Heaven Strategy Guide is on sale now. It only costs 100,000 low-grade immortal stones, and you'll be able to increase your success rate immediately. Sacred Heaven Strategy, 200,000 low-grade immortal stones. Additionally, I'll give you the narration of the previous champion. 200,000 low-grade immortal stones, you won't be able to buy a divine-grade immortal equipment. 200,000 low-grade immortal stones, you won't be able to find a fairy. However, 200,000 low-grade immortal stones, you can become a disciple of the Sacred Heavens Academy. Don't hesitate, this is your only chance. Divine Sky City. This city was located in the outermost region of the Holy Heaven Academy. At this moment, all kinds of shouts of all shapes and sizes reverberated continuously. Those who did not know what was going on might even think that this was a market. It was truly unimaginable. Divine Sky City used to be a small village. More accurately speaking, it was a village with very few people. There were no more than 50 families. It was rumored that back then, the Sacred Sky Emperor happened to pass by and opened his golden mouth. This place was a place that could suppress the fortune of the world. He immediately moved the mountains and moved the seas. In the end, the Holy Heaven Academy was established. As time passed, the small village at the foot of the mountain became a large city. Divine Sky City. Relying on the Holy Heaven Academy, Divine Sky City became another pure land. At the same time, it was the only entrance to the Holy Heaven Academy. After millions of years, Divine Sky City had become a large city. No matter what happened outside, this place had always been peaceful. The suppression of the Holy Heaven Academy's fortune caused many geniuses to emerge in Divine Sky City and become disciples of the Holy Heaven Academy. The current Divine Sky City Lord was a core disciple of the Holy Heaven Academy and had great power. Damn, why do I feel like I'm going to the market? Lin Fei wore a black robe and a cloak as he rode the dragon horse. He appeared in Divine Sky City, which was known as the place closest to the Holy Heaven Academy. Fellow Immortal, I see that you are a dragon among men. With a dragon horse that is 1 in 10,000, it will not be a problem for you to become an overlord in the future. I have a precious quote from the previous top disciple here. I will sell it to you at a loss of 300,000 lower celestial stones. While Lin Fei was digesting what he had seen in Divine Sky City, a middle-aged man ran over and said seriously. His lotus-blossoming tongue was able to trick people. I'm sorry, I've already bought it. Lin Fei shook his head. This was already the third time he had been promoted since he entered the city. If he didn't know, he might really be cheated this time. The middle-aged man left unwillingly and turned to another young man to sell him a secret manual. On the way, Lin Fei had heard that Divine Sky City was the outpost of the Holy Heaven Academy and that he could get a lot of information here. At first, he didn't think much of it. But after he entered Divine Sky City, Lin Fei realized that those people were right. This was a holy land for gossip. Lin Fei didn't get off the Wyrm horse. Instead, he rode on it and continued forward. Hey handsome, do you want to have a riot of colors? Handsome, come in and have a drink and rest. On both sides of the street, there were immortals selling their wares and luxuriously decorated immortal buildings. Apart from that, there were beautiful fairies leaning on the railings, waving their hands and expressing their lust. A world of flowers, wind, flower, snow, and rain. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this the legendary brothel? Along the way, there were no less than 30 to 40 brothels on both sides. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had come to the mortal world. He had still come to Divine Sky City. But then again, the fairies in the brothels were all beautiful and devastatingly beautiful. It was inevitable that people would forget to leave. Riding the dragon horse on the street, Lin Fei felt like he had returned to the world of flowers. He wasn't an immortal cultivator, but an ordinary person enjoying the beauty of the world. Sir, would you like to eat or have a snack? A snack. Lin Fei found an inn and prepared to stay for the time being. The waiter said apologetically. I'm sorry, immortal friend. We are full. Please look elsewhere. Damn. Lin Fei continued looking. I'm sorry, we are full. Go look for it somewhere else. I'm sorry, we are full. Chapter 762. Lin Fei went to a few more places one after another, but the results were the same as before, all of them were full. After asking around, he found out that the Divine Sky Academy was recruiting disciples. Geniuses from all over had gathered in Divine Sky City, which was why there was such a shortage. Not only the geniuses from the North region had arrived, but the geniuses from other regions had also arrived. Of course, the North region had the most geniuses. North region. It sounded like the North region was a region in the heaven realm, but in reality, it was boundless and had no end in sight. Geniuses from all walks of life gathered in the North region. Usually, they would be considered geniuses in their own territories, but once they came out, they might not be geniuses anymore. These geniuses came from afar and had extraordinary backgrounds. Once they checked into an inn, they booked it and forbade outsiders from entering. Almost all the people who came to Divine Sky City later could not find a place to stay. After knowing this result, Lin Fei felt very depressed. A Holy Heaven Academy was simply too popular. If I really can't find a place to stay, I can only stay in the Divine Fire space at night. Lin Fei was an immortal, so he did not need to rest much. However, his previous habits made him used to resting. He did not want to change himself, and always wanted to leave behind something that would not change. The geniuses are fighting on the Divine Sky Square again. Everyone, go and watch. In the middle of the street, someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, there was a huge reaction. Before Lin Fei could react, a large group of people rushed in one direction. Then, more and more people rushed over like a tide. I have nothing to do after eating. Although that was what he said, Lin Fei still stopped someone and asked about the situation. Fellow immortal, I wonder why they're rushing over. The person stopped was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was not high, only at the heaven immortal realm. Seeing Lin Fei leading the dragon horse, his tone softened. The Divine Sky Academy is recruiting disciples, and geniuses from all over have gathered here. Often, some geniuses can't wait and want to fight, so they arranged to fight on the upper Divine Sky arena. Lin Fei asked a few more questions and let him go. He gradually had a rough understanding of the situation. Since he could not find a place to stay for the time being, Lin Fei decided to go and take a look at this so-called genius disciple of the Heaven Realm and see how talented he was. Keeping the dragon horse, Lin Fei headed towards the Divine Sky Square. He had just asked around and found out that the Divine Sky Square was at the end of the street. The Divine Sky City did not allow fights, so the Divine Sky Arena was set up to allow people to fight fairly. "Little friend, please wait." As soon as Lin Fei walked towards the sacred Sky Square, he heard a strange voice. "Calling my name?" Lin Fei was quite surprised. He was unfamiliar with this place, so why would someone be looking for him? He didn't respond and continued walking forward. "Little friend, please wait. This poor monk greets you." Lin Fei's vision blurred, and a bald monk dressed in monk's robes appeared in front of him. Buddha's light shone brightly, and the monk put his hands together to block his path. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. The bald monk blocked in front of him at lightning speed, and Lin Fei couldn't catch a trace of him. This person was definitely a golden immortal expert, or even higher. "Check this person." Lin Fei was on guard. He secretly opened the system to check. Unknown strength? Lin Fei was shocked. With his current ability, the system could confirm that this person was a sword immortal. However, after this check, the system gave 3 question marks. Clearly, this person's strength had surpassed the golden immortal level, or he had a deep foundation. "I am Wuda from the Western Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss." Wuda put his hands together again, his expression focused. "Damn, there are Western monks in the Heaven Realm?" Lin Fei was shocked. Luckily, he held it in and didn't shout out. Although he had been in the Heaven Realm for some time, Lin Fei still didn't know much about the Heaven Realm. In the beginning, he was chased by others, and later on, he was chased by others. When did he have the time to unravel the secrets of the Heaven Realm? Now that a monk from the Western Pure Land appeared, how could Lin Fei not be shocked? Furthermore, he didn't have a good impression of monks, and always felt that they were swindlers. So it's an eminent monk from the Western Pure Land. Lin Fei revealed a shocked expression. He wanted to probe the other party first. This monk, Wuda, was listed as a dangerous existence by Lin Fei. This guy's strength was tyrannical, and a little bit of his strength was enough to move people. Benefactor is overpraising me. I can't be considered as an eminent monk, I only have some gains. Lin Fei felt that the other party was very good at acting, and said again, "Eminent monk is looking for me, could it be that you have something to ask of me?" Wuda looked up and down, and his heart was blooming with joy. He thought in his heart, "I didn't expect that I would meet a good seedling in the Holy Heaven Academy. If he is properly nurtured, his potential will definitely not be bad. This kind of good seedling cannot be taken away by the Holy Heaven Academy. Benefactor, this poor monk looks at you. You have a full forehead and natural spiritual bones. I know that you have outstanding talent, and you have a fierce dragon in your chest. You and I are fated, and you are fated with Buddha. Why don't you follow this old monk to the Western Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss and attain Arhat Buddhahood?" Fuck. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He finally understood why this guy looked for him. It turns out that he wanted him to become a monk. You are the one who wants to become a monk, your whole family are monks. Lin Fei didn't have the mood to become a monk. Arhat Buddhahood and whatnot, he doesn't even want it, it's nothing. "Ah, I am fated with Buddha?" Lin Fei said in shock once again. "That's right. If I didn't guess wrong, Benefactor has divinity in your body. You are the best candidate to cultivate Buddhist secret arts." Wuda continued. Wuda, as the guide of the Western world, roamed the heavenly realm and guided geniuses into the Western world. This was his mission. Every time the Holy Heaven Academy recruited genius disciples, Wuda would make a trip to find beautiful disciples and help them become Buddha. Wuda had already helped a few geniuses, and in the end, he saw Lin Fei who contained divinity. He was surprised on the spot. A celestial immortal with divinity, if nurtured well, would become an expert. With Buddhism combined with the radiance of divinity, the Western world would have another arhat. You even know this. Lin Fei said this on purpose. At the same time, he thought in his heart, I didn't expect that after I refined the God's soul grass, my divine sense and body contained divinity. I didn't expect this person to see through it with a glance. Lin Fei didn't know much about the function of the radiance of divinity for the time being. But from the words of this monk, Lin Fei seemed to know that it was very useful. How to reject became a tangled problem. If the other party was a golden immortal, Lin Fei wouldn't need to worry at all. But the other party was an unfathomable guy. My Buddha is with me, there is nothing this poor monk doesn't know. Wuda put on the appearance of an expert, you and I are fated. Follow me to the Western paradise. Buddha's voice came. F***ck, this guy wants to tempt me. The monks of the Western world are really despicable. The moment the Buddha's voice came, Lin Fei knew that something was wrong. His primordial spirit was different from before. It was no longer an ordinary primordial spirit. He immediately reacted. If he was disgusted with the Western monks before, then from now on, he would be blacklisted. Lin Fei could say with certainty that if he didn't have a mutated primordial spirit, he would have definitely been tempted and obediently become a glorious monk. Buddha is in my heart, I want to step into the Western world and obtain the position of Buddha. Lin Fei's eyes blurred as he muttered to himself. Wuda smiled. Facing the merciful arc of salvation, this move was unstoppable. It was a must-have technique for a guide. It could inject Supreme Buddha's voice and instantly purify people. A disciple with divinity, Wuda could almost see that he could leave his position as a guide and no longer have to travel the world. Although he could travel everywhere, Wuda really didn't want to do this kind of menial work anymore. In the Western world, this position was not high at all. You can leave with this poor monk to the Western paradise. My things are in the inn. I need to get them back. Please wait for a moment. Lin Fei looked sincere as he pointed at the inn behind him. Wuda waved his hand, go ahead, this poor monk will wait for you here. Those who were under the merciful arc of salvation never had any accidents. Wuda was very relaxed and didn't worry about leaving. This wasn't the first time Wuda had done this. He was already used to it. As long as he could bring people back, it didn't matter if there was a slight delay. If not for the Divine Sky City's formation, Wuda would have torn open the void and left with people long ago. He wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The formation of the Divine Sky City was set up by the Divine Sky Academy. Wuda's reputation as a guide was not glorious, so he didn't dare to break the formation. If the people of the Divine Sky Academy knew that the guide was trying to purify geniuses to join the Western world, they would beat him up and throw him out of the Divine Sky City. Wuda didn't dare to act recklessly. Bring this disciple with divinity back, and this poor monk's mission is complete. From now on, I won't have to sleep in the wilderness and be looked down upon by others. I can cultivate in peace. Wuda happily thought to himself. The matter of being a guide would be given to whoever did it. He was finally able to extricate himself from it. Wuda waited outside just like that. Half an hour later, Wuda frowned. The divinity young man didn't come back. He turned and walked towards the inn behind. Waiter, where's that black-clothed young man? For some reason, Wuda felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. That black-clothed young man? The waiter thought about it. That's right. He left from the back door. The waiter pointed at the back door not far away. Wuda's guide instantly felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. That young man broke through his merciful arc of salvation and was not controlled by the Buddhist voice. How can this be? Wuda was dizzy. This young man must have some treasure on him that blocked the merciful arc of salvation. That's why he wasn't charmed. The young man left. Wuda wasn't willing to give up. He chased through the back door. No matter what, he had to catch him. A moment later, Lin Fei appeared and gave the waiter 50,000 low-grade celestial stones. This is for you. Well done. Lin Fei turned around and walked out of the inn, heading in another direction. Chapter 763. In the bustling Divine Sky City. I'm so pissed off. At this moment, Monk Wuda was just short of blowing his beard and glaring. What a divine young man, he had disappeared without a trace just like that. People were coming and going on the endless street. The tide of people was surging. That young man with divinity was nowhere to be found. He had disappeared without a trace. I must find him. Even 10 geniuses may not be as talented as one young man with divinity. Wuda took a deep breath and swore to find him. He turned around and merged with the crowd, ready to continue his search. Western guide, how dare you use Buddha's voice to bewitch young talents? Do you really think this is the Western small world? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Wuda's ears, followed by an invisible divine sense pressure. Wuda's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. So it's the city lord of Divine Sky City, Mu Zhan. Which eye of yours saw me? Get out of the Divine Sky City now. The Divine Sky City does not welcome the Western emissary. If you dare to appear in the city again, I will kill you with one palm. I think your Western Heaven Small World's Buddhist Lord will not dare to do anything. Before Wuda could finish his words, his body shook. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. What a Divine Sky City Lord! I will remember your words. He turned around and left, disappearing from the streets and leaving Divine Sky City. The people of the Western small world are getting more and more presumptuous. They keep extraditing geniuses. This young man is not bad, the voice muttered to himself, and then disappeared. It disappeared. Puchi. Guide Wuda's pathetic figure appeared in a forest outside the Divine Sky City. What a powerful Divine Sky City Lord. He injured me with just a few words. Monk Wuda sat down cross-legged. A lotus throne appeared and healed his wounds. That young man with divinity must not join Divine Sky Academy. I must find a way to get him out. Should I be safe now? Lin Fei did not know that the guide monk had been expelled from Divine Sky City. He was worried that the guide monk would catch up with him. The system identified that the monk was very powerful, so Lin Fei had to be careful. At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in a small alley. He could still hear the noise coming from outside. The monks of the Western world are indeed despicable and shameless. I have to be careful in the future. Lin Fei frowned. He seems to have noticed the divinity in my body, which is why he looks at me in a new light. If I don't want to be noticed, I'll have to deal with the divinity in my body. Lin Fei was very clear about his current situation. He was like a firefly in the dark night. No matter where he went, he would be discovered. There was nowhere to hide. If he wanted to remain unnoticed, he would have to seal the divine radiance on his body and not allow it to leak out. The divine radiance should have other uses. Otherwise, the envoy wouldn't care so much about it. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. I need to find a place to study it. Lin Fei firmly believed that the divine radiance was different. After coming out of the alley, Lin Fei did not dare to leave the city. He looked for an inn and finally bought a room at a high price. After entering the room, he set up a formation and told the waiter not to disturb him. Then, he entered the divine flame space and began to study the divine radiance. Ever since he swallowed the God Spirit grass and combined it with the God Spirit grass, Lin Fei had a great opportunity and benefited a lot. The most important thing was the divine radiance on his body. He had not treated it properly before, but after hearing Wu De's words, Lin Fei came to a conclusion and could not help but take it seriously. If the envoy knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. He had become the good guy for once. Let me think about it. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. He was not in a hurry and his mind was as calm as water. 1 cup of tea. 1 incense stick of time. 2 hours. Lin Fei abruptly opened his eyes as a confident smile appeared on his face. I finally understand. Eternal divine fist, eternal instant. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire aura changed as the divine radiance enveloped him. It was as if a god had descended. Time seemed to stop at this moment, including the divine flame space. The divine radiance was like a supreme pressure that was incomparably domineering. Lin Fei could clearly feel that after the divine radiance supported this fist technique, it was even more domineering and ferocious. It was as if every punch would be enveloped by the divine radiance and suppress everything. Everyone would have to crawl under this fist. Emperor's might, divine might descends from the heavens. Lin Fei's aura changed again, from that of a god to that of a god-emperor. He was no longer an emperor in the mortal world. Instead, he was a high and mighty god-emperor who could see everything in the world. Emperor, divine emperor. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. When I use the divine radiance to activate the emperor's might, my aura will rise to that of a god-emperor. When I attack, I can use the divine emperor's might to suppress others and suppress their fighting strength. For example, a golden immortal's fighting strength will be reduced by about 30% under the suppression of my divine emperor's might. The stronger I am, the greater the suppression. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. He did not expect the divine radiance to have such benefits. When the divine radiance was used on the fist technique, it contained an irresistible divine might that was naturally restricted. From the beginning, Lin Fei felt that the divine radiance was extraordinary. Now, it seemed that the greatest benefit was not the change in the divine sense, but the divine radiance. After the divine radiance was used on the fist technique, it was naturally unparalleled and unstoppable. Lin Fei did not expect that the divine radiance would have such benefits. If I activate the divine emperor's might and use the first move of the eternal divine fist, I am afraid that even a golden immortal will be killed by me. Lin Fei calculated, this move will be my strongest move. As long as a golden immortal expert dares to attack, he will be killed directly. After the second transformation of the god-demon body, Lin Fei's defensive power had reached an abnormal level. Even if a golden immortal attacked, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. However, it was very difficult for Lin Fei to kill a golden immortal. Today, after Lin Fei comprehended the mystery of the divine radiance through Monk Wu De, he had one more trump card that could kill a golden immortal expert. My divine radiance has been integrated into my body. It is very difficult to seal it. Lin Fei checked the relevant memories. This divine radiance was a unique existence. It was very difficult to seal it. In that case, I might as well not hide it anymore. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I have inherited the eternal Great Emperor's unique skill. I might as well act as the Great Emperor's successor and raise my status. The more I show that I have a great opportunity, the more I will be valued. Even if that monk comes again, he will be afraid and will not dare to act rashly. After comprehending the power of the divine radiance, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Chapter 764. When a new ray of sunlight shone down, the sky was filled with multicolored light, signifying the arrival of a new day. The divine sky plaza once again attracted countless gazes. If there was one place that was the most lively, it would definitely be the divine sky arena. On the huge plaza, there was a huge black humanoid statue holding a golden spear. It towered into the clouds, its deep gaze piercing through the heavens. This person was the divine sky emperor, who stood among the immortal emperors back then. With his shocking talent, he swept through the immortal emperors and became famous. This statue was erected by someone later on, and it was worshipped day and night. Over the years, it would occasionally bestow blessings, causing a huge commotion every time. Anyone who came to the Divine Sky Plaza would subconsciously worship it. Far away from the statue was a huge arena that was extremely eye-catching. A formless energy sealed the entire arena, preventing any energy from leaking out and causing trouble that shouldn't have happened. Every time the Divine Sky Academy recruited students, geniuses would fight endlessly on the Divine Sky Arena. As a result, the Elysium Arena became a place of fame. Before they even entered the Elysium, their names had already spread out, which unknowingly boosted their momentum, allowing them to reach a certain level. When Lin Fei arrived at the Divine Sky Plaza, first, they were attracted by the statue. What a powerful aura! Even if it's just a statue, it seems to have communicated with the Divine Sky Emperor, giving off a lively aura. Lin Fei stood not far away from the Divine Sky Emperor and frowned as he sized up the Divine Sky Emperor. An expert from the Thunder Sound Monastery is going up. A cry from the crowd attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fei retracted his gaze, no longer looking at the statue. He was indeed attracted by the words. Lin Fei stood far away and saw the Divine Sky Arena. At this moment, there were two young people standing on the arena. The one on the left held a monk's staff and had a big bald head. Buddhist chants were unceasing behind him, giving off a peaceful aura. It was as if he had formed a kingdom of his own, as if he didn't care about anything else. What a good Buddhist chant! This monk from the Thunder Sound Monastery has such a profound Buddhist dharma. His every action is filled with compassion, calming the hearts of others. On the other hand, the young man on the other side had a vicious aura that surged into the heavens. Evil spirits protected his body as they moved about, terrifying and astonishing. They were filled with an enormous killing intent. What a powerful aura! As expected of a genius of the northern region. Lin Fei took a look and knew that the two of them were very strong. One of them could use evil qi to protect himself, which showed that he was extraordinary. The other was a disciple of the Lane Temple. His dharma was like a kingdom, and he could not be invaded by anything. His heart was like still water, and he would not understand if he did not ask. Bald donkey, rumor has it that your Buddhist studies are extraordinary, and you always tell people to lay down their butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Today, if you have the ability, I will lay down my butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Otherwise, I will destroy you on the spot, ha ha ha. This person was extremely arrogant. With a light stomp of his foot, the huge arena was filled with evil spirits. Ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. In an instant, the disciples of the Thunder Temple were surrounded. He's trying to turn the disciples of the Thunder Temple into demons, what a cruel method. This voice came from a young man beside Lin Fei. He was waving a folding fan in his hand, and on the fan, there was a picture of a beautiful lady. Coupled with his embroidered robes, he looked like a dragon among men. I don't think so. Lin Fei said. This disciple of the Thunder Temple has never seen the other party in his eyes. I think the evil Tao is just an evil sect, and it will never amount to anything. The embroidered robed young man turned around and smiled. Celestial friend, why don't we make a bet? The loser will treat me to a drink, how about that? From the moment the Thunder Temple disciples stepped onto the arena, Lin Fei thought that the other party would win, which was why he casually said that. All right. As the two of them spoke, the situation on the arena changed drastically. The evil Tao appeared, and dark clouds covered the sky. The Thunder Temple disciple roared, and Buddha's light shone. The winter snow melted, and the head of the evil Tao collapsed in an instant. The Buddha says that you are guilty. The Thunder Temple disciple stepped out, solemn and dignified, and Buddha's light filled the sky. As expected of a Thunder Temple disciple. Just one Buddhist technique, lion's roar, and it broke the evil Tao. Why don't you take a look at what kind of place the Thunder Temple is? It is a pure land, and it is a piece of cake for it to subdue the evil Tao. The young man, who was surrounded by evil energy, struggled with all his might. The words of the Thunder Temple disciple were like magic, and he could not resist them. After a few breaths, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I am guilty, I want to atone for my sins. Bang! The young man slammed his palm on the top of his head, and his physical body exploded, along with his primordial spirit. Damn, this Thunder Temple disciple is really ruthless. He killed the other party without even attacking. The embroidered-robed young man spat, as if he did not like the Thunder Temple disciple. Celestial friend, I have lost. You can tell me which restaurant to go to. No need. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Lin Fei shook his head. He was not interested in drinking, and he was here to make a name for himself. The embroidered-robed young man was not happy. That won't do. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Once I say it, I will not change it. Are you worried about me? Lin Fei had only said those words casually earlier, but the other party had actually taken them seriously. This was truly a rare occurrence. Initially, Lin Fei wanted to reject the other party's offer, but seeing how persistent the other party was, he decided to change his mind. Let's head to a nearby tavern then. That's right. Life is like a dream. If there is wine today, let's get drunk today. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? We can drink and watch the show at the same time. Isn't that great? Su Feng waved his fan and laughed. The two went to a nearby restaurant and chose a table by the window. Immediately, a waiter brought them good wine, and the fragrance filled the air. Divine Sky City's wine is not bad. Su Feng took a sip. I am Su Feng, and people call me the Playboy. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. I am Lin Fei. Your name is not bad. Su Feng laughed. Recently, a person called Lin Fei made Purgatory sect lose a lot of face. You are really fated with him. Lin Fei laughed. I have heard of this person too. He is a very vicious guy. Purgatory sect is a dignified celestial sect, but they fell. This made us, who have the same name, tremble in fear. We are afraid that Purgatory sect will come and investigate. Damn, who does Purgatory sect think they are? They would not dare to investigate even if they were given 100 guts. Su Feng snorted. Celestial friend, don't worry. If Purgatory sect did not climb up to a certain someone, Lin Fei's heart moved. He understood something and pretended to be relieved. Celestial friend Su, could it be that you came to Divine Sky City to join Divine Sky Academy? Of course. Su Feng said proudly. Celestial friend Lin, do you know that Divine Sky Academy has many beauties? I have always liked beauties. Divine Sky Academy is famous for its beauties, so I specially came to join Divine Sky Academy. Lin Fei gave a thumbs up. Amazing. You flatter me. Su Feng said. However, the recruitment this time is not easy. Celestial friend, you should be mentally prepared. Didn't they say that with the Divine Heaven Order, one can reach the heavens in one step? Lin Fei asked casually. Not so. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. I spent so much effort to get the Divine Heaven Order. I didn't do it for nothing, right? What do you mean? Su Feng said. In the past, with the Divine Heaven Order, one can enter the outer sect in one step. However, this year, Divine Sky Academy has gone crazy. They have to arrange a Grotto Heaven treasure hunt. After listening, Lin Fei understood. Perhaps it was because of Ying Wuhan's death. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Fei could only guess. Isn't it just a Grotto Heaven treasure hunt? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right? Su Feng looked up and down at Lin Fei. For a celestial immortal like you, it is indeed troublesome. I don't mind telling you. This year, many inheritors have appeared. Among them, there are quite a few inheritors of great emperors. All of them are ferocious. For example, the inheritor of the Slaughter Emperor, the inheritor of the Qing Emperor, etc. None of them are easy to deal with. Lin Fei was shocked. So many inheritors of great emperors? Could it be that the inheritors of great emperors are popular this year? Who knows? Su Feng curled his lips. However, these inheritors of great emperors are quite strong. Some are just trying to make a name for themselves. You should know that many celestial emperors have fallen in the heaven realm. There are also many who pretend to be the inheritors of great emperors. It is no longer rare. Unless one day, a shocking inheritor of great emperors appears. Otherwise, there is nothing to be surprised about. The two chatted as they drank. The more they talked, the happier they got. It was as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Su Feng was known as a playboy. In order to chase after the fairies, he came up with all kinds of tricks. However, every time Lin Fei came up with an idea, Su Feng would look at him in a new light. In terms of picking up girls, even 100 Su Fengs were not Lin Fei's match. There was a huge amount of information on the internet. It was not an exaggeration to say that it would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Young master. A tall servant walked up from downstairs and stood beside Su Feng. His sinister gaze constantly fell on Lin Fei. What is it? Su Feng was drinking happily and did not notice. The elder is looking for you. Please go back. The servant said carefully. A bunch of old things. Su Feng scolded. He turned to Lin Fei and said, Brother Lin, we are fated to meet today. You have enlightened me. If fate allows it, we will meet again in the future. Lin Fei had also gained a lot. He knew many secrets that no one knew. Me too. There are many inheritors of great emperors this time. It might be dangerous to participate. You have to think twice. Before leaving, Su Feng reminded him again. No matter how strong a celestial immortal was, he could only break through to Xian Immortal. But this time, there was a golden immortal among the inheritors of great emperors. I understand. Lin Fei nodded. Su Feng turned and left. This Su Feng is not simple. He has a servant with a perfected Xian Immortal aura. I wonder where he came from. Lin Fei frowned. He did not want to know where Su Feng came from. On the arena in the square, there were continuous battles between geniuses. Chapter 765. 10 days. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye for Lin Fei in the Divine Sky City. In these 10 days, Lin Fei didn't go up to the arena to spar with anyone. He chose to observe silently during the day and understand the unique skills of the various geniuses. He learned a lot. At night, he practiced the Great God's light continuously so that he could control the Great God's light at will. During this time, Lin Fei didn't meet Su Feng again. The Western monk that he was afraid of was nowhere to be seen either. He heaved a sigh of relief. On the morning of the 11th day, the sky was cloudless. Both the geniuses living in the Divine Sky City and outside the city all came to the Divine Sky Square. The arena on the sacred Sky Square had been dismantled. It was empty and filled with people. In these 10 days, geniuses kept coming to the Divine Sky City. People wondered how many people were going to participate in the Divine Sky Academy selection. Today, the primary selection began. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the Divine Sky Square. When Lin Fei arrived, the square was filled with people. There were countless handsome men and beautiful women. It was dazzling. It turned into a beauty contest. An hour later, a few beams of golden light flew over, breaking through the air. Before they even landed, their terrifying auras blew past, and the originally noisy place became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Welcome, elders. The elders of the Divine Sky City had already received them on the platform. They all looked fearful. This time, there were 3 elders, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman enchanting. It was hard to believe that they were elders of the Divine Sky Academy. How's the preparation? An elder glanced over and asked casually. His every word and action made the elders of the Divine Sky City feel great pressure. Elder Ming, everything is ready, the Divine Sky City elder said with his head lowered. Even though these 3 were just outer sect elders of the Divine Sky Academy, they couldn't compare to them in terms of status. One word from them could kill them. Then let's begin, the young man called elder said indifferently. The elder of the Divine Sky City heaved a sigh of relief. Facing an outer sect elder of the Divine Sky Academy, the pressure was too great. Just a gaze could kill someone, it was really too much for them. Everyone, listen up. The Elysium Academy's disciple selection will begin today. The voice of the Divine Sky City elder reverberated above the Divine Sky Square, hurting everyone's eardrums. According to the rules, immortals with a blank Divine Heaven token can become outer sect disciples without the preliminaries. But this year, the school has changed the rules. Geniuses with a Divine Heaven token can skip the first step of the preliminaries and enter Divine Light City directly. No one present knew about this, but they all knew about it in advance. Fellow immortals with the Heavenly Order, please enter Holy Light City in advance. The 3 outer sect elders of the Divine Sky Academy took out their immortal tools and communicated with the Sacred Sky Emperor statue. A dazzling door appeared on the square. With the Heavenly Order, you can enter Saint Light City. The Divine Sky City elder reminded. A commotion broke out in the crowd. I'll go in first. A burly man with a huge axe on his back and a Heavenly Order in his hand rushed into the door, leaving behind countless envious voices. Everyone, I'll go first. Handsome men and beautiful women quickly passed through the door and entered Divine Light City. There were dozens of people with the Heavenly Order in their hands. Lin Fei blended in among them. When a heaven celestial like him entered Divine Light City with the Heavenly Order, it caused quite a commotion. Damn, why does that kid have the Heavenly Order? Unfair, it's really unfair. I can kill that kid with one slap. What a pity, I should have known. Lin Fei's entry only caused a small commotion that didn't last for long. This year was different from the previous year. In the previous year, with the Heavenly Order, one could skip the steps and become a disciple of the Elysium Academy in one step. This year, they had to compete, and with the Heavenly Order, it was nothing more than a qualification. To the people present, their strength was not inferior to the other party, and they were qualified to compete. What was so great about entering Divine Light City? When Lin Fei appeared again, he was surrounded by celestial mist, white clouds, flying cranes, hundreds of flowers, and celestial music. With a casual breath, dense celestial spiritual energy entered his body, nourishing his internal organs and relaxing his mind. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Divine Light City was indeed a grotto heaven world. During the 10 days in Divine Light City, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He asked about the selection, and after paying a certain amount of celestial stones, he had a comprehensive understanding of the selection. Divine Light City was a grotto heaven world, a place of its own. In layman's terms, Divine Light City was a spatial celestial artifact created by the Elysium Emperor back then. As for its grade, it had reached the Emperor grade, and its power was unimaginable. Being in Divine Light City, Lin Fei could feel the boundless life aura and the unreasonably dense celestial spiritual energy. He wanted to absorb as much as he could to strengthen himself. If he really did that, Lin Fei believed that he wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Fei walked along the main road towards Divine Light City. At this moment, he was just outside the city. This was also the only safe place in the grotto heaven world that wouldn't be invaded by anything. Dong, dong, dong. After a few steps, a huge figure like an ancient god with disheveled hair and an evil aura protecting its body appeared. With each step, the earth trembled. It was extremely terrifying. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll eat you first. This giant charged forward, and almost no one could stop it. Those who were hit by it either had their bodies destroyed or fell to the ground with serious injuries. It was hair-raising. Ancient mountain giant. The bystanders sucked in a breath of cold air. Wherever the archaic mountain giant passed by, the people would leave and the buildings would become empty. The ancient mountain was a forbidden area in the heaven realm. Demonic beasts were everywhere, and ancient ferocious beasts guarded the ancient mountain. Their strength was at the top of the world. Every time they made a move, the wind and clouds would tremble. The demonic beasts that came from the ancient mountain were all incomparably powerful. As a result, the ferocious name of the ancient mountain continued to spread, and everyone was afraid of it. The ancient mountain giant was a ferocious beast that lived in the ancient mountain. It had boundless divine strength, and could easily collapse the mountains and overturn the seas. Due to its ferocious name, no one dared to provoke it. What a powerful life force! Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Who else would be shocked? If I eat him, my strength will definitely soar. Long ago, Lin Fei heard that the Holy Heaven Academy didn't reject any genius. As long as one was a genius, they could become a disciple of the Holy Heaven Academy after passing the test. Due to this rule, the reputation of the Holy Heaven Academy had always been known outside. Lin Fei had only taken a few steps when a huge flying beast soared through the sky, blotting out the sun. With a flap of its wings, sand and pebbles were sent flying, tearing through the air. Countless human experts were sent flying, crashing into the Holy Light City walls, suffering unspeakably. This is a rock. Chapter 766. An archaic mountain giant already made everyone tremble in fear, and in the blink of an eye, a huge bird appeared, and it was even the infamous Great Peng. Everyone seemed to be able to see the intensity of this heavenly passage world's battle. It would definitely surpass the past and be unprecedented. As Lin Fei walked, he occasionally saw powerful beasts enter Holy Light City. Their terrifying auras whistled past, and countless people suffered. They dared to be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Every single vicious beast was famous, and they were not inferior to the archaic mountain giant and the Great Peng from before. The difference in strength would be revealed here. Towards the end, many humanoid creatures appeared one after another. Every one of them was extremely ferocious. Just a look from them would make people's hair stand on end. Many geniuses had been killed by the beasts before they could even enter Holy Light City. It was a tragic sight to behold. Holy Light City was very big, much smaller than Divine Sky City. For people like them, the space was big enough. The human experts who were frightened finally heaved a sigh of relief after entering Holy Light City. They no longer had to worry about encountering beasts and being killed by them. Many geniuses with divine heaven decrees had died outside. Even though they were called geniuses, encountering geniuses who were even more terrifying than them, death was the best choice. They had passed the preliminaries and arrived at Holy Light City. They could rest for 3 days and wait for others to enter. At that time, they would fight for the right to enter Divine Sky Academy together. Scram! Holy Light City was the only safe place. There were formations inside, and people would at most be heavily injured, but they would definitely not die. At the center of the street, on the bluestone paved road, a young man with shocking divine power smashed a ferocious beast away with his bare hands. Who is this guy? That's a creature from the archaic mountain, and he was sent flying just like that. That guy is the successor of the great emperor, Sun Sheng. His divine power is shocking. Last time someone fought with him, he broke the immortal weapon and heavily injured his opponent. So he is the successor of the great emperor, no wonder he is so overbearing. That young man sent the creature flying with a wave of his hand. He patted the dust off his body and turned to leave. The moment Sun Sheng, the inheritor of the great emperor, made his move, it made many people feel restraining fear. He was able to defeat even the creatures of the archaic mountain, so his strength was definitely incomparably tyrannical. It inevitably made them feel like there was a tall mountain above their heads. That creature from the primordial mountain also possesses astonishing divine strength, but it is inferior to the other party. To be able to be called the successor of the great emperor, its own strength cannot be weak. Lin Fei saw everything that happened. In the first batch of people that entered, apart from the incomparably powerful vicious beasts and humanoid creatures, the most powerful ones should be those who claimed to be the great emperor's inheritors. None of them were simple and had a certain level of ability. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. There were many races in the heaven realm, and they seemed to have inherited some unique factors. Every one of them was very powerful. There were many inns in Saintly Light City. Lin Fei randomly chose an inn. After all, he would have to wait for 3 days in Saintly Light City. Therefore, he chose an inn that was located in a calm location. "Waiter, give me a guest room for 3 days." Lin Fei walked into an inn and said to the waiter, 1,000,000 low-grade immortal stones for 3 days. "Thank you." The waiter greeted him with a smile. He was shocked for a moment, but then quickly returned to normal. 1,000,000 low-grade immortal stones for 3 days. The corner of Lin Fei's eyes twitched. Saintly Light City was even more fraudulent than the outside world. He prepared to take out the immortal stones and go upstairs to rest. "Waiter, give me a guest room." An earth-shaking roar came from behind. It was directed at the waiter. "Please wait a moment. Allow me to settle it for this fellow immortal. I will do it for you immediately." The waiter replied. "A mere heaven immortal dares to come to Saintly Light City? Get out." The person behind was a man the size of a small mountain. He had a violent temper. Seeing that a mere heaven immortal stood in front of him, he did not say a word and slapped down with his palm. A strong wind whistled and cut through the void. This little heaven immortal is going to be unlucky. I really don't know how this little heaven immortal came in. If it were me, I would rather sell the sacred heaven order than come here to die. Some people had gathered in the inn. Those who had already completed the formalities couldn't help but start discussing. A mere heaven immortal was too conspicuous. Boom! With this palm strike, everyone thought that the kid would fall to the ground with serious injuries and be thrown outside. He's fine. In the end, an unimaginable scene appeared. The powerful palm didn't have any effect. The other party didn't move at all. Too weak. Lin Fei turned his head. His eyes were cold, and in an instant, he could see through everything. Thump, thump. The big man took 3 steps back, frightened by that look. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen a horrifying existence. His huge body trembled slightly. I'm sorry. No one expected that the big man would lower his head and apologize when he should have attacked again. His huge palm slapped his face, and in the blink of an eye, his face was swollen like a pig's. He kept saying, "I'm sorry. Get lost." Lin Fei's words were like an emperor's pardon. The big man's mind shook. He turned to run, but in his panic, he tripped and fell on his face. For a moment, everyone in the inn was shocked. Since when could a little heaven immortal scare away a profound immortal? The light of the great god is quite useful. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He turned his head. I can go upstairs now. The waiter, who had been mocking him just now, was now very respectful. Okay. I'll take you upstairs. How could the waiter not be afraid to scare away a profound immortal? He himself was just a profound immortal. As the various beings and the Emperor's heirs entered Saint Light's city, the quiet city became lively. Lin Fei didn't go out. He remained in the tavern in Holy Light City, absorbing more immortal spirit energy. He controlled the speed at which he did so, and yet, it was still shocking. On the second day, many human contestants entered Saint Light City. This process continued. There were all kinds of conflicts on the streets. Luckily, people couldn't be killed in Saint Light City. On the third day, Lin Fei left the inn, preparing to relax. The competition would begin tomorrow, and there wouldn't be many opportunities for peace and contentment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he might as well take a walk and relax. 3 days later, Saint Light City was much more lively than the first day. There were young elites everywhere. All of them were arrogant and high-spirited. They seemed certain that they would get good results in the upcoming competition and fight their way into Heavenly Academy to obtain a qualification. Immortal friend Lin Fei. Saint Light City wasn't small. Lin Fei was strolling around when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. So it's immortal friend Su Feng. When Lin Fei turned around, he saw Su Feng, who he had drunk with the last time, walking in his direction with a few people. Su Feng's greeting surprised the friend beside him. Young Master Su, your taste has changed. Is a little heaven immortal worth befriending? Said a young man on the left. He was dressed in red, emitting a blazing aura. Most importantly, there was a strange divine rune on his forehead, making him look like a god. Chihua, watch your mouth. Su Feng turned around and said, do you think a heaven immortal can fight his way here? Use your pig brain to think. Su Feng was very surprised to see Lin Fei here. Other than those with the heavenly decrees, outsiders would have to go through an intense competition and be prepared to die. Su Feng did not think that Lin Fei was able to appear here because of the Elysium Medallion. The Elysium Medallion came from the Elysium Academy, and the person it was given to was a dragon amongst men, not a heaven immortal. Clearly, Yi Jian was the latter. Su Feng walked up, I didn't expect you to come in too. Lin Fei chuckled. I was lucky to get in just like that. If the first time was because of drinking and chatting, then this time, Su Feng's impression of him had deepened. The strength of a heaven immortal was extraordinary, and this Lin Fei was one of them. Where are you going? Su Feng asked suddenly. Lin Fei laughed, I'm just taking a walk. I don't have a destination. Why don't we go to the square? Is there anything extraordinary? Yes, you'll know when you get there. Lin Fei didn't know what was going on inside Holy Light City. It was okay to go and have a look. You go with your friend. I'll go alone. Lin Fei had already noticed the hateful eyes from the other side. There was no need to be with them. I'll go with you. Su Feng understood the reason. Won't this ruin your relationship? Su Feng laughed, they are all young masters of aristocratic families. What they value is nothing more than strength and connections. There's nothing to ruin. After the two of them left, the expressions of the other 3 people changed. Then they returned to normal. As they said, they were good friends now. But once they entered the square, they might fight with each other for benefits. Humph, humph. I'd like to see what's so special about a little heaven immortal. Chihua sneered as he walked forward. The other 2 did not have such a bad temper. They all knew that Chihua looked down on ants. Thus, he had killed countless ants because he found them an eyesore. In a big square. What they saw was not a simple square, but many huge black steels. At first glance, they couldn't tell how many steels there were. What's this? When Lin Fei appeared at the edge of the square, he was shocked when he saw these steels. Because these steels were exuding a vast and boundless aura. Let's go closer and have a look. Su Feng seemed to know about this. Lin Fei walked closer and looked at the nearest steel. There was a line of powerful words on the steel, as if many emperors were flying out. Amazing divine power, titled Divine Power King. These simple words were filled with a domineering aura. It was as if the other party was a god who wouldn't allow anyone to reject him. 1 in 10,000 archery skills, unparalleled in the world, titled Divine Archery King. Lin Fei looked at another stele. There was another line of words, just as domineering as before. Chapter 767. Stone Tablet Plaza. Hearing Su Feng's words, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He blurted out, "This is the King Conferral tablet that everyone is talking about? I thought you didn't know." After staying in the Divine Sky City for almost half a month, Lin Fei had a thorough understanding of the city. The most famous thing in the Divine Sky City was the King's Stone Tablet, which was extremely mysterious. As for where it was, he wasn't sure. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be in Divine Light City. The two words, king, had a special meaning, and it was placed in the plaza. "Actually, I really didn't know it was here," Lin Fei said seriously. Su Feng looked at the King Bestowment Stone Tablet and said respectfully, "This stone tablet was personally refined by the Heavenly Saint Emperor. It's an Emperor-grade immortal artifact that possesses supreme divine might. The kings on these King Bestowment Stone Tablets were actually conferred by the Heavenly Saint Emperor. They are extremely noble, at least within the Heavenly Saint Academy. Isn't he dead? He can still be conferred a title? Humph, ignorant is ignorant." Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. It turned out that Su Feng's 3 friends had arrived, and the one who spoke was the Scarlet Flame Immortal. The Sacred Heavens Emperor has a supreme divine ability, and Sacred Light City contains the will of the Sacred Heavens Emperor. Even if I say so much, you wouldn't understand. Su Feng frowned and was unhappy. "Lin Fei, you only need to know that this stone tablet communicates with the Divine Sky Emperor. As long as you break the limit in Divine Light City, you will have a chance to be conferred a title. The Divine Sky Emperor will reward you with special items, your name will spread throughout the Divine Sky Academy, and you will have special privileges in the future. This time, all the geniuses have come for the chance to be conferred a title, even if the chance is 1 in 10,000. There's such a good thing." Lin Fei was surprised. This seemed to be a good thing. The Divine Sky Emperor's treasure should be extraordinary. You're just a puny celestial immortal. Don't even think about it. The chance to be conferred kingship only comes once every few hundred years. Countless geniuses have tried to be conferred kingship, only to return empty-handed. Scarlet Flame seemed to be intentionally provoking him. Although Lin Fei didn't know why this red-haired guy kept targeting him, he already had a goal in mind, and it wasn't in his character to swallow his anger. "Who are you? Everyone has the chance to be bestowed the title of king. Could it be that you are the Saint Sky Emperor? You can control everything?" Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and sharply retorted. Wu Shihua took a step forward and a scorching aura surged out like rolling waves. "Do you believe that this young master will kill an ant like you with one palm? Chihua, you're really something. How dare you attack my friend?" Su Feng said in a low voice. "Young Master Su, why do you have to hurt our friendship for a little heaven immortal?" asked a young man on the left of Crimson Flame with a frown. Su Feng's performance was unexpected. "Su Feng, you dare to say such words to me for an ant?" Chihua said coldly, "Do you think that a heaven immortal can enter the Heavenly Academy? This young master can guarantee that once he leaves Heavenly Light City, this ant will die for sure. Any living creature or beast can kill him. Can you protect him forever?" Su Feng was silent. Su Feng had a good impression of Lin Fei. People in his position would only make friends with benefits. They couldn't be considered as true friends. Perhaps, Lin Fei was one of them. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at Chihua, "You motherf***, calling me an ant every time you open your mouth. In my eyes, you are an ant. Try to kill me if you can. If you don't have the ability, then scram. Stop embarrassing yourself like a clown." You give people goosebumps. Lin Fei had a bad temper. He couldn't stand this kind of person. He scolded him. Qi Hua's face darkened. A storm was coming. Flames burst out of his body. Young Master Su, a little heaven immortal, offended the dignity of a golden immortal. Do you want to help him? The dignity of an expert couldn't be blasphemed. Even a little heaven immortal would be killed in the eyes of an expert. Moreover, Qi Hua's temper wasn't small. How could he tolerate this? Su Feng hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. Stop him? Not stop him? Give me some face and let this matter go. How about it? Su Feng thought about it and said to Qi Hua, I owe you a favor. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lin Fei was also surprised. No matter what Su Feng thought, he felt warmth in his heart. It seemed that not all young masters of aristocratic families acted like emperors. A favor. Qi Hua was well aware of Su Feng's personality. There was nothing special about this little heavenly immortal, and yet, in order to stop him from making a move, he said such words. I really wonder if your eyes are deceiving you. Is it really worth it for a little heavenly immortal? Brother Su, you don't need to interfere. I am not a coward. So what if he's a golden immortal? Lin Fei refused politely. He turned to Qi Hua, I am right here. Try and see if I am afraid. Take a step back. A golden immortal. At worst, both sides would be injured. There was nothing to worry about. Lin Fei wasn't worried. See that? This little heaven immortal doesn't need your help. Qi Hua sneered. He stared at Lin Fei with a ferocious gaze. You have guts. You are smart. This is Saint Light City. I can't kill you. You have a good plan. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. I hate ants the most. So, I have decided that once I leave Saint Light City, you will be the first to die. You will become fertilizer for Saint Light City. Ha ha ha. When a golden immortal said that, anyone would have to be wary. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Even if the other party was a golden immortal. That depends on whether you have the ability. Qi Hua, the successor of the Inferno Emperor. Rumor has it that he is extremely domineering and kills at every turn. It seems like it is true. Come out sneakily. Qi Hua's eyes flashed as he said viciously. The violent energy waves calmed down instantly. A bald head appeared in front of everyone. Thunder Sound Temple's monk? You smelly monks want to poke your nose into other people's business? Qi Hua was wary. Thunder Sound Temple was a pure land in the western small world. For them to say something like that was suspicious. You are Thunder Sound Temple's monk Huineng? Su Feng's tone was solemn. Huineng is my name. I didn't expect you to remember it. Huineng's expression was solemn. How can we not know the name of Thunder Sound Temple's Huineng? Su Feng said. You have cultivated one of the 36 ultimate techniques of Thunder Sound Temple, Thousand Hands Guanyin. Huineng was neither happy nor sad. I'll protect this person, Huineng said. Chapter 768. Infuriating. This was too infuriating. Qi Hua really wanted to curse. A minor heaven immortal, someone he could kill with a single glance, had attracted the protection of a genius disciple. What was this? Thunder Sound Temple, one of the holy lands in Western Paradise. There were many supreme techniques in Thunder Sound Temple, and Huineng was one of the best. He learned the Thousand Hand Guanyin. Once he made his move, it would shake the heavens and earth. Among the younger generation, Huineng was quite famous. As the successor of the Inferno Emperor, Qi Hua had inherited the divine runes of the Inferno Emperor. He might not be afraid of Huineng, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. If there was no need, Qi Hua didn't want to fight with a monk from Thunder Sound Temple. His chances of winning weren't high, and he would be at a disadvantage. It was normal for both sides to be injured. Moreover, he wanted to enter Holy Sky Academy. It wouldn't be worth it if he got injured. Where did this minor heaven immortal come from? Even a genius from Thunder Sound Temple intervened. Qi Hua couldn't take back his words. If Huining really wants to protect this brat, it will be a headache. Thunder Sound Temple's monk, don't you think you are meddling too much? Qi Hua said coldly, you can't always protect him. Huining was very calm, I will definitely protect him. Why don't you give it a try? I also want to see how powerful the successor of the Inferno Emperor is. Qi Hua was very clear that if this continued, he wouldn't gain anything. Let's wait and see. Qi Hua didn't want to continue. He snorted coldly, brat, if you are so capable, don't be alone for the rest of your life. As soon as Qi Hua left, the other two friends left one after the other. Su Feng came back to his senses, Brother Lin, this is my fault. Otherwise, Qi Hua wouldn't treat you like this. Lin Fei said, actually, you don't need to mind. I won't blame you. After chatting with Lin Fei for a while, Su Feng left. He wanted to play down this matter and not let it continue. A minor heaven immortal came all the way to Saint Light City, and now even a genius from Thunder Sound Temple wanted to protect him. This was rare. At this moment, Lin Fei was filled with secrets. After Su Feng left, Lin Fei was at a loss. Lin Fei had an answer as to why the geniuses of the Thunder Temple protected him. Did Monk Wuda ask you to come? Lin Fei went straight to the point. From the moment they arrived at the Divine Sky City, those who had dealings with monks were just useless monks who valued their divinity radiance. Other than that, there was nothing else. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to guess. Not bad. Huining said calmly, from today onwards, I will protect you until the end of the selection. In the end, I will take you away from Divine Sky City and go to the small western world. Your world should be there. Huining's strength had also reached the Golden Immortal realm. Especially when Su Feng said that he had mastered the Thunderclap Monastery's ultimate technique, the Thousand-Armed Guanyin, he seemed to be very wary. This made Lin Fei feel a certain degree of wariness. Is the Western Paradise really so good? Lin Fei casually asked. You are fated with the Buddha. The Western Paradise is your home. Huining spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Damn, another brainwashed guy. Lin Fei said in disdain. Is it really good to be a monk? Lin Fei asked. Can I have women? Women are like beautiful skeletons. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything else. There was no point in talking to this guy. Then, he would just change a place. On the plaza, Lin Fei walked one round before leaving. At the same time, he noticed that there were many stone tablets in the center of the plaza. They were all blank, indicating that they hadn't been crowned. Huining, how much do you know about the stone tablets? In Saint Light City, Lin Fei didn't hope to shake Huining off. Thus, he didn't go around in circles and allowed Huining to follow behind him. At least he had a bodyguard temporarily. More importantly, it was free. Such a good thing was rare. In every pure land, there are kings. They have broken through the limit. Once they are crowned, they will have a chance to reach the Arch Realm in the future. Lin Fei listened. I thought that you monks only focused on cultivation and didn't care about the outside world. That's to say, as long as I break through the limit, Saint Light City will know and I will have a chance to be crowned? Breaking through the limit is extremely difficult. There are very few kings in history. Huining said. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few kings in Saint Light City. In the Holy Heavens Academy, those who are crowned kings have outstanding battle prowess. In the past, there were a few kings who entered the Immortal King realm and stabilized the Holy Heavens Academy. Just like that, Lin Fei asked questions along the way. As long as it didn't involve any secrets, Huining would tell him everything he knew. Lin Fei felt that Huining had already treated him as a Western monk. Why are you so protective of me? You don't want to join the Holy Heaven Academy? Lin Fei probed when they were about to reach the entrance of the inn. Holy Heaven's Academy? In my eyes, there's nothing great about it. Huining said disapprovingly. I came to participate in the Holy Heaven's Academy selection to challenge geniuses and defeat them one by one. I will travel thousands of miles and conquer the world. This is a good decision. Lin Fei smiled. However, if you want to protect me, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. No matter, in front of the big picture, small things can be put aside. Huining said again. Lin Fei didn't ask any more. Comparing notes with geniuses became a small matter, protecting me became a big matter. Just because I have divinity radiance on me? Seems like I have to find a chance to slip away when the time comes. If I knew that Monk Wuda wouldn't give up and arranged for genius disciples to join, I would have been more careful and wouldn't have come knocking on my door. Lin Fei sighed continuously. Big brother, it's that kid. Not far from the entrance of the inn, a few people rushed out with murderous intent and surrounded Lin Fei and Huining. Lin Fei immediately recognized one of them. Wasn't it the burly man who was scared away by him back then? Looking at these people, it was obvious that they came back for revenge. I let you off the day before yesterday, and now you come back to die. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Lin Fei swaggered and ignored the few people in front of him. After that burly man left in a sorry state the day before yesterday, he felt more and more indignant. How could he be scared away by a heaven immortal? He had a stomach full of resentment. Later on, he joined a group and told the story, which led to the current scene. Stinking brat, what immortal tool did you use last time? Hand it over obediently and kneel on the ground to admit your mistake, and I will spare you. Li Shan shouted and said that the embarrassing scene was because the other party had an immortal tool on him to cover up his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, with just the few of you? Lin Fei laughed. Now listen up, hand over all your storage rings and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, hee hee. Many people were watching at the entrance of the inn. A heaven immortal was too daring to challenge 5 or 6 Xian immortals. Go, take this brat down. Be careful of the immortal tool on him. The leader of the group waved his hand, and the others charged forward, intending to suppress Lin Fei. Monk Huining, what are you waiting for? Lin Fei stood behind Monk Huining. He had a free fighter, so why not use it? It was a waste to just leave him there, and it was good to pull some hatred. Roar! Monk Huining was neither happy nor sad. Like an old monk in meditation, he opened his mouth and the earth shook. Bang, 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 the group of people surrounding them all exploded. Their flesh was a mess, and they were all heavily injured. Buddhist lions roar. I know who he is Thunder Sound Temple's Monk Huining. The scene was silent, and everyone was stunned. A golden immortal was helping a little celestial immortal? What the hell was going on? Could it be that this little heaven immortal had a great background? For a moment, they fell into speculation. Monk Huining's roar had heavily injured them. If not for the power of Saint Light City, they would have died. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen the lion's roar. This was the second time, and he could sense that the lion's roar was a technique that specialized in breaking the physical body. Lin Fei swaggered up from behind. I told you guys long ago, but you guys didn't listen. Xian Immortal Realm is nothing, in front of my senior brother, you guys are just a bunch of trash with less than 5 combat power. Senior brother? The group of people on the ground, including those at the entrance, all vomited blood. You should have said so earlier. Was there a need to trick them like this? If it was another place, they would have been tricked to death. Li Shan instantly felt countless murderous gazes land on him, wanting to tear him apart. He felt more wrong than anyone else. He didn't know that the other party had a senior brother, and a monk from Thunder Sound Temple at that. If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to come. a golden immortal fighting? He was courting death. Unfortunately, I gave you a chance and you didn't know how to cherish it. Lin Fei walked up, to teach you a lesson, hand over your storage rings as compensation for offending Thunder Sound Temple. Despicable. So despicable. The people on the ground cursed in their hearts. They just wanted to help Li Shan get revenge, but they ended up in such a situation. Now that they knew that the other party was a genius from Thunder Sound Temple, they could only suffer in silence. Give, we will give. They were all heavily injured, but they didn't die because of the support of Saint Light City. If they didn't hand over their storage rings, who knew what this demon would do to them? Regret, they really regretted it to death. They took off their storage rings and wiped away their consciousness, turning them into ownerless storage rings. Lin Fei took them all and robbed them of everything, apart from leaving behind a set of celestial armors. It could be said that he had swept them clean. Speaking of which, these people had quite a number of treasures and immortal stones on them. For Lin Fei, even a mosquito's meat was meat. Seeing that you guys are so sincere, you guys can scram. If you meet me again, it won't be so simple. Lin Fei took the storage rings and put them in his own pocket. Monk Huining probably wouldn't be interested in such trash, so he might as well take them himself. Chapter 769. What you want and what you want is a human weakness. With a weakness, you don't have to worry about not being able to grasp it. You, Lin Fei, are destined to become a dazzling genius in the Western small world. A strange expression flashed across Huining's emotionless face and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Sound Temple was a pure land in the Western world. There were countless Buddhas and ancient Buddhas. They naturally hoped that the Western world would expand and expand their influence. Receiving a genius from the human race was equivalent to losing a genius for the human race. In the long run, one could imagine what would happen. Huining had been paying attention to Lin Fei from the start. There was indeed a divine radiance hidden in his body. Just like what the envoy said, the more he wanted to receive Lin Fei, the more he couldn't let Lin Fei join the Holy Sky Academy. Just like what Huining said, receiving a genius from the Western world was a big deal. Sparring in the martial path became a small matter and there was no need to worry about it. Lin Fei calling him senior brother was to Huining's liking. If there were no accidents, Lin Fei would definitely be able to join the Thunder Sound Temple and become one of them. Calling him senior brother was also very fitting. Huining was even more assured from Lin Fei's greedy actions. Humans couldn't be as perfect as saints. As long as one had a weakness, everything would be easy. Lin Fei was greedy for money and treasures. Huining wasn't angry at all. To him, money was just a worldly possession and there was no need to care about it. The Thunder Sound Temple was a pure land with a deep foundation. Cultivation resources were just a small problem. Just a few items were enough to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't know that his actions were a good thing in Huining's eyes. 3 days passed in a flash. There were 10,000 people participating in the competition in Holy Light City. They were geniuses from various clans and sections. It could be said that all the contestants in Holy Light City had come here after a round of competition. They were all strong. An unprecedented battle was about to begin. When the first ray of sunlight shone on Holy Light City, the exciting moment arrived. The final battle was about to begin. Those who were meditating or resting with their eyes closed all came out of the inns and appeared on the streets. At a glance, everyone was brimming with fighting spirit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 middle-aged men appeared in the sky above Holy Light City. They were the 3 people who had appeared in Divine Sky City before, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was Elder Mingfei, who had made the announcement. The number of disciples this year is more than several times that of the previous batch. That alluring woman was extremely flirtatious. Her heart swayed, and she lightly laughed. I believe that there will be a few geniuses. If there are king-ranked geniuses, we will also be able to gain some glory when we return. Junior sister, there's hope if a few exceptional geniuses emerge. However, it won't be easy for a king-conferred genius to appear. In the past 300 years, our Holy Heaven Academy has only produced a single king-conferred genius, Elder Mingfei said. I've heard that there are quite a few geniuses participating in the selection this time around, especially the successors of great sovereigns. There's still a chance for a king to appear. After all, the successors of great sovereigns aren't ordinary. The 3 outer sect elders of the Holy Heavens Academy were personally selecting the candidates. Naturally, they didn't want to lose face. In their hearts, they still hoped that a conferred king genius would emerge. Begin. After the 3 of them chatted, Elder Ming said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sky was filled with arrow lights. They were as resplendent as fireworks as they flew out and filled the sky. Every arrow light appeared in front of the contestants below and turned into a feather. Being able to control the technique to such an extent was already the limit. What's this? There's a number on it. Mine is 30. Are we going to fight for points? Those with sharp eyes immediately noticed the difference. Lin Fei also noticed that the number beside him was 7007, a very low number. He wasn't in a hurry and quietly waited for their reply. Everyone should be able to see that there's a number recorded on every feather, Elder Ming said. That's your natal number. What you need to do next is to collect the numbers on it. For example, your number 1. Next, you need to collect the numbers that end with 1. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. So that's what's going on, and it's not the number they imagined. You will have 5 days to collect the feather. Those who collect the feather and reach the top 500 will be able to become outer court disciples of Divine Heaven's Academy. Those who are in the top 10 will be qualified to enter the inner court and become an inner court substitute disciple, a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Elder Ming continued, Here, there's a need to remind you that ferocious beasts and immortal beasts are gathering outside Sacred Light City. If you're not careful, you might die outside. Once you encounter danger, you can activate the feather and directly teleport yourself to Sacred Light City. That would also mean that you've lost your qualification. Everything that needs to be said has been said clearly. The enchanting woman smiled. After 10 breaths of time, the feather will automatically teleport you out. I wish you all good luck. They didn't listen to the latter part of the words. They were all attracted by the qualification to become an inner court substitute disciple. There were many disciples in Divine Heaven's Academy. Many genius disciples would stop at outer court disciples for their entire lives, and very few would be able to enter the inner court. Becoming an inner court substitute disciple was no less than a pie that fell from the sky. It was truly a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. All the contestants were tempted. Humph, the qualification to become an inner court disciple will definitely be mine. Whoever dares to block my path will be killed without mercy. All the living beings and ferocious beasts let out bloodthirsty gazes. They were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if they had already included the 10 qualifications into their list. Great, I can finally get rid of this monk. To a certain someone, he finally heard a sentence that he was satisfied with. Ever since Monk Huineng became a bodyguard, they had been inseparable. Lin Fei was extremely depressed. He had been pondering on how to get rid of this fellow when the time came. The words of the 3 elders were simply too heartwarming. Lin Fei nearly burst out laughing. Monk Huineng subconsciously frowned and took out a jade strip. This is the ranking of the geniuses participating in this competition. Keep it well. If you encounter them, run as far as you can. Ranking? Lin Fei really didn't know. In the past 3 days, other than the last day, he had been staying in the inn. He was completely unaware of this. It's just a simple ranking competition. Lin Fei took the jade strip. A simple ranking competition was also a form of understanding. May I know senior brother's ranking? 15th. Lin Fei took in a breath of cold air. Chapter 770. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A big trouble was avoided. In the ranking board, Huineng was ranked 15th. Even if there was some exaggeration, it wouldn't be too far off. It wasn't an easy task to leave under the other party's eyes. Lin Fei couldn't help but be concerned. But before Lin Fei could feel happy for a moment, Monk Huineng's words were no different than pouring a bucket of cold water on him, and his excitement vanished along with it. This time, the Holy Heaven Academy is selecting disciples. There will be many experts. For safety's sake, I specially prepared this for you. Huineng instantly made a series of mysterious seals, which were sent into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei couldn't even block it in time. Buddha runes danced around his body, moving up and down. In the end, all of them entered his body. Senior brother, what are you doing? Lin Fei suppressed his anger and pointed at the Buddha runes on his hand. Junior brother, don't worry. Huineng said, this is a divine ability of our Lane Temple. It's called Heaven and Earth Vision. Ferocious beasts gather outside Holy Light City. After teleporting out, as long as you are within 1,000,000 miles, I can quickly find you and ensure your safety. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. Damn it, this bald donkey is so sinister. He must have told Wuda that old bald donkey. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so careful. It's obvious that he doesn't want me to leave. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Lin Fei was listless. Such a reaction was naturally seen by Huineng. Just as Lin Fei thought, Huineng learned from Wuda that Lin Fei was very cunning. He had to be on his guard. Otherwise, he would slip away in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Huineng planted a seed in Lin Fei's body. He could find traces of the other party within 1,000,000 miles. Even though Holy Light City was huge and 1,000,000 miles was nothing, Huineng didn't say that he could find the other party's location within 1,000,000 miles. Beyond 1,000,000 miles, he could vaguely determine the other party's location. It could be said that after planting the seed, it was foolproof. Huineng didn't have to worry that the other party would escape from his control. If Lin Fei was the prey, then Huineng himself was the most outstanding hunter. No matter how smart the prey was, it was always within his control. Hua 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 ripples spread out across the huge Holy Light City, and the floating feathers wrapped around the people, causing them to disappear from Holy Light City. One after another, the participants were teleported out. He's here. Soon, the feather released its power, enveloped Lin Fei, and teleported him out. The speed of the teleportation was very fast. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the originally bustling Holy Light City suddenly quietened down. It was empty, just like 3 days ago. *CK, I actually got teleported into a group of beasts. I was almost done for. Not long after, a miserable figure appeared in Holy Light City, bleeding profusely, cursing and swearing. It turned out that just now, when this guy was teleported out, he ended up in a swamp. In that swamp, there were groups of ferocious beasts, forming a colony. This person was immediately surrounded by ferocious beasts. Even though he used all his techniques, he was still faced with countless beasts. He had no choice but to use his tail feather to return. His luck was exceptionally bad. In the blink of an eye, another young man returned. He was covered in injuries, and it seemed like he was the same as the previous one. He had been surrounded by ferocious beasts. It was already not bad for him to return alive. It's been 30 years. The ferocious beasts outside have become much stronger. Elder Mingfei laughed. I wonder how many geniuses will fall this time. The outside of Holy Light City is getting more and more dangerous every year. The alluring woman said. Junior sister Yenyu, you can't say that. Holy Light City only opens once every 30 years. If they are lucky, they can even obtain natural treasures. Such benefits are rare, and it's normal to have some risks. Ha ha ha, that's right. Risk comes with danger. It all depends on their luck. Elder Mingfei said. It's been a long time since we've been so relaxed. Why don't we have some tea and wait for the results? Lin Fei was enveloped by a power and teleported out, tearing open the void. Seems like my luck is not bad. At least I didn't end up in a group of ferocious beasts. The moment Lin Fei came out, the sounds of birds chirping could be heard. He was in a forest, and he released his divine sense. There were no ferocious beasts in the surroundings. He could be considered lucky. Damn bald donkey. He installed a tracking system on me. I must wipe it out. Lin Fei's thoughts returned to this matter. It wasn't easy to shake them off. I can't possibly continue to be targeted. Lin Fei had a terrible impression of the Western world. They looked dignified on the surface, but in reality, they were full of evil tricks. They wanted him to go to the Western world to be a monk. Damn, they were preparing to brainwash him. Let me sense where the seed is. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to check, and indeed, he saw a little monk sitting cross-legged at the dantian. There was a third-grade lotus platform spinning continuously under him. He looked exactly the same as Monk Huineng, except that one was slightly bigger and the other was slightly smaller. There was no difference. Heaven and earth divine fire, burn. Lin Fei guided the heaven and earth divine fire and injected it into his body. A fire dragon spiraled in his body, crackling everywhere it passed. You can still block it? When the heaven and earth divine fire tried to disperse the small Buddha, the Buddha's light shone. It was boundless, trying to tame the fire dragon and make it a protective god beast. Lin Fei was immediately enraged. How could he not be able to suppress a small Buddha? Again. The fire dragon danced and kept colliding. Seeing that one was not enough, Lin Fei attracted another 8 fire dragons. A total of 9 fire dragons kept attacking. The Buddha's light kept weakening, and its resistance was not as strong as before. The 9 fire dragons charged down and tore the Buddha into pieces. I'm safe now. Lin Fei used the fire dragons to move up and down, shattering the Buddha's light and making it disappear into nothingness. He used his divine sense to check and finally relaxed. He turned around and left. It disappeared. Monk Huineng, who came in later, used his divine ability to search for traces of Lin Fei. He was 1,000,000 miles away, and he could barely pinpoint his location. After a while, Huineng exclaimed. He frowned and stopped. The divine ability was interrupted, and the seed he left behind disappeared. Lin Fei is indeed cunning. He destroyed the seed I left behind so quickly. Huineng thought. No wonder the guide told me to pay attention to this Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to still escape. The seed he left behind contained the Buddha's light, and it was very difficult to break it. However, the other party destroyed it in a few seconds. There was indeed a way. A prey will always be a prey. It can never escape from the hunter. Zhang, don't you want to join the Holy Heaven Academy? I won't let you get what you want. Huineng laughed coldly. Roar, 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 in the mountains, the roars were endless, and the powerful existences were awakened one by one. The destructive aura swept through the entire holy light space. F***CK, how many ferocious beasts are there in this holy light space? Lin Fei flew at his maximum speed. The terrifying aura that filled the sky was like many powerful and invincible existences, watching everyone's every move. On second thought, Lin Fei felt relieved. There should be many powerful ferocious beasts living in the holy light space. I can use them to hatch the 12 generals. Lin Fei thought. These powerful ferocious beasts can also help me advance to the Xian immortal level and expand my celestial force storage. Whoosh, a group of figures the size of a small mountain appeared. Dust flew everywhere, and the birds and beasts were startled. Giant flying apes, extremely powerful. They can split mountains and rocks. One of them is equivalent to a Xian immortal. Even a golden immortal would have to turn around and run away with dozens of them. Lin Fei took a closer look and recognized the group. They were the terrifying giant flying apes. Good timing. Lin Fei lacked experience in leveling up, so he could use them as an example. His god-fiend body was at the second refinement stage, so he could withstand their attacks. The might of an emperor. Lin Fei had two kinds of aura. One was the emperor's aura from the insect queen, and the other was the godly emperor's aura. As soon as the emperor's aura was unleashed, a phantom of an emperor appeared on top of Lin Fei's head. Behind him, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, worshipped by tens of thousands of people, were all under his control. The mountains and rivers were augmented with the emperor's aura, and it rolled forward. Roar! The giant flying apes were not only powerful, but their speed was also shocking. As soon as the emperor's aura was unleashed, the giant flying apes stopped moving. They were in a suppressed state and were obviously much slower. If there were 10 before, there were only 5 left now, which was half the suppression. Great, the emperor's aura contains a trace of divinity, which can suppress speed. If the godly emperor's aura is unleashed, won't they be at my mercy? Lin Fei laughed. The divine sword in his hand flew out, and the sword intent flew out like raindrops. The giant flying apes were violent. Seeing that they were being suppressed, they roared and pounced from all directions. The powerful force tore the void apart, and astral winds howled. Courting death. The rain of sword intent smashed on the giant flying apes, and they were sent flying one after another. The huge mountain was mostly destroyed. Not dead? Lin Fei's sword intent inherited invincibility and charged forward bravely. When activated, it could even kill mystic immortals. Yet, it couldn't kill the giant flying apes. What a monster! Lin Fei finally understood why the giant flying apes could make golden immortals flee. Even with such strength, it couldn't kill the giant flying apes, let alone them. Whoosh 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 under the powerful sword intent, sand and pebbles flew, and the sword intent filled the air, intertwining. The giant flying apes could withstand the first attack, but they couldn't withstand the second. Heavily injured, they were all killed by Lin Fei. Blood flowed like a river, and the experience points for leveling up increased continuously. Under the suppression of the emperor's aura, Lin Fei's speed was pushed to the limit. Other than a few giant flying apes that escaped, the rest died under Lin Fei's sword. 68 giant flying apes. Lin Fei's surroundings were in a mess. Under the sword intent, there wasn't a single place that was unscathed. Refine. A sky full of divine flames flew out, wrapping around the corpses and refining them. An endless amount of energy was injected, and the immortal force from before was expended. Suddenly, the heaven and earth smelt emitted an unparalleled will. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that the heaven and earth smelt has changed? Ever since he cultivated this ultimate art, the heaven and earth smelt had been improving, and he didn't know when it would stop. Chapter 771. P.S. Thanks to 0 Feng Yuan 0 for the tip. There's actually a movement at this time. Lin Fei was shocked, but it was soon replaced by joy. The heaven and earth smelt's sudden change was simply too good. It was definitely good news. The Holy Heaven Academy's selection, the great sovereign successor, each of them a dragon among men, a heaven's pride, and extraordinary. It would be a lie if Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure. The heaven and earth smelt's movement was definitely good news for Lin Fei. Ever since he started cultivating this absolute art, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Lin Fei flew down from the sky. He wanted to enter the divine fire space, but he couldn't, so he found another place. Hot. Just as he landed, huge waves of fire came crashing down like the ocean, drowning Lin Fei within. Crack 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 crack. The second transformation god-demon body, under this blazing aura, cracked open like a spider's web, covering his entire body. Fresh blood flowed out, evaporating completely. Damn it, what is the heaven and earth smelt going to do? Lin Fei cried out, if this goes on, I won't be able to take it anymore. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul came wave after wave. Pain that he had never felt before. Lin Fei's face was twisted, and his veins popped out, covering his entire body. The immortal armor that he had plundered was torn apart, no longer existing. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Ah, it's going to fuse with me? Lin Fei gritted his teeth, enduring the crazy burning intent brought by the heaven and earth smelt. From the inside out, he instantly became a flaming man. Volcanoes and fire chillants swam around his body. Fuse. Lin Fei definitely didn't expect that the heaven and earth smelt would fuse with him. It was simply too unbelievable. Wave after wave of burning intent, Lin Fei was like a lone boat in the ocean, about to be drowned at any moment. Damn it, I'm going to die. Lin Fei tried his best to hold on. He was afraid that if he couldn't hold on, the divine fire would backfire and he would be obliterated by it. Danger, absolute danger. Lin Fei felt something fuse with his flesh and blood. The most obvious thing was that his second cycle god-fiend body had improved under the divine fire's cleansing. The divine fire can cleanse the body? Improve my second god-fiend body? This was something Lin Fei did not expect. I'll endure. This way, Lin Fei seemed to see the light. If he persisted for another breath, his god-fiend body would improve, saving him a lot of trouble. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be someone here. Just as Lin Fei was wholeheartedly resisting the burning will of the divine flame, two figures descended from the sky and appeared not far away with shock on their faces. Big Brother Wang, do you think he's possessed by the devil and is burning with the fire of his heart? A short young man asked the person beside him. The middle-aged man that was addressed as Big Brother Wang revealed a delighted expression. Ha ha ha, our luck isn't bad. We've encountered a person that's burning with the inner fire. Self-immolation? I was obviously merging with the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand something in that instant. Big Brother Wang, let me chop him up and see what number his feathers are. The short young man charged over with a sinister smile. He held a long saber in his hand that radiated cold light. A phantom appeared on the saber's body, and a sinister wind blew, accompanied by the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was the phantom of the netherworld hell. Everything within a perimeter was engulfed in the saber intent. Poof, 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 rocks and trees shattered. Congratulations, Brother Gui. You've cultivated the netherworld saber technique to the greater mastery realm. You haven't even drawn your saber yet, and you're already panicking at the slightest sound. This 4-point saber intent is incomparably terrifying and can kill gods and ghosts. 4 points of saber intent? Lin Fei resisted the burning will brought by the divine fire head-on. He clearly did not take the two mystic immortals in front of him seriously. When the other party drew his saber and saber intent surged out, Lin Fei could feel the strength of the other party. It was far stronger than the mystic immortals he killed previously. The one in front of him could easily wipe out 100, no, 500 mystic immortals. In the North region, there are many geniuses. Among the mystic immortals, there are different levels. The ones I saw previously were just nameless people who came to participate in the selection of the Elysium Academy. These disciples are the true geniuses. They are almost invincible among those of the same level. Lin Fei understood. He seemed to understand how powerful the 15 that Monk Huining mentioned was. He was probably more than 100 times stronger than the person in front of him. Big Brother Wang, you flatter me. My 4 points of saber intent is nothing, but it's enough to kill opponents of the same level. Brother Gui said so, but his face was still somewhat proud. In our heavenly realm, those of the same level who haven't cultivated the intent realm are all trash. I'll kill them with one slash. Go to hell, kid. Brother Gui shouted and slashed down with his saber. The netherworld hell, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the forest hell on earth, the air was obliterated, and there was dead silence. 4 points of saber intent. It's actually so strong with the help of immortal power. The sharp edge swept through the surroundings. Lin Fei, who had the second transformation god-fiend body, experienced the deathly silent saber intent. The attack of light intent realm was enough to suppress the opponent. Lin Fei was the one who truly understood the heavenly realm immortals. He felt an inexplicable pressure. I wonder how many points of my invincible sword intent are. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Whoosh! Without waiting for Lin Fei to think, the divine fire that covered his body turned into a huge red sun. Rays of light filled the sky. The Azura Hell intent realm was instantly roasted and no longer existed. The deathly silent aura was reduced to ashes. You have some ability to block my netherworld intent realm. Brother Gui was surprised that a little heavenly immortal could block his intent realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A few more huge fireballs flew out from Lin Fei's body and turned into a supreme red sun. The scorching aura caused the grass and trees within the radius to wither and die. Sand and stones flew everywhere and exploded one by one. The ground exploded. It's so hot. Could it be the intent realm of fire? As mystic immortals, the two were invulnerable and impervious to fire and water. But when they felt the endless heat emanating from their bodies, their expressions changed drastically. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Quick, kill him. The two realized something was wrong. They had never felt like they were being roasted by fire since they became mystic immortals. I'll kill you on the road to the netherworld. Wolf roaming the world. The two attacked. Each of them had an intent realm and manifested their own intent realm aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The red sun exploded in the sky. The sea of fire was like a mountain. The mountains rose and fell endlessly. Boom! The crimson sun exploded, causing a mysterious aura to spread into the surroundings. First, Brother Gui's body suddenly burst with divine fire and enveloped him. His flesh and blood gradually melted under the divine fire, and a clear stream entered Lin Fei's body. Demonic art. Brother Wang jumped in fright. The divine fire suddenly engulfed his entire body. The immortal armor's smile instantly disappeared, and he quickly followed in his opponent's footsteps. That fire just now? Chapter 772. P.S. Thanks to Bright Digital for the tip. Bright flames danced in the air. That godly fire killed them just like that? Lin Fei was quite surprised. He could not help but ponder. This was different from usual. Something was wrong. Normally, when Lin Fei injured people, the divine flame would refine them. It was a very simple method. But the method Lin Fei had just used didn't seem to be from the outside in, but from the inside out. It was a completely different method. That was strange. Lin Fei was the clearest about this, so there was no way he was wrong. What happened just now? Lin Fei thought to himself as he tried to recall. When the two Xian immortal prodigies were about to attack, the godly fire came out from the inside out and melted them instantly. It was impossible to guard against. Could it be that the heaven and earth furnace evolved, and the godly fire changed? If it was really from the inside out, wouldn't it be formless and colorless? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Before he could really think about it, the intense pain came again. Every part of his body was burning. Lin Fei decided to endure this first. As for the rest, he would understand when the time came. Just like that, Lin Fei reined in his thoughts and wholeheartedly resisted. The painful tempering caused his second cycle god-demon body to improve bit by bit. An hour later, Lin Fei's surroundings had been reduced to ashes. It was too horrible to look at. Fortunately, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. Other than the two who passed by, no one else passed by this place. This was the only thing to be thankful for. Huff, the godly fire finally extinguished and entered Lin Fei's body. At this time, he was a naked person. The heaven-grade immortal armor had long been burned. Lin Fei woke up and immediately took out his 9 dragons' immortal armor and put it on again. Hua hua hua. Using his immortal power, the wounds on the second transformation godly demon body healed quickly. There were no signs of injury. Motherf asterisk cur, I finally made it. Lin Fei did not know how he had withstood it. He suspected that after his primordial spirit fused with the insect queen, his endurance had increased imperceptibly. Otherwise, just the burning will alone would have destroyed his soul. The divine flame space disappeared. Lin Fei prepared to enter the divine flame space, but suddenly discovered that he had disappeared. His heart sank. This was not good. To Lin Fei, the divine flame space was extremely useful. It was a world of its own, and in this world, he was an invincible king, a god descending from the heavens. Having lost the divine flame space, Lin Fei was naturally extremely displeased. How could this be? Lin Fei tried several times, but the divine flame space disappeared without a trace. No matter how he tried to sense it, it just disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. A moment later, Lin Fei's restless heart calmed down, as if he had comprehended something. Seems like I've been relying too much on external objects. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Relying on external objects all the time isn't good for training. The disappearance of the divine flame space might not be a bad thing. Who knows, it might be a good thing. With that thought, Lin Fei was relieved. Just at this moment, a large amount of information appeared in his mind out of nowhere, as though it had landed on him from the unseen world. Even Lin Fei was surprised, not knowing how it had appeared. Could it be that thing that appeared at the beginning of the fusion? Lin Fei recalled, and his heart settled. That must be it. Lin Fei hurried to check it out. He believed that there should be something he needed in this information. What he wanted to know the most right now was where the heaven and earth smelt had gone, and why couldn't he sense it anymore? If it had really disappeared, that would be a huge loss. The heaven and earth smelt could increase immortal energy continuously. Even if it was a long river, it could still be filled with time. But if it was lost, the impact would be huge. Immortal energy could only be absorbed normally or consumed immortal pills. It couldn't be compared to the heaven and earth smelt at all. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. He couldn't afford to lose it. The moment Lin Fei checked, he immediately let out a cry of surprise. His brows furrowed, and his lips curled into a smile. No one knew what was going on. Ha ha ha. So there's such a good thing. After 10 breaths, Lin Fei laughed out loud. That was a sound of excitement. So, I've become one with the heaven and earth smelt. Does that mean I've become neither fish nor fowl? Lin Fei muttered to himself. What's the point of thinking so much? After fusing with the heaven and earth smelt, it's even more convenient. Come out. With a thought, a fist-sized volcano flew out of Lin Fei's body. Rolling lava spewed out continuously, filled with a scorching aura. Thick smoke billowed non-stop. This volcano had truly fused with Lin Fei, and it had a unique refining ability. As long as I advance to the Xian immortal realm, the volcano will split into 2. The heaven and earth smelt can also enter the void and refine the body of a ferocious beast. It's formless and colorless. Other than myself, no one else can see it. Lin Fei looked at the volcano. Under the rolling lava, there was a terrifying aura. It was as if everything in the world could be refined at any time if it fell into the volcano. In that case, as long as I put in more effort, I can advance to the Xian immortal realm in this space and open up 2 heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei muttered to himself. When I fuse with the heaven and earth smelt, not only can I be released, my body is also a part of the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei kept the heaven and earth smelt. Instantly, he felt a bloodline connection. It was as if the heaven and earth smelt had become a part of him. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei stretched out his palm. A black whirlpool appeared in the center of his palm, emitting a scorching aura. The air above the whirlpool was instantly evaporated into nothingness. Ha ha ha, this is great. This is not inferior to the star-absorbing great skill. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Then I'll be invincible in close combat in the future. No matter how strong you are, I'll exhaust your immortal energy. Let's see how you're going to be awesome then. The benefits of fusing with the heaven and earth smelt were obviously beyond Lin Fei's imagination. A divine-grade cultivation technique is indeed a divine-grade cultivation technique. Lin Fei knew that he had hit the jackpot. Oh right, the information also said that this cultivation technique is unique in the world. As long as someone within 10 li of me is ignited, it will automatically burn. It can kill without leaving a trace. Even if it can't kill, it can severely injure the opponent. Although the divine flame space had disappeared, to Lin Fei, the benefits were not any less than before. Anger, jealousy, and envy are all invisible flames of the heart. As long as there is a flame of the heart, it will be controlled by the divine flame. It's really too overbearing. Unless the person is a saint, there will be a flame of the heart in everyone's heart. No wonder those 2 Xian immortals were burned to death from the inside out. The divine flame can control the flame of the heart, killing without leaving a trace. Lin Fei thought to himself. Soon, Lin Fei finished reading the information. After trying it once, he realized how heaven-defying this divine-grade cultivation technique was. Before this, he could only refine it passively. Now that he had truly fused with it, he knew how terrifying it was. It should be said that the heaven and earth smelt, this divine-grade cultivation technique, was truly displaying its miraculous effects from now on. The heaven and earth smelt changed at this time. Originally, I was still at a disadvantage in this competition. But from today onwards, I, Lin Fei, have a real advantage. Lin Fei was very clear about the heaven-defying effects of this divine-grade cultivation technique. After calming himself down, Lin Fei felt his mind relax. His state of mind became tranquil along with his surroundings. There are still feathers? I thought they were burned. In the pitch-black land around him, the 2 feathers gathered together and resisted the burning of the divine flame. They were still shining brightly. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and the 2 feathers flew over and landed on his hand. One is 78, the other is 1001. It's a pity that they are useless to me. I want the tail number of 7. It's useless to me, but it might be useful to others. The 2 feathers were of extraordinary quality and could not be destroyed. Lin Fei kept them in his storage ring. If he met someone in the future, he might be able to exchange them. It was a mutually beneficial matter. Oh right, the information also said that the divine flame can refine ferocious beasts to obtain the strength-replenishing divine pellet. I wonder if it's true. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I'll find a ferocious beast to test it out first. Lin Fei released his divine sense and quickly found a cave. Inside the cave, there were huge skeletons like mountains. Obviously, it was an extraordinary ferocious beast that was buried here. Whoosh! Lin Fei quickly entered the cave. A violent aura reverberated in the cave, and a fishy smell assaulted his senses. A profound immortal ferocious beast was not too big of a problem. Kill. Lin Fei killed his way into the cave. There lived a heavenly scorpion, which could create a heavenly cave to trap people and turn them into food. To deal with such a tyrannical ferocious beast, Lin Fei directly used the divine flame to suppress the poisonous mist of the heavenly cave scorpion. Using the 7 styles of swift sword, he constantly broke through the sturdy defense. Die. Lin Fei took out the heaven and earth smelt and dug in through the wound, starting to refine this heavenly cave scorpion. The ferocious-looking scorpion struggled, causing the entire cave to collapse. This is the strength-replenishing divine pellet. After refining this scorpion, a brown pellet appeared in Lin Fei's hands. No, it should be said that this was a divine pellet. It shone with a resplendent divine light. This was the special effect of the heaven and earth smelt, a divine skill. A divine pellet is indeed a divine pellet. Its appearance is simply too good. It simply beats all the other divine pellets. Lin Fei swallowed his saliva. With the divine pellet in hand, Lin Fei's appetite was whetted. Let's talk after eating. Lin Fei swallowed the divine pellet in a single mouthful. It melted in his mouth and was incomparably fragrant. A warm current flowed into his body and spread out in all directions. My strength has really increased. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he swallowed the divine pellet. This divine pellet increased his strength by 100,000 jin. This strength did not rely on immortal energy, but the strength of his physical body. A single divine pellet increased his strength by 100,000 jin. How could he not be surprised? Chapter 773. Holy Light City. 3 outer sect elders of the Holy Heavens Academy were currently paying attention to the upcoming selection. In a huge mansion, there were fake mountains and flowing water. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, auspicious clouds filled the sky, and immortal beasts roamed freely. This was a temporary resting place in Holy Light City. Everywhere was filled with a flourishing and luxurious aura. The 3 outer sect elders sat around a white stone table. The stone table was extraordinary, luxurious, and priceless. Duanmu, one of the geniuses of the Duanmu family. This time, he has a good chance of getting into the top 10. Yun Yen took a sip of immortal tea. I have high hopes for him. It turned out that a light screen had appeared in front of them, allowing them to see the progress outside Holy Light City. Junior sister, I don't think so. Ming Fei shook his head. The light screen changed, showing another scene. Duanmu Yi, comprehending the fist art intent, reaching 60%. He has also cultivated the God Ghost Weeping Fist, to the major completion realm. His martial art is of the lower divine rank. However, he might not be able to withstand a powerful opponent. Senior brother has high hopes for the number 1 ranked Qiu Shan. In the light screen, a young man with shoulder-length hair appeared. He looked like a ferocious beast, running in the forest. When a peak profound immortal ferocious beast appeared, the young man rushed up and punched the ferocious beast, sending it flying into the sky. From the beginning to the end, there was not a single trace of immortal energy on the young man's body. Innate divine strength. I think this Qiu Shan's divine strength has already reached the strength of 1 dragon. Yingsheng stroked his chin. In addition, he cultivates an earth cultivation technique and comprehended 60% earth intent. He is extremely domineering in both offense and defense. Elder Mingfei smiled. That's right. Once a person with innate divine strength reaches the strength of 1 dragon, it will reach 50 million jin of strength. No immortal's body can withstand it. This Qiu Shan even has the chance to be crowned king, surpassing the previous divine power king. Rumor has it that his strength is 2 dragons. That year, he swept through all the contestants, killing countless of them. So terrifying. Both Yingsheng and Yun Yen were shocked. As golden immortals, their physical strength was only a few 100,000 jin. Anyone would be afraid of 50 million jin of pure physical strength. At this moment, they finally understood why Mingfei valued Qiu Shan so much. He was born with the strength of 1 dragon and was the true number 1 among the 10,000 contestants. The others are also not bad, such as Ba Wuji, Sang Sheng, Nishang Fairy, and so on. I'm really looking forward to this year's selection. In a forest. The 5 of them were gathered together, and one of them was sitting cross-legged without moving. He was not in a hurry, as if he was waiting for something. Coming. Suddenly, the person who was sitting cross-legged sat up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the 5 of them disappeared into the void, leaving no trace of their auras behind. Very soon, the 2 of them appeared and rushed forward. As soon as they entered this area, the inescapable net suddenly descended. Kill! 5 people slaughtered their way out from the void. An immortal artifact was activated, trapping them. Even though it was only 3 breaths of time, it was enough for them to deal with everything. Brother Long, your immortal artifact is really useful. The 2 corpses on the ground were still unwilling to accept their deaths. It was as if they had not expected to be beheaded so easily. Humph! Is there even a need to ask? This immortal artifact of yours truly is called Eternal Instant. It was forged by a great artifact refiner to imitate the supreme technique of that eternal Grand Emperor, said the one addressed as Brother Long smugly. The others nodded and bowed. As long as anyone is surrounded by us and encounters Brother Long's immortal artifact, we can imprison them and kill them as easily as flipping our palms. Quick, look at how many feathers these 2 guys have. It turned out that these 5 people had joined forces and each of them displayed their own advantages to kill the various immortals. In just one day, they had already killed 100 people. Brother Long, these are the feathers ending in 2. There are a total of 12 feathers. Brother Dragon accepted it without hesitation. Because his tail number was 1, he needed a tail number 2. Among the 5 people, he was the one who contributed the most. The others didn't have any objections. Originally, there was a tail number 2, but he was directly killed by him. You guys, hand over your feathers. Just as they were dividing up the feathers, a voice entered their ears. Who is it? They grabbed all the feathers and saw a young man. But when they saw his strength, they all laughed. Ha ha ha, a little heaven immortal. You're too bold. How dare you extort us? I'll cut you in half. One of them laughed sinisterly and chopped down. Gotcha. The other party punched out and smashed the saber. First, it cracked and shattered. Burn. Boom. 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 The 5 of them were instantly turned into flaming men. Their flesh and blood were constantly melting, causing them to be shocked. Lin Fei strode forward and stabbed the throat of the first person. With a flash of sword light, the head flew off. In just a few breaths, the 5 of them were all dead. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. He took out the volcano and refined them one by one. As long as I catch them off guard, no one will be my match. After fusing with the heaven and earth furnace, Lin Fei had killed everyone, be it ferocious beasts or immortal beasts, they were all leveling up tools. Not bad, there are more than 50 feathers ending with 7. Lin Fei smiled and kept the rest of the feathers. Immortal artifact, eternal instant. Lin Fei picked up the immortal artifact on the ground. It turned out to be a low-grade immortal artifact. It contained a divine ability that could imprison people. The effect is not bad. I can use it. After putting away the immortal artifacts, Lin Fei proceeded forward once more. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped once more, and a smile appeared on his face. You're finally here. His gaze pierced through the surroundings. Junior brother, why aren't you moving? Could it be that you know that I'm here and can't leave? A majestic and solemn aura appeared. A figure appeared in the forest. As soon as this person appeared, the surrounding area was filled with a peaceful aura. The wind seemed to have stopped, and the swaying leaves also quietened down. The moment Monk Huineng stood there, everything changed. With him as the center, Buddhist light radiated out. At this moment, Huineng had become a Buddha. He controlled everything. Even if the other party was a slippery kid, he was still in control. This Huining doesn't have any heart fire? When he saw Monk Huining, Lin Fei thought that he would be furious. However, he was calm and there was no heart fire in his body. It seems that not everyone has heart fire. They can control all emotions. Buddhism is the ancestor of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Lin Fei understood. Chapter 774. Senior brother, aren't you angry? Lin Fei seemed to say it casually, but in fact, he wanted to provoke Monk Huining. He did not believe that Monk Huining could always remain calm. His divine fire could control the fire of the heart and produce burning intent in an instant. Even though Lin Fei was disdainful of such petty tricks, since Monk Huining was ranked 15th, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Regardless of whether it was a baseless rumor or some other reason, he would go all out from the start. Lin Fei's words were nothing more than to know the result. Monk Huining said calmly, "The 4 elements of Buddhism are all empty. No joy, no anger, no sorrow, no joy. Why must you be so obsessed with one thing? Although you have exceeded my expectations, there is a saying in Buddhism that you and I are fated. Why should I be angry?" It had to be said that Monk Huining's words made a lot of sense. Lin Fei instantly understood and thought, so this Monk Huining has treated me as a disciple of the Western small world from the beginning. He is not worried about me leaving at all. Therefore, he is not angry and is as usual. This is because he has absolute strength that he has this kind of confidence. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. I'm not going anywhere today. Don't even think about taking me away from here. Lin Fei laughed. From the beginning, I have never thought of joining the Buddhist sect. You don't have to waste your efforts. To put it bluntly, I don't have a good impression of the Western small world. They are all a bunch of liars. It is not as good as this colorful world. Lin Fei said to his face that he would not go to the Western small world anyway. Even so, Monk Huining was the same as before. In that case, I will bring you back personally. Deliver all living beings from suffering. A Buddha with a bright Buddhist light appeared behind Monk Huining. The bright light was extremely auspicious. A sound of Sanskrit came from the Buddha. It was a Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. The mountains were continuous and countless Buddhist disciples were chanting. The immortal beasts and ferocious beasts in the surrounding area calmed down in an instant. They knelt down in unison and prostrated on the ground. Even the ferocious beasts calmed down at this moment, as if they had been purified into mountain guardian divine beasts. Divine fire, burn them all. Lin Fei's divine flames filled the sky, turning into war soldiers that slaughtered their way into the Western world. This was the best way to break through this move. Right then. In the holy light, this scene was also noticed by others. Interesting. A minor heaven immortal possesses such a terrifying deviant flame. Even from such a distance, it gives off a feeling of being burned by raging flames. Yingsheng said in surprise. Could it be that he is the descendant of some emperor? Or else how could he have such a poetic conception? Yun Yen was also surprised. This kind of concept that could be felt through the light screen was really rare, so they had to pay attention to it. Monk Huining of the Lightning Monastery. He's ranked 15th. Why is he fighting a minor heavenly immortal? Ming Fei also sensed the burning will and turned to look. This strange flame is indeed terrifying. It actually broke this move. It was very rare for a heaven immortal to break the golden immortal Monk Huining's salvation of all living beings. After the heaven and earth furnace changed, the deviant flame became even more domineering. Lin Fei attacked with all his strength, not daring to hold back at all. He directly broke the Buddhist chants. Lin Fei had long been wary of this Buddhist chants. After a long time, it would definitely not be a good thing. Die. The invincible sword will swarmed out. Pft, 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 powerful sword will. It crossed the sky, towering trees, flowers, and grass were instantly turned into dust, no longer existing. Behind Lin Fei, the Sword Mountain, the Sword Rain, and so on interweaved, forming a kingdom of the sword domain. In this kingdom, everything was instantly crushed, unable to defend against the godly might. Whoosh, 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 Buddhist light protection. A strange look flashed in Hui Ning's eyes. He activated the Buddhist light and countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared around him, chanting Sanskrit. The sword is a lethal weapon. Buddhist light, convert to the Buddha. Hui Ning took a step forward. The invincible SwordWill's sword light collapsed, purified by the Buddhist light. There was a vacuum around him. At this moment, Hui Ning displayed the strength that belonged to the 15th rank. This Hui Ning is very powerful. This is just the appetizer. Lin Fei did not panic. He activated the invincible SwordWill, and 720 flying swords flew out. Slaughter formation. With the support of the invincible SwordWill, the 10,000 feet long sword light was as bright as the stars. The sword pierced towards Hui Ning. A blurry shadow sat on the sword light. It was a hell of saber light, and blood flowed like a river. Crack, crack, crack. Monk Hui Ning's Buddhist light shattered, and many tears appeared on his monk robes. Lion roar of the Buddhist sect. Roar, this little heaven immortal is so powerful, a peerless genius. The invincible sword will contain 70% of its power, but it has not reached full completion yet. How terrifying. Ming Fei was shocked. This young man surprised them too much. Hui Ning, ranked 15th, was a golden immortal. His Buddhist light alone was something that few could resist. But this little heaven immortal displayed the invincible SwordWill, a heaven-defying heavenly flame, and now he was activating a sword formation. It was truly terrifying. The three outer sect elders of the Holy Heaven Academy stood up unknowingly. They were at the heaven immortal realm and were far weaker than the other party. They would probably be killed the moment they attacked. This Hui Ning is indeed powerful. Should we make a move? They were moved by his talent. At such a realm, the other party had such domineering sword techniques. One could imagine what kind of existence he would be in the future. He would definitely be an existence that everyone looked up to. Don't be anxious. Elder Ming Fei waved his hand. I think this young man is very calm. He might have a trump card. The three of them were personally guarding Holy Light City to choose disciples to groom. The Buddhist lion roar is indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei's slaughter formation was activated at full power, but it was forcefully broken by Hui Ning's lion roar. This was within his expectations. The ultimate technique of the Buddhist sect was to suppress all kinds of killings. If we were at the same realm, I wouldn't have been able to block that sword. Hui Ning had already listed Lin Fei as a monstrous genius. He had to bring him back no matter what. I'm afraid that the sword formation just now was your strongest attack. Since you can't do anything to me, I'll capture you and bring you back to the small western world. Thousand-hand Guanyin, heaven and earth capture. This Lin Fei was already a monstrous genius. Hui Ning didn't want to cause any more trouble and immediately captured him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once this Buddhist mystique was executed, rows of Guanyin's hands appeared behind Hui Ning. They filled the sky, and the world seemed to be sealed at this moment. Buddhist mystique, thousand-hand Guanyin. On the other side, Elder Mingfei exclaimed in shock as he understood what had happened. The Buddhist sect wanted to snatch away their monstrous genius. They didn't think that the young man could block this mystique. The three of them instantly disappeared on the spot. Eternal Divine Fist, Eternal Instant. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei finally executed the ultimate technique of the Eternal Emperor, the first move of the Eternal Divine Fist. However, he didn't augment it with divine might. Time stopped in that instant. The wind stopped blowing. The leaves stopped fluttering. Everything came to a complete stop. Eat my fist. Lin Fei charged forward and closed the distance in an instant. The ordinary punch was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The Guanin's hands that filled the sky shattered, and the suppressed aura disappeared. This punch went straight for the root of the problem. It broke through the restrictions and landed on Hui Ning's chest. His monk robes were torn apart, and the Buddhist light was also shattered. Bang bang, Hui Ning was sent flying. A mountain in the distance suddenly collapsed and no longer existed. What replaced it was a giant pit. Dust flew and covered the sky. The power of one dragon. A series of exclamations came from the bottom of the sinkhole. Immediately after, Monk Hui Ning appeared, a lotus platform floated below him, and Buddhist light protected him. That punch just now was not bad, right? Lin Fei vented his anger and thought to himself, could it be that the power I used just now reached the power of one dragon? I wonder how many kilograms this power of one dragon is. Lin Fei, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to not only be outstanding in sword intent, but also inherit the ultimate technique of the Emperor and have innate divine strength, Hui Ning said calmly. Eat my fist again. Lin Fei raised his movement technique to the limit and punched again. The air turned into nothingness, and astral winds howled. I will come for you again. Lin Fei's punch missed. The phantom's existence suddenly shattered, leaving Hui Ning's words. Damn it, he ran away. Lin Fei was stunned. Did he know that I was going to beat him up like a sandbag? Lin Fei believed that the monk definitely couldn't take that punch. A Xian immortal beast was beaten dizzy by me with one punch, and its flesh and blood exploded with 2 punches. If I used my divine power just now, I would definitely be able to severely injure him. Lin Fei searched and found something different. There was blood at the scene, blood with Buddhist nature. As expected, he was injured. So he was faking it just now. Damn it. Lin Fei was indeed afraid of Hui Ning. After the fight just now, he understood the purpose of the battle. Hui Ning's concept is very powerful. Once people fall into it, they can't extricate themselves and they have no choice but to lose. Lin Fei thought to himself, I must not let those people use their concept in the future. After retreating, he didn't have to worry about fighting for the time being. Lin Fei immediately left and prepared to increase his physical strength again. If he had the power of 2 or 3 dragons, he might be able to kill Hui Ning. We've all seen wrongly. High up in the sky, in the depths of the clouds, the 3 outer sect elders of Holy Heaven Academy saw the punch just now. Innate divine strength, the power of one dragon. Hui Ning's Buddhist light is powerful, but their physical bodies are weak. If attacked at close range, even a golden immortal like Hui Ning wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yun Yen chuckled, seems like we've found an amazing genius this time. Yeah. Ming Fei nodded, we must pay attention to Hui Ning. We can't let him take them away. Chapter 775. Cough cough cough, within the saint light space, a person came out from the void. After coming out, he spat out blood non-stop. Each time he spat out a mouthful of blood, a Buddhist light would appear and Sanskrit chants would ring out. One dragon power, natural godly strength. I have underestimated Lin Fei. Monk Hui Ning sat down cross-legged. His body was covered in dense black cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. It was a tragic sight. At such a close distance, after taking a punch from Lin Fei, his injuries were so heavy. Buddhist disciples focused on Buddhist studies and abilities. They didn't care about the physical body. The physical body was just a bag of skin. To achieve thoughtless tranquility, one would shed their skin and seek the position of Buddha. However, at this moment, his body was about to explode from the punch. Monk Hui Ning couldn't be sure. He could have captured this person with one hand, but he had failed. Lin Fei has natural godly strength. As long as I am prepared, I can capture him. His invincible sword intent is too low, my Buddhist light can purify him. At that moment, Monk Huining made his decision. Kiki. Cold laughter rang out suddenly. The sky darkened, and it was terrifyingly suppressive. Thunder Sound Temple Huining, ranked 15th. I have long heard of your name. A person walked out from the forest. Death energy gathered behind him. The trees brimming with life and the flowers and grass all withered. It was deathly silent. Death intent. Huining stood up. You are ranked 18th, Death Sky Blade. Luo Shengsheng, 50% death intent. Kiki. Luo Shengsheng's voice was sinister, and a cold wind followed. You guessed it right. You want to kill me? Bald monk, your body is injured. Since I have met you, of course, I will kill you. Luo Shengsheng licked his lips. You must know that I love to see people die in front of me. That is a form of art. Death Domain. Luo Shengsheng was ranked 18th. His death intent was unparalleled in the world. When it appeared, the Death Sky Blade followed, shocking one's mind. The air was filled with an aura of death. Figures with disheveled hair emerged from the depths of hell. Blades, swords, and fists interweaved together, sending out all sorts of cries. Save me. I don't want to die. Arg, I'm going to die. Lin Fei did not know that when Monk Huining left, he had encountered a strong enemy. He was ranked 18th, Death Heavenly Saber. Luo Shun, one saber to decide life and death. My realm is too low, that's why I can't break through Monk Huining's Buddhist light. Lin Fei pondered as he flew. In the earlier exchange, Lin Fei had used all his moves, but the Buddhist light had broken them one by one. This gave Lin Fei a certain understanding of the Buddhist light of the Western world. My invincible sword intent is filled with killing intent. Since my cultivation level is lower than his, the might of my invincible sword intent is weaker. If I want to defeat his Buddhist light, I have to raise my cultivation level. Lin Fei opened up the system to check. He still needed a lot of EXP to level up, so he wouldn't be able to level up anytime soon. If I can't raise my cultivation level, then the only thing I can do is to increase my celestial power. Lin Fei's gaze was firm. As long as my celestial power increases, I can win by quantity and fight against Monk Huining's Buddhist light. Lin Fei had gained a lot from fighting with a golden immortal genius. He knew where his weaknesses were. This holy light space has such dense celestial chi. Can I make use of it? His cultivation level was too low, so he couldn't unleash his true power. Even if he encountered another genius, it would still be a flaw. So if he wanted to win, he had to raise his cultivation level again. Lin Fei decided to raise his celestial power. I'll just do it below. Below was a chain of mountains. Lin Fei rushed down. In the forest, there was a group of iron-snapping turtles. They were the size of small mountains, and they had a primordial aura. Kill! The power of one dragon burst out violently. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and debris filled the sky. Lin Fei already understood how much the power of one dragon was. It was the power of 25 million kilograms, and it was the power of the physical body. Even Monk Huining couldn't block his punch. Peng peng peng. Lin Fei didn't rely on any power. He punched out with pure physical strength. Under the power of 25 million kilograms, cracks appeared on the tough defense of the iron-snapping turtles. Ka ka ka. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a god descending from the heavens, splitting mountains and rocks. These iron-snapping turtles were all in trouble. Their attacks weren't strong, but their defense was amazing. At this moment, it became a weakness. One by one, they died under Lin Fei's iron fist. Satisfying. Lin Fei didn't know how many punches he had punched out. The feeling of his punches hitting flesh was just too amazing. Looking at the scene and the huge craters, Lin Fei was more shocked than anyone else. He didn't dare to believe that this was his masterpiece. There wasn't a single intact thing in the surrounding area. The power of one dragon is already so terrifying. What about the power of 10 dragons? What about the power of 100 dragons? Lin Fei couldn't think anymore. If this goes on, I'm afraid no one will be able to withstand a single punch from me. Lin Fei kept the corpses in his storage ring and used the heaven and earth smelt to refine them. Soon, many crystal-like divine pills appeared. I'll eat. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. I can actually increase my strength by 1.5 million kilograms with these iron-snapping turtles. After consuming 23 divine pills, Lin Fei's strength had unknowingly increased by more than 30 million kilograms. With a wave of his fist, the void cracked and astral winds blew. Does this mean that I will have the power of 2 dragons soon? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The divine pills were invincible. He could increase his strength by almost 35 million kilograms in one go. After witnessing the might of the power of one dragon, Lin Fei fell in love with the wonderful feeling of punching flesh. I'm still lacking more than 50 million kilograms of strength. Let me achieve the power of 2 dragons first. Lin Fei released his divine sense and started searching for ferocious beasts and immortal beasts. As long as they were of the Xian immortal realm, he would target them. With the power of one dragon, Lin Fei swept through these ferocious beasts and refined them into divine pills. His physical strength kept increasing and was about to reach the power of 2 dragons. I'll eat. Lin Fei killed a few more Xian immortal primary stage ferocious beasts and swallowed the divine pills. Finally the power of 2 dragons. As he swallowed another divine pill, Lin Fei's physical body trembled. A powerful force circulated around his body. He stomped on the ground and the sturdy ground cracked into pieces. There wasn't a single piece of land that was intact. The power of 2 dragons is truly terrifying. Lin Fei muttered to himself, if I had used my fist, Monk Huineng's body would have been blown to smithereens. Lin Fei was relieved. Now, he could absorb the immortal energy. Heaven and earth smelt, absorb with all your might. The heaven and earth smelt melted into the void and no one could see it. Chapter 776. P.S. Thank you to Liang Digital for your tip. Inside Saint Light City. The 3 outer elders were also paying close attention. When they turned the camera again, they saw a scene that they couldn't believe. He's absorbing the celestial energy around him and creating a whirlpool of celestial energy. My God! He wouldn't be breaking through into the mysterious immortal realm, right? His impetus is too shocking, right? Stupid, too stupid. How can one break through in the Saint Light space? Before long, powerhouses will arrive and he'll die. The 3 outer court elders were once again shocked by this shocking action. Stealing celestial energy. Such overbearing plundering had created a storm of celestial energy. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Saint Light space. Back then, there were people who broke through because there were people protecting them. What they were doing now was stupid. Elder Ming Fei was already cursing. But there was nothing they could do to stop it. If they did, they would be breaking the rules. The geniuses who came to participate all had powerful backers. I really don't know what technique he's training to be able to attract celestial energy and plunder it endlessly. How terrifying. Yunyan's mouth was wide open. If he reaches the paradise, he'll still plunder everything. What a pervert. Lin Fei had no idea that his actions would create such a huge wave. Not enough, not enough. Faster. Lin Fei called up his celestial energy. The celestial stones and medicinal pills in his storage ring were all absorbed, turning them into an endless source of energy. He didn't care what would happen as he continued to plunder as much celestial energy as he could. Hua, hua, hua streams of celestial energy rolled over, shining with a myriad of colors, turning into a huge celestial energy vortex. With Lin Fei at the center, the vortex continued to expand. Within the range of the celestial energy vortex, all the plants withered, and under the power of the celestial energy vortex, they were all disintegrated. The moment the heaven and earth smelt absorbed celestial energy, it was extremely overbearing. Everyone's celestial energy was sucked dry. Even the giant trees were sucked dry. The celestial trees that had lived for God knows how many years were met with the greatest disaster. Everything around them was emptied. Lin Fei had killed many people and the number of celestial stones he had plundered was astronomical. The furnace continued to move like an engine. Why is the immortal qi heading in one direction? In a forest, a few people suddenly stopped. Along with the movement of the immortal qi, the trees, which were originally full of vitality, showed a rare sign of listlessness. This process continued continuously. Some kind of treasure must have appeared. Everyone, hurry up. If we're lucky, we might be able to obtain some treasures. The immortal qi in the sacred light space moved in a certain direction. The fluctuations were too great, and these geniuses immediately noticed it. They mistook it for the birth of a natural treasure, and rushed to chase after it. In the distance, they saw the immortal qi that filled the sky. It was incomparably resplendent. The immortal qi whirlpool devoured the immortal qi. The incomparably dense immortal qi caused their hearts to tremble. Heavens, what kind of treasure is this? Such dense immortal energy was completely absorbed. Could it be that it is evolving? After entering this place with dense immortal qi, they saw an unbelievable scene. The dense immortal qi gathered together and formed a sea of immortal qi. They were in the midst of it, and every pore on their bodies was relaxed. The smart ones immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity. They sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the immortal energy. Damn it, I can't absorb it. More than 10 profound immortal geniuses tried to absorb the immortal qi, but the terrifying suction force quickly plundered the immortal qi, making it impossible for them to absorb it. They were all stunned. Such a situation had never happened in the Elysium selection. They couldn't even absorb the immortal qi, and instead, it was plundered. Profound immortal geniuses kept coming and stopped outside, not daring to approach. Soon, they realized that they couldn't absorb the huge amount of immortal qi to increase their strength. They could only watch helplessly. Rumble, at this moment, a tyrannical aura appeared in the east. The sky was filled with divine lightning. With a loud rumble, the mountains collapsed, and thousands of ferocious beasts fled. That person was like a god of thunder. Behind him, there was a kingdom of lightning. The divine lightning descended, and the light was dazzling. The successor of the god of thunder, Lei Tianjue, is here. He's ranked 7th. Someone exclaimed. Those with low strength immediately vomited blood under the roar of the divine lightning. In the west, another tyrannical aura appeared. The ferocious beasts and immortal beasts were all gathered in one place. A 10,000 zhang long divine turtle blotted out the sky, blocking out the scorching sun. An ancient and desolate aura swept over. The turtle opened its mouth and exhaled, forming a world of desolation, causing the souls of everyone to feel stifled. The genius disciple of the myriad beasts immortal sect, Isho, ranked 9th. The appearance of 2 tyrannical auras in the east and west had already shocked them. Moreover, they were both abnormal geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the list. Before they could digest it, another tyrannical aura appeared in the south. A bright moon loftily appeared in the sky. The moonlight was so bright that it blocked out the blazing sun, forming a world of its own, filled with countless stars. A boat with a full moon floated over, accompanied by ripples. One could vaguely see a beautiful daughter of the Son of Heaven sitting at the bow of the boat. As she breathed, a bright moon slowly rose up. Nishang Ferry of the Moon God Palace, ranked 3rd. 3 masters of the list had come at once. Those who had wanted to fish in troubled waters knew that this place no longer belonged to them. They couldn't defeat any one of them. In the northern region, the truly talented disciples were all monstrous geniuses. Lei Tianjue, Shou, Nishang Fairy, you're all here. How can I be absent? Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the earth shaking came from their lower bodies. They swayed and almost couldn't stand steadily. They were all geniuses, but they couldn't stand steadily. Qiu Shan, ranked first, is here. Everyone looked to the north. Thump, thump, thump. A man with disheveled hair ran in the sky. His body was like a mountain, and every step he took was earth-shattering. The earth collapsed, mountains were destroyed, birds and beasts were killed, and the void was also collapsing. A giant walked out of the destruction. His fist was like a mountain, and the sky and the earth split. This Qiu Shan is ranked first. His combat strength is outstanding. Fighting above his level is normal for him. His aura is too strong. I can't take it anymore. Let's go. Before he arrived, the earth-shattering fist intent hit them in the face. Everyone felt their bodies tremble as if they were about to explode. They quickly left, leaving behind a vacuum. They couldn't continue. They didn't just leave in this direction. They left in the other 4 directions. The appearance of the top 10 masters of the list meant that there would be a huge battle. If they didn't leave now, once the battle started, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be implicated. Brother Qiu, your fist intent has improved again. Within a few days, it will enter 70% fist intent. Your strength has improved greatly. Congratulations. Lei Tianjue's divine thunder rumbled. As soon as he opened his mouth, lightning flowed around his body. He was invincible. This showed how powerful the divine thunder was. No wonder he was ranked 7th. Brother Lei, your thunder intent is already at 60%, but in my eyes, I can kill you with 3 punches. Qiu Shan was as warm as the spring breeze, but the sound of the broken gong reverberated in the sky. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Disdain. Qiu Shan was disdainful of Lei Tianjue. There was clearly a difference between the 7th and 1st. Qiu Shan, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The lightning behind Lei Tianjue kept rumbling. He turned into a thunder giant with a giant axe in his hand. You and I are here for the treasure. If you have the guts, let's fight. Lei Tianjue was also hot-tempered. He couldn't take any provocation. What a terrifying aura. Lei Tianjue and Qiu Shan can suppress strong cultivators with their aura alone. I was confident at first. Forget it, forget it. Other than the Xian immortals, there were also golden immortals among them. They were also the best of the best. But compared to these two, the difference was huge. They lost their will to fight. Humph, Qiu Shan humphed coldly. He turned to look at the boat and said gently, Nishang Fairy, it's been 3 years since we last met. I didn't expect to see you again today. On the boat, the moonlight shone brightly. It was like a thin veil, separating the inside from the outside. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The beautiful woman's face couldn't be seen, but her figure could be vaguely seen. It's been 3 years. Brother Qiu's strength has improved again. I can't compare. Nishang Fairy's ethereal voice suddenly came from the boat. What a beautiful voice. Of course. Don't forget, Nishang Fairy is ranked 95th on the beauty list. If I could see her beauty, I'd die happy. The people in the distance fell into a daze, unable to extricate themselves. Brother Qiu, when did you learn to be tender? Why don't you take Nishang Fairy and force yourself on her? Standing on the black tortoise's back, the earth beast laughed lewdly. You're asking for death. Qiu Shan turned around. His killing intent was strong. His long hair moved without wind. The ground cracked, and the ruins spread for thousands of miles. He directly wanted to kill the beast. The four of them had just met and they were already fighting. Lei Tianjue and the beast obviously regarded Qiu Shan as their number one enemy. They were always at odds with each other. The three of you, listen to me, okay? Nishang Fairy's voice dispelled the murderous aura. It was peaceful. A bright moon hung high in the sky, dispelling everything. The three of them stopped and no longer argued. It was nothing more than giving each other a way out. Nishang Fairy, please speak. Nishang Fairy pointed with her jade-like hand. You're all here for the treasure below. You haven't even seen the treasure yet, but you're already fighting among yourselves. Isn't that a joke? The three of them were shocked. If the three of them fought, it would benefit the outsiders.